Chapter 20. Firewall. Alex awoke to a strange whirring noise. He opened his eyes slowly, taking in Aubrey's nude form, smiled, and continued searching out the sound. Suddenly, there was a loud thump at the window. Bolting upright, he scanned the room but didn't see the cause. "Alex, you should get dressed quickly. Please wake Aubrey. I need you both to get ready to leave."
"Shit. What's going on, Sophie?" Alex asked, shaking Aubrey awake. Aubrey jerked alert, saw the frantic look on Alex's face, and immediately reached to the nightstand where she kept her wireless earbud on a charging cradle.
"It appears that your live stream stirred up a large amount of attention. Protesters were able to identify your building from the view outside when the camera crews rotated to capture your closing remarks. There are currently a large number of drones flying outside the building, trying to find which floor is yours. They are trying to peek around any curtains. I've been disrupting their signal when they get too close, causing them to hit the building. But I'm afraid that if I keep doing so, I may only draw more attention."
Alex let out a long string of curses and asked, "How many people?"
"A few hundred have assembled below, and more are arriving by the minute. Additionally, a few have managed to slip into the stairwell but are unable to get into the various floors. I believe they are hoping to slip in behind a resident and get inside, but don't know what level to go to yet. Should I send in our security team to intercept them, or do you want to keep their presence a secret?"
Alex thought for a moment. "Call the cops and building security, too. Pretend you are another resident, and you're worried about suspicious people who tried to tailgate access behind you."
"Okay, calling now. I'm bringing your detail in from a building access tunnel in the basement. The team will be disguised and carrying concealed weapons. I'll keep them separated from the protesters, but I want them close if things go poorly. Stay away from the windows. I'll let you know when your way is clear."
Alex groaned and rubbed his face. He gave himself 5 seconds of inaction to regain focus, and then set to work, getting dressed and packing a bag in case he couldn't return for some time. He advised Aubrey to do the same, but she had already gotten the idea and slipped into her clothes that had been tossed aside when Alex had pulled her into the bedroom. Alex slotted his electronics into his jacket pockets, but otherwise had little to pack beyond his wallet and the remaining medications he was supposed to take. His hands fell to his sides as he realized he'd already lost everything once. And aside from one leather jacket, he had no sentimental attachments to anything in the house. "Fucking depressing," he muttered to himself. Alex braced himself at the bedroom door, readying to sprint to Aubrey's room for her to pack. Aubrey lined up beside him, fear and determination evident in her eyes in equal amounts.
"I can get you 5 seconds if I mess with the drone's altimeter controls. It'll look like an updraft around the building. In 5, 4, 3, 2, go!"
The pair rushed towards Aubrey's room, and Alex shouldered the door open. He pulled her inside and slammed the door as they both tumbled inside.
"Fuck, Alex! What do they want anyway?"
Aubrey complained, picking herself up off the floor. Alex grumbled. "Apparently, Sophie wasn't kidding about threatening humanity. The news has been escalating. I guess it came to a head today. I am being perceived as something non-human now, and instead more like super-invasive technology, or even being called an illegal artificial intelligence system. People are going so far as to call for ripping out my implant, or worse."
"They can't mean that. People are shitty, but that's not a good reason to be upset,"
Aubrey replied. Alex gave a pained expression. "Privacy protesters are upset over how much I could pull up on those journalists. They're saying it'd turn augmented people into government spies. Religious folks got into it over the whole God's image thing. A few eccentric medical professionals are debating how much it changed my personality, saying I'm a robot, nothing more than one of Apollo's smart speaker things. The doctors opened up the debate that Apollo violated the AI bans, and I'm hardware that needs shut down."
Aubrey groaned. "What?
A fucking professional should know better. That's not how that works. Alex blew out a harsh breath, then added, They aren't even neurologists or psychiatrists, but people don't check that stuff. There are even pharmaceutical lobbyists running around behind the scenes stirring stuff up, since it could remove the need for certain prescriptions. Apollo didn't help since they basically said, Sure, we can eliminate all sorts of mental issues. And it scared people on antidepressants that their insurance will force neurosurgery on them and quit covering their meds. They did the same thing targeting ADHD, so parents are up in arms thinking we're going to force their kids to get augmented. It kind of went off the rails from there. Alex slumped onto the bed, putting his head in his hands. It's my fault, but damn it, I didn't want to die a slave under bridge. Aubrey sighed, then put her hand on his shoulder. I know, Alex, it's not fair. Let's just concentrate on getting out of here, okay? Alex nodded but didn't move his hands from his head. Aubrey pulled back slowly. After a few curses aimed at Bridge, she resumed packing a few days of clothes and some toiletries into her large backpack. They'd both been intentionally avoiding the news when possible. It had progressively been getting scarier. Still, not even Sophie had seen this change coming. Aubrey made a frustrated sound and continued stowing away spare batteries, chargers for their phones, and a couple bottles of water that she kept handy. She then moved into a few keepsakes, her jewelry, and what appeared to be a journal. After she shouldered her pack, Alex stood and pulled her close to give her a tender kiss on the forehead. I'm really sorry about this. This is why we needed Bridge to take the public attention. I fucked up. I should have done the live stream from elsewhere, or maybe not even at all. I just wanted to get enough cash together to buy out my hardware. I get the feeling we won't be able to come back now. Alex groaned. Damn it. I finally get a few good memories, and I lose my home all over again. Aubrey clung to Alex tightly, and he felt Sophie's arms give him a soft embrace from behind for support.
The protesters are being cornered by building security in the north side stairs. I've got the team coming up on the south side. Shelley is with them, so you'll have a face you can recognize. Based on where the drones are clustering, it appears they have realized which floor you are on. Unfortunately, the shades in the living room windows are open and manual. You have over 20 drones with a view of your path, and they are spreading out. I could down their drones, but doing so would almost certainly cause a public relations disaster. As problematic as their presence is, interfering with approved spectrum or hacking into their systems is a more severe crime than protesting or flying without a permit. They would use that against you.
Okay, so do we run or try to sneak by? Aubrey asked.
Giving valuable information to an opponent is rarely a good idea if it can be avoided.
Alex pulled at Aubrey's bedspread and tossed it over himself like a cloak. He then tossed Aubrey the top sheet. He then gave a shrug.
I cannot think of anything better at this moment. If you wait longer, the protesters will have time to put lookouts on the other buildings that share underground access. They are known to many of the tenants and are used in bad weather or when the parking garage is full. The team is at the door. Stay with them and keep them between you and anyone else.
Alex and Aubrey hustled down the stairs, not looking towards the windows. Alex nearly tripped on the blanket, but managed to keep it between him and the glass. As soon as they made it to the cover of the entryway, Sophie popped the lock on the front door. Shelley was on him in moments, sliding a balaclava over Alex's head, a large rain hat over that, and then finally putting aviator sunglasses in place. She did the same for Aubrey. Alex felt like it'd only attract more attention wearing a balaclava inside, but then looked up as Shelley donned a similar outfit. Behind her, 2 other figures, one tall and one short, were decked out in the same attire with the addition of puffy jackets that hid their frames.
We're trying to go with the angle of being a group from the protesters who are hiding their identity while trying to find you. It'll cause confusion, and that's enough for our purposes. Stow your jacket in Aubrey's backpack. You've been associated with it, and the logo will give you away. Aubrey is already packed.
It only took Alex a moment to tear off his leather jacket and then slide on a generic black fleece that he kept on the coat rack. Alex took a final look around his condo and realized that he'd miss it. It hadn't been his choice, but it had become intertwined with his recovery. He had precious few memories to give up and would be sad to see it go. He took a deep breath, kicked the Apollo robot over onto its side in a fit of frustration, and marched out the open door. The pair were rushed down the 17 stories of stairs by his bodyguards. They maintained a professional distance, running ahead to secure the stairwell doors as they approached, while leaving one to follow behind. Eventually, they hit the sub-basement and were directed into an underground tunnel that ultimately connected to the basement of another building. They were shuffled into an underground parking garage and into the back of a mom-mobile-looking maroon minivan with rental company stickers. Alex was guided into the back center seat with Aubrey to one side and Shelley on the other. The other two figures, clad in bulky parkas, took the driver's side and passenger side. They circled around the garage and then stopped as two more similarly clothed figures climbed in, taking the middle row. From there, the minivan left the parking garage at a reasonable pace. The driver took their time, slowly negotiating between pedestrians on the sidewalk as they pulled into traffic. After a few hundred feet, the driver put on their turn signal as though they were waiting for someone to leave the parallel parking spots. After nearly a minute, they crept slowly to the end of the block and then broke off, heading north.
It's part of their cover. To other protesters, it'll look like they are trying to join the protest but couldn't find parking. That's not an unusual thing in this part of town.
Once they were on the freeway, Shelley pulled off the hat and balaclava, motioning to the pair to do the same. Shelley took a deep breath and patted Alex on the shoulder. "We're clear. A little heads up next time would be nice." Alex reached for his phone as it started ringing. Seeing the usual X's and O's, he popped it into speaker mode and handed it to Shelley. Sophie's voice came over the line.
"Thank you for you and your team's assistance. I've wired your activation fee to your account. Once you're comfortable that you've broken any ability to track your movements, please drop them off at our fabrication shop. With your permission, I can send directions to your driver. I'll begin making arrangements for purchases to make it livable until we can secure alternative arrangements."
Shelley's eyebrows climbed up her face.
"I know I gave you my burner number, but you have our driver's cell?" "Of course. I will, as a matter of professional courtesy, keep such things confidential. I'd be very poor at my job if I put my partners in your hands without appropriately vetting you and your staff,"
Sophie explained. Heads pivoted nervously from the figures in the middle and front seat. They were still fully disguised, but Alex could feel the sudden spike of tension. Alex held his hands up, interrupting. Whoa there, easy does it. We're just thankful for the help. I really don't care who you are beyond the fact you're badasses and you're on our side. Sophie is just doing her job. Same as what you'd probably do if you had family that needed protection. Besides, we're probably not far from hardware testing for cybernetics. If you want the hookup, it's not like we can tap into your skull without you trusting us. And frankly, we're going to need the protection to make this work. Shelley blew out a loud sigh, then nodded. I don't like this, but that's a fair point. It's not like we didn't vet you. It's going to get hard to protect you from a distance anyway with the heat you just pulled down. We'll just have to be careful who gets spotted next to you. Not all of us are even supposed to be in this country.
If you need assistance clearing records or cracking into government networks, I'd be happy to exchange for services rendered,
Sophie offered. Shelley looked skeptical for a moment, then relented. You seem to be a ghost in the machine. We've literally not been able to even get a hint as to who the fuck you are. If you're that good, then yeah, we could use some help cleaning up a few messes. For instance, the one in the passenger seat. Sophie cut in. She's from Venezuela on poorly forged credentials and has her photo circulating on Interpol. They are already closing in on her and know she's operating out of Seattle. They are looking to interview her regarding some assets that went missing when the government collapsed. She wasn't involved, but ended up with the blame when her higher-ups needed a scapegoat. Sure, I can pull it, and get her cleared for a legit passport, visa, and resolve any immigration issues including naturalization documentation within a few weeks. In the meantime, I can get a high-quality forged identity by the end of tomorrow. That assistance would be in exchange for 1/4 of your activation fee for today.
Shelley spluttered. Damn. Wow. Do it.
The woman in the passenger seat put her head in her hands and blew out a long, relieved-sounding breath. In a gentle voice, with a distinctly Spanish accent, she said, "Thank you. Shelley, you know I'm good for it. I didn't know they were getting that close. If Sophie can make this work, I'll do my best to return the favor."
"Certainly. Next?"
Sophie said over Alex's speakerphone. The figure in the middle row in front of Aubrey coughed. Shelley nodded. "So, we've got someone with a few warrants that we'd like cleared."
"The thing in Arizona? One moment."
Sophie said,
"It's a gray area for you, but how do you feel about clearing warrants for someone who got involved in a bar fight and put someone in the hospital?" Conflicting statements were logged with the police. One said that Shelley's person minded their own business. The other said the reverse, and that they were the instigator. Alex pushed a question to Sophie. "In my opinion, it's most likely that someone else was looking for a fight and found it. While fights in bars are a stereotype, it's rarely the trained operative with no prior indication of not being able to control themselves around civilians. Those types of people are usually culled from the ranks early on."
Shelley seemed to have picked up on the delay and watched Alex with hooded eyes. Alex made a small nod.
"Done. All warrants are rescinded,"
Sophie said aloud. Shelley looked wide-eyed around the minivan for a moment. Then her eyes again settled on Alex. Alex merely raised an eyebrow, not understanding her immediate concern.
"Ah, fuck. How did she know who was in the passenger seat? How would Sophie know that you just nodded? Did you get a bug in the van?"
Shelley demanded. Alex winced and simply shook his head. "No, not at all." He sighed, not seeing any other option. "Look, she can see you through me. You already know my brain is hooked to a computer, so think that through. Your ghost in the machine comment was fairly on target." Eyes wide, Shelley's spine went ramrod straight as she contemplated the repercussions of that statement.
"Wait, what? So she's not real? How did you get my information? The fucking feds aren't even supposed to have any of those fucking murder bots anymore."
"Now, who the fuck are you?" Shelley whirred on Alex in an aggressive posture. Sophie responded with a heated edge.
"I'm plenty real, Shelley. I'm just not human. I'm sure you can imagine that such a thing getting out would be akin to me flooding the net with your entire roster's complete operational history, along with some very damning evidence of unsanctioned activities. I could also pull every law enforcement officer in the area directly to you after I disabled your vehicle and your communications. Something I could do very quickly if, for instance, you were to use your next words to threaten Alex or Aubrey. Alternatively, you can drive them to their destination, be their sword and shield, get paid very well, be equipped with things that are science fiction to all others, and have a level of backing that no other operations group in the world has ever received."
Honey, not to be a wet blanket, but I vote for that one," the woman sitting in front of Aubrey said very quickly, trying to diffuse the tension. Alex thought she had a charming southern accent. "Yep, when the apocalyptic scary motherfucking computer offers you a fucking olive branch and a paycheck, you fucking take it, Shelley," the woman behind the wheel said. In moments, all the operatives in the car had each given their vote, none deciding to pick a fight with the AI. "Jesus fucking Christ, whatever happened to operational discipline, you bunch of bitches? We go freelance and all your fucking professionalism goes out the window?" Shelley gave an exasperated sigh. "Yeah, fuck. We'll deal. I need assurances, but yes, we'll stay on contract." The driver asked, "Does that mean I can take off this mask and coat? I'm sweating more than a pedophile in a playground." Shelley smacked her forehead with her hand. "Damn it, Ava. The adults are talking. We do a team huddle with everyone before anyone gets introduced." Alex couldn't help but be amused at the interplay, but knew enough to keep his face neutral. He could feel Sophie paging through his thoughts now.
That could have been handled better. I wanted them on board, but I'm not sure how I feel about acknowledging my existence. I meant to tease them into thinking it was possible and work it in over time, rather than laying it all out there in an unvarnished pile. If Shelley's team thought we'd bugged their van, or that you were a federal agent, it might have escalated quickly, and that wouldn't have gone well for anyone.
Their group dynamics seem off. Also, do they run a women's-only club or something? Alex pushed internally.
Them being exclusively female is new. They split off from a larger group due to internal politics that ran along gender lines. Shelley hasn't been in charge for long, but shows promise. This moved her up from the equivalent of a platoon sergeant in the old group to making command decisions, and from what we just saw, they aren't yet solidified, which is not something I knew about. It's concerning, but I think we can work with it. It puts us in a position to influence leadership in ways that favor us, if we decide to keep them around. I have seen your thoughts from before, and I think we could slide you into their decision-making process if I keep training you up.
Alex poked a question towards Sophie, sensing she'd avoided telling him the whole story.
Regarding why they would exist as a female group, it's relatively simple. It lets them operate in plain sight but not give themselves away, especially in urban settings in the U.S. A bunch of women in their early to late 20s don't walk into a room and reek of ex-military. To be clear, they aren't all from the U.S., nor did all of them come from military roles, but all wanted to make Seattle their new base of operations.
Alex was starting to understand the covert part. It wasn't like they were running for miles with 100-pound packs in the desert. They were moving into and out of crowds in Seattle. Still, it nagged at him, so he pushed. Okay, but isn't it odd that you hired an all-female group? I get the feeling you had options. You could have switched them out after the gang thing.
If you must press, I did factor in that it'd be easier to put a few of them on your arm if you needed up-close bodyguard protection. Few ask too many questions about women on the arms of powerful men, and your current plan has you making many public appearances. We can rotate through their team to avoid making it appear that you have meaningful connections with any one of them, which should avoid alienating Aubrey. If she feels threatened, then she may be compelled to be on your arm for everything, which would put her at unnecessary risk, and we'd have to go with overtly visible security options instead.
Fucking hell. You're factoring in arm candy? That's too much. You know I'm serious about Aubrey. This will hurt her. Hurt both of us. Alex pushed with some heat.
Need I remind you that up until you learned of their genders, you only thought of them as your badass special ops team? They bagged 3 gang members without anyone being the least bit aware they'd done it, and without causing undue harm. I've already spoken to Aubrey about this. She's far more worried about your well-being. You were almost killed the other day, and less than an hour ago you had to flee your home after intruders broke into the building.
Sophie blew out a heavy sigh and delicately wrapped intangible arms around Alex's shoulders.
Alex, I get it. I do. But according to the news streams, the protesters managed to break the window somehow and then got a firebomb inside via a drone after you left. Firefighters are on the scene dealing with it, but it looks terrible. They even started the blaze at the entryway, so if you'd have holed up in the house, you might not have been able to get out. Even Bridge has his bodyguards, and that was before the Humanity First movement showed up on his doorstep. He is already upped his security detail, and you'll need to as well. Let me do this for you, my love. Let me wield them as your shields, since I cannot stand by your side in the physical world.
A wave of shame washed over him as Alex realized he was being petty. He nodded, feeling appropriately chastised. After a few moments, Alex cursed softly to himself and pushed. I really have no chance at any semblance of a normal life, do I? Sophie pushed a sad smile to him.
Not really. Your last normal option was being a broken robot in a hospital. Even if you tried to lay low, you've got a 25-year, $150,000 per month mortgage on your brain. It's no fault of your own, but an average life is no longer viable. I found a t-shirt online with a quote that applies. Embrace the weird. Now get focused. We're here. Aubrey and I have something to show you.
Chapter 21. Mesh. The minivan pulled up behind a strip mall in the Ravenna neighborhood, just a bit north of the university. It was almost exclusively residential, minus a few areas like the one they'd stopped in. A couple of the security team piled out while the driver kept the engine running. After a few moments, the two that had exited the vehicle had completed a circuit of the building and waved a signal to the driver. The doors opened again, and Shelley pulled Aubrey and Alex into the parking lot. Alex looked around, not immediately recognizing the location, but connected the dots once Aubrey began fishing for keys in her backpack. She unlocked the deadbolt on the heavy steel double doors, and two of the team members, still clad in masks, rushed inside. In moments, they called out, informing everyone it was clear. With that, Alex was pressed through the doorway and into what looked like a back office. Overall, it wasn't much to look at. There were 2 desks with light terminals and chairs, monitors displaying closed-circuit TV, an array of filing cabinets, and roughly 10 by 10 feet of unused space by the door. On the other side of the desks, a double set of steel doors led deeper into the building. Aubrey grabbed his arm and pulled him along into the next room, which was one large unfurnished room that had been gutted for a renovation that had never begun. The facility was about 12,000 square feet, nearly half as wide as it was long. It had unfinished cement floors and a small plywood-walled temporary enclosure for the anticipated work crews to use as a restroom. Overhead, long rows of exposed electrical conduit ran in parallel lines to support the bare fluorescent lights. The walls likewise were unfinished, showing the bare metal beams and insulation that wrapped around the building. On the opposite wall, large windows faced the street, but were lined with large steel security bars. Long lengths of brown paper were taped over the glass, allowing muted light into the building, but no visibility. Pallets of supplies had been placed along the walls and arranged from large spools of wire to drums of what appeared to be white plastic pellets that resembled packing peanuts. In the center were 3 long rows of cheap conference tables that held a vast array of tools, medical equipment, industrial systems, and electronics that Alex couldn't begin to guess the purpose of. On charging docks were a cluster of drones, ranging from the flying kind to types that rolled along the ground, or, in one case, a simulacrum of a snake. The machinery along one side resembled what Alex imagined a car assembly line would look like, with robotic arms, welders, vents, vacuum-form machines, and mechanical presses. Aubrey looked up with a broad smile. "We've been working on this for a week or so. I know you hadn't had a chance to check it out yet, but this is our facility for fabrications. We should be able to do a bit of everything. Come on, I've got something Sophie wants to show you," she said, pulling him over to the robotic arms. She guided him directly to stand where an X of black tape marked the floor. Once he was in position, she stepped back. Alex looked around, puzzled, wondering if he was supposed to recognize the complex array of tools or robotics. With a rapid whir, 2 of the arms reached out and wrapped around him. Startled, he went to pull back but found they were too quick. The large yellow arms wrapped around his stomach on one side and around his back on the other, but didn't press inward any more than it took to hold him in place. Realization dawned on him. He asked, "Sophie?"
"Yes, dear. I know it's crude, but please give me a moment. It's all I've got for now."
Alex's heart splintered a little under the stress as he took the scene in. "Of course, my love," he said, patting the yellow arm that rested against his stomach.
Just let me know what I can do to get you a body.
I'm afraid there's nothing you can do aside from building our treasury. There's not anything that exists today that I could use, so it would be a long-term project. The current crude approximation of flesh is firmly in the uncanny valley at best. A lifeless doll for those who don't care to acknowledge the difference. I'd prefer not to have you see me that way. But for now, something as abstract as this will have to work.
Alex felt a pang of sadness in her words. He stood silently for several minutes, imagining how closed off Sophie must feel. Opening her up to the broader world via his senses may have only served to make her more aware of the rift between her existence and his. Wordlessly, the arms retracted, and Alex made his way to the door marked for the restroom. He washed up, trying to parse through his thoughts. Sophie had sensed his mood and left him alone, not adding a comment. Maybe it was the moment, the stress of losing his home. Or maybe he was just feeling the weight of it all crushing him. But he felt like he could drown at any moment. The overwhelming grief that he'd tied back seemed to surge up, threatening to erase everything that he was. He didn't fight it and let it wash over him. He'd avoided grieving for so long it seemed like he hadn't felt much of anything for the last few months. After a while, he began to sort through it all, as though picking up broken bottles, bent coat hangers, cracked phones, and other debris along a shoreline of his soul, and began tucking the hodgepodge of scattered trash back into his chest, where the pieces poked at him with their sharp angles. Eventually, Shelley knocked on the door, asking if everything was okay. Alex mumbled that it was fine. He just needed a few moments. Finally, wiping his eyes dry, he exited the bathroom to find Aubrey waiting. She reached out and held him for a few minutes, seeming to understand his turmoil. His security team had made themselves scarce, apparently having been put to task picking up things to turn the shop into a safe house. Alex was thankful for the peace as he and Aubrey just stood there, dealing with their thoughts. "Fuck 'em," Aubrey said, finally stepping back. Alex only managed to give a feeble attempt at a smile. He couldn't even bring himself to pull a persona out of the closet to put on an act. "No, really. They want to make you out to be a goddamned boogeyman? You give them a boogeyman," Aubrey said, holding her chin up.
"Did Sophie tell you about the fire?"
Alex asked, trying to change the subject. Aubrey nodded defiantly. "Like I said, fuck 'em. We'll manage. If you want, I'll find a place farther out of the city. Something we can keep people from getting close to." Alex sighed. "Yeah, I don't think I could deal with that right now. But you're right. We'll need something soon. Tina will be bringing junkies here. I don't think we can stay here long once that happens." As evening set, Shelley returned with several inflatable mattresses, some camping gear for cooking, coolers with ice for food, some fold-out camp chairs, and a load of groceries. She'd also thought to get several tarps to hang from the ceiling to make room dividers for privacy and sleeping spaces. Apparently her team hadn't had a chance to do their all-hands meeting, so anyone other than Shelley had simply vanished, most likely to take up stations nearby. Alex occasionally heard footsteps on the roof, assuming at least one of them was camping out up there. There wasn't a shower, so Alex used several paper towels and the soap from the dispenser in the restroom to spot clean himself, hopeful that it might make him feel better. It didn't. As the evening cooled, the heating system clunked and clanked as it kicked on, making a solid hissing sound through the uncovered ductwork. As it blew in harshly hot air, it stirred up the dust on the cement, much to the annoyance of Sophie, who was currently molding together what looked like a stretchy silicone hairnet of some sort. Without much else to do, he walked over and watched the robotic arms insert clusters of copper coils, no bigger than the width of a grain of rice, into the still warm material. Next, she attached wire filaments that looked finer than a human hair to the exposed ends. Once an entire roll of coils was completed, she dropped in the dime-sized circuit board with little raised nubs of components and began soldering together a massive network of wire traces. Altogether, the little board reminded him of the tiny fragments of his phone when a childhood bully that Alex couldn't put a name to had thrown it down a stairwell. It was one of the few memories from his youth he could still manage. Finally, seeing the cluster of wires complete, Sophie moved what looked like a syringe over the electronics and squirted another layer of elastic material. She even gave the mold that contained it a little shake to ensure there were no air bubbles, and then moved on to the next unit, letting that one dry. She worked in segments, piecing them together quickly with a precision that would be impossible for human hands, despite the large, clunky-looking arms.
I have some completed. Would you like to try one?
Alex thought for a moment, then asked, "Would it even work on me?"
It should. With the implant, I replicate normal biological functions, while I wouldn't be able to remotely stimulate the damaged portions of your brain. I should be able to introduce a variety of effects using the undamaged parts. I've done a neural map of Aubrey's mind, but haven't pushed sensations yet. It'd be helpful for me to test since I can evaluate your internal perceptions of the stimulation, even if you cannot articulate the sensations.
Before Alex could even nod, one of the arms reached into a bin on the right and pulled a gray, stretchy mesh cap out of the box and made to place it in his hand. It was a little weird, but he forced himself to remember this wasn't just a robot he was looking at, but an extension of Sophie. He plucked the headwear from its outstretched clamp, oriented it where the word front was forward, and put it on. It seemed like it had a slightly tacky feel to it, reminding him of a silicone wrist bracelet when it was new.
It only needs the cable for the initial installation, or for charging. It's wireless beyond that.
Alex looked up again to find the robotic hand plucking a small cable from a bin under the table and handed that over as well. It took him a minute to get the idea, but soon he realized it had the same port as his phone, and on the other end a rubber connector that looked like it would clamp into the raised rubberized section by his ear where a tab of extra material was located. Feeling as though he had just passed a test of some sort, he snapped the little clamp in place and took out his phone. After connecting the cable, an application installation prompt appeared. Accepting it, he watched it install, then opened the app called Mesh. Once the screen loaded, he saw an image that reminded him of a sound waveform, something he'd seen used to visualize music. He watched it for a moment while the words calibrating appeared on the screen. The text rolled over to the same words in Spanish, then on to Mandarin, and continued in that manner for several moments. Alex watched the trippy visualizations with 1,000 shades of magenta, teal, azure, amethyst, and crimson as they swirled and transformed. He swayed in spot, seeming to fall into the display, finally struggling to stand. Sophie let him surface long enough to lie down on the plastic inflatable bedding, and then resumed her ministrations. Soon he was lost in a sea of cobalt waves, feeling the gentle motion sway his entire being. The waves expanded for as far as he could see in all directions, being at an impossible epicenter as all the waves moved towards him in concentric circles. However, as the waves reached him, there was no crash. Instead, it was a warm push and pull of energy. Soon, darker and lighter color streaks developed, the lighter blue pushing fresh energy into him, and the darker colors pulling unwanted thoughts from his mind. As he floated in the impossible sea, there was no fear, anxiety, worries, or troubles. He simply found it impossible not to relax and exist in the moment. Across the horizon, white puffy clouds danced, their bulges moving from shape to shape, reminding Alex of animals or buildings, places, and people. They moved continuously, shifting rapidly to form something else as soon as his mind conceived what it was trying to be. Without noticing the transition, he found himself sitting atop one of the puffy clouds, feeling its warm embrace as tendrils of mist swirled around him. Eventually, the horizon transitioned from a bright day into a breathtakingly gorgeous sunset. It was an explosion of colors that didn't need to make sense as the fuchsia transitioned to chartreuse, then to cerulean, and finally candy apple red. Alex watched from his cloud as the colors darkened until they revealed inky darkness above, where new clusters of stars began to appear. He looked up and could make out images in the stars, immediately recognizing the constellations that represented himself, Aubrey, and Sophie. Sophie seemed to wink at him for a moment and blew him a kiss that formed into a shooting star that raced across the sky towards him. He sat unmoving and unworried as the meteor connected with his being, bringing with it a vast expanse of white. Alex rousted to a small shoulder nudging into him. Move over, babe," a familiar voice called out. Alex blinked rapidly, processing the transition as he found himself sprawled on the air mattress in their shop. Complying, he scooted to one side and wrapped his arms around Aubrey. She pulled an unzipped sleeping bag over them, mumbled softly to herself, and drifted off in his arms. It took Alex long moments to process how he felt, but the primary feeling was simply more alive. Whatever downward spiral of thoughts he'd been entrenched in earlier in the evening had disintegrated and been wholly reformed. He felt lighter than he had since he'd reawakened to this world. Oddly, part of his mind was actively rebelling against the idea of initiating mesh anytime soon. Alex could see how it could easily ensnare a mind, but whatever safety controls Sophie had managed to put in appeared to be working. He felt appreciation for the experience and wasn't afraid of it, but he had no immediate desire to go under again. Simply put, it was there if he wanted it later, but for now it had nothing more to offer him. He pulled off the headgear and pushed a thank you to Sophie as he placed it on the side of the bed along with his phone.
"You're welcome, love. You should know that I didn't guide you at all. That was a pre-programmed stimulation to some regions of the brain, but I sense you felt otherwise. I haven't asked in a long time, but can I adjust my prioritization routine while you sleep? I feel as though I can argue that Aubrey is no longer a caregiver now that she doesn't work for Apollo. I'd like to try to optimize some things for you. I'm also intensely curious to better understand what you just experienced."
Alex nodded once, and there was a long kiss on his lips as Sophie pulled him into an immediate deep slumber.
Chapter 22. Black Flags. Aubrey awoke to the clanking of pots and pans. She blearily blinked the sleep from her eyes and realized the mattress had half deflated overnight. It had given her a painful crick in her neck, causing a hitch in her movement when she turned her head to the left. She eyed Alex's sleeping form enviously, but felt there wasn't much chance of her dozing off again. Soft sunlight filtered in above and below the blue plastic tarps that had been hung up, and Aubrey was a notoriously light sleeper. Aubrey worked at the sore spot just under the base of her skull with one hand while she stripped and changed into fresh undergarments, tights and a sweatshirt while still laying down. Alex tended to sleep like the dead, so she wasn't worried about disturbing him. Sophie had said all Aubrey would need to do is whisper either Sophie's or Alex's name, and she'd pop him awake. Aubrey grumbled to herself, wishing Sophie could keep her asleep as well. At this point, Alex didn't even need an alarm clock. Bracing herself, Aubrey slid from under the sleeping bag and stood up. She nearly yelped in discomfort when her bare foot touched the cold cement. She quickly danced back onto her dirty clothes and carefully balanced on one foot, and then alternating while pulling on socks and her running shoes. She cursed to herself for a moment, feeling irritated and more than a little angry about having to go urban camping instead of sleeping in a comfy bed. If she was backpacking or camping with friends, she could deal with the discomfort, saying it was worth the experience, and chances to see wildlife and nature. Here she was just pissed off.
She'd been forced from her home, feeling more like a refugee than an explorer. The cold morning air crept in from the drafty spots between the half-torn insulation that lined the shop. Aubrey shrugged into a green fleece jacket and zipped it up, trying to ward off the chill. The blue plastic tarp crinkled loudly as she pulled the flap back that had been left open for a doorway. The overhead lights were still out, but there was more than enough light filtering from the covered glass to make her way towards the clanking of kitchenware and soft cursing in the back office. Opening the door quietly, Aubrey discovered Shelley fussing with a camping stove. She had it disassembled into at least a dozen pieces of brass burners, shiny pipes, brass fittings, and black rubber O-rings. Next to it was an array of camping-style cookware and a few small green propane cylinders placed around the chaos. "Problems?" Aubrey asked. Shelley glanced up briefly and cursed softly under her breath. "Cheap, poorly produced crap," she said, finally kicking an aluminum coffee pot across the room where it ended up under the desk. "You know there's gotta be a coffee place that delivers," Aubrey suggested. "No need. I'll just have someone pick something up for us. My girls need to cycle out who's on watch anyway. I'll put in an order. Just tell me what you two want," Shelley said, sounding a little defeated. The mercenary nodded towards the disassembled stove. "This was whatever someone found at a camping store in a hurry. Someone at the factory didn't do their job and left out a gasket. It was spewing liquid propane everywhere as soon as I hooked it up. If I'd had the other burner going, it could have seriously hurt someone. Pet peeve, you know?" Aubrey sighed. "Yeah, I do. Glad you had the sense to test it unlit. I've worked shifts at burn wards. It's not a pleasant thing. To think that it was someone being negligent that caused something like that is just scary." Shelley gave her a serious look. "I've had enough of that for a couple lifetimes already." Aubrey raised an eyebrow, signaling the other woman to continue. Probably not the story to get into. It's the reason my team was on the market. Management didn't do their job. It caused issues, so we took our exit clauses and told them to shove it," Shelley said as she pulled her loose blonde hair back into a ponytail. "So I never caught what you call yourselves anyway. Is that something you can tell me?" Aubrey asked. Shelley thought for a moment, then nodded. "Black flags." Aubrey looked confused. "Like those terrorists in the Middle East? Or do you mean like when the beaches are closed due to dangerous waves?" Shelley groaned. "Ugh, that really is what everyone thinks of at first, isn't it? I really should have thought that one through. The other guess I get is pirates. No, it's a punk music reference. Black Flag was a band big in the 70s. Same genre as the Ramones, if you know who they are. They were all pretty much anarchists, but were notorious for having throwdowns with Nazis, fascists, and bigoted assholes. There were a bunch of fights in the streets and venues." Aubrey chuckled. "My parents aren't even that old. I can't say as I'm familiar with their music." "None of us were either. But who doesn't want to punch a Nazi? Black Flag did some reunion tours back in 2024. Someone I was deployed with was into their music. It became a thing of tribute to the fallen. That feels like lifetimes ago." Shelley's expression went cold for a moment, then she shifted. "Sorry, you probably came in here due to the racket. I'll keep it down. Are you laying low today, or do you have plans?" Aubrey replied, "It's okay, Shelley. I'm normally up by now anyway. If you manage to wake Alex, I'll be impressed. I need to start house shopping, but Alex is going to need to stay here and meet with Tina's people. How do you want to work it?" "I'll probably be going out of the city for most of the day, and I wouldn't mind some advice on what's secure and what isn't." Thinking for a moment, Shelley shrugged. "I'll get Ava to take you. She was your driver from yesterday and doesn't care about being seen. She's about your age and would look like a friend driving around with you. I'll warn you now that she's got a mouth on her, though." Aubrey waved her hand dismissively. "Not like Alex and I don't curse like sailors when the moment calls for it." You say that now," Shelley laughed. "Anyway,
We've been on high alert given what happened yesterday, so we haven't had a chance to discuss it as a group. They need an honest chance to think it over and opt out. We'd get arrested for most of what we're asked to do, so being known to a client is a big deal. As you can tell, we're not exactly a trusting group. If you all got popped by the cops, we don't want you to have names and faces." Aubrey nodded, getting Shelley's point. 20 minutes later, there was a soft knock at the door. Aubrey checked the CCTV and saw a tall blonde woman with an intimidating build standing at the back door. In her hands were a drink carrier and 2 paper sacks. Shelley gave the nurse a nod. Aubrey unbolted the door and swung it open a few inches. "Morning," Ava said while hoisting the food and drink through the gap. Aubrey returned the greeting as she reached out to grab the goods, catching only a partial look at the mercenary on the other side of the door. She was tall, even taller than Alex, and her tight black tank top showed off tanned and well-muscled shoulders. Her dark shades and a beat-up and faded green military hat with a line of safety pins hid most of her other details. Despite looking like she could bench press Aubrey without issue, the other woman flashed a warm smile her way just before she eased the door shut again. The whole exchange took less than 30 seconds before Ava had disappeared to keep watch outside. Trying to not overthink it, Aubrey settled in and began unpacking the food on one of the desks before sliding in behind it. Aubrey drank her coffee in quiet contemplation, waiting for the caffeine and a dose of painkillers for her neck to kick in. Thumbing her earpiece idly, she asked Sophie, "Can you do the first pass on houses and kick it over to my light slate? I don't know what type of price points and features you and Alex had in mind. My needs are simple. The biggest bed we can manage, and one of those rain showers if possible. That thing was magic."
"Certainly, dear. Do keep in mind that I anticipate we'll need to do a renovation on any purchase you make. It's not like you'll find bulletproof glass in a typical listing."
Aubrey gulped a mouthful of her coffee. "You think that's necessary?"
"Unfortunately, yes. Bridge has already had 2 attacks, one at his residence here in town and another at his summer home in Spain. He wasn't at either location when it happened, so his team has kept it out of the headlines. Annoyingly, it isn't one big group, but numerous little groups, so it's challenging to find and isolate them. I'm dropping as many anonymous leaks as I can to local police, but they are effectively overwhelmed. I'll keep hunting, of course. Regarding your house hunting and future needs, I've set up an appropriate obscurity for your purchases. It will appear as though you're shopping for a company that does rental vacation properties for the elite. Your business cards for M12 rentals will arrive shortly, and I suggest that you obtain an appropriate wardrobe using Alex's credit card before you leave the city."
"Fake business?" Aubrey asked.
"No, it's too easy to peel away fake shells, so I purchased a 10-year-old company to help clean funds. It was an excellent investment since the owner's family were looking to quietly exit the market after the founder's passing. During the transition, it came to light that the founder had ties back to illicit activities to keep his clients entertained. It would have become public if the buyer were to dig into the books too deeply. It was nothing that would impact the business going forward, but it was scandalous to his family. Now they wish nothing to do with it. It's ideal for money laundering since they deal in sizable deposits, and it's not unusual for the elite to use large amounts of cash or digital currency for their playtime."
Alex wandered into the back office, looking disheveled and rubbing at his neck with a pained expression. Aubrey handed him a hot chocolate, a croissant, and painkillers. He looked at the bottle, nodded his thanks. He'd barely sat down in the chair at the other desk before he'd inhaled the pastry. He was in his usual blue jeans, but had managed to not grab spare shirts during the mad dash out of the house, so he was wearing the form-fitting black undershirt he'd worn under his layers yesterday. "Sleep well?" Aubrey asked, walking up behind him. Alex shrugged. "Sophie just zonks me right out. Pretty sure I could sleep through a death metal concert. The only issue was that damn mattress.
It deflated enough that I woke up half on concrete with my neck at a sharp angle.
Aubrey gave him a peck on the cheek and began kneading her fingers along his neck. Alex gave out a happy grumble as she worked a thumb into the base of his neck along his shoulders. Alex went limp under her attention, letting her position his head for optimal access as she began massaging the muscles between his shoulder blades.
If I didn't know better, I'd swear you were buttering me up,
Alex mumbled. Aubrey kissed the top of his head and whispered in an over-the-top sultry voice, My big, strong provider. I do believe I simply must go shopping today. We've got that dinner with the Joneses, and I absolutely must get some new outfits, maybe a bit of jewelry. I know. Let's buy a house. That'll give them something to talk about."
Alex ignored the bait and sighed in pleasure as she worked at a knot along his spine. "Oh yeah, I see your point. Get what we need. No need to skimp. You lost just as much as I did, and my insurance should cover it. Sophie can tell you if I'd think it's too much and what I'd like. Just make sure we keep a year worth of payments to Apollo in reserve. I'll probably have to slow down on my public appearances for a bit."
Still in character, Aubrey whispered, "Oh, Alex, you do know how to treat a girl. Could I get $1 million for pocket money? Maybe I could stop and get my nails done and some new underthings."
Aubrey broke down into giggles as Alex began chuckling as well.
Alex grabbed her narrow waist and pulled her into the chair with him, giving her a deep kiss.
From across the room, there was an awkward cough.
Abashedly, Alex let Aubrey up and gave an apologetic smile to Shelley. Chapter 23. Deals with a Devil.
"You must be Tina,"
Alex said, extending his hand and taking the proffered hand in his own. Tina's eyes seemed to be roaming up and down his body as she shook his hand. She used an unusually soft touch, and she let her hand linger in place as well. He quirked a brow, confused and feeling like he was wandering into unintentional territory. Her half-smile made it clear she'd gotten the reaction she was hoping for. They were in the lobby area near the doors of the fab shop that opened onto the street. Alex and Shelley had taped tarps up to the ceiling to carve off a 20 by 20 foot area to hide all the equipment behind them. To the side, Alex had created a nest of sleeping bags and pillows. He finally decided that Tina was intentionally trying to throw him off balance. Money was on the line, after all. If she didn't like the terms, it would be easier to work him if he was focused on other things. Tina continued standing there, looking like she would start devouring him any minute. He couldn't help but let his eyes follow the twists and turns of the geometric folds and swirls that made up her tattoos. They seemed mesmerizing and drew all attention directly to the ample cleavage her black tank top revealed. Finally, feeling the need to fill the silence and put an end to the awkward look, Alex added, "I like your ink. It's well done." Tina smirked, glancing down at the generous swell of her chest, and replied with a glint in her eye, "The fun stuff you can't see." Alex scratched his head, not really knowing what to say to that. He then turned to the man with waxy blue hair standing several paces behind her. The man was a few inches shorter than himself and had massive piercings hanging from his nose, ears, cheeks, and eyebrows, and even running in a series down his throat. His face was greasy-looking, and his clothes were designer brands but heavily stained. His blue hair was standing up in something that began life as a mohawk, but had lost a war with perspiration and heat.
I'm Roquefort,"
the man said, stepping forward and giving a wave of his hand. Alex nearly gagged under the pressure of the body odor that followed him. It was like rotten dairy and foot fungus rolled into one. Eyes burning, Alex asked,
"That's, an interesting name."
"Yeah, it's a nickname. No idea why, but people say it fits."
Roquefort said.
Tina gave Alex a knowing look as he coughed back a reply.
"Yep, seems to fit."
Roquefort said,
So my girl Tina says you all want to test some new party favors, and I'd get to sample the goods for free if I can compare it to other stuff. That for real?
Alex took a couple steps back, trying to get some fresh air.
Yeah, something like that. You'll only be getting a minute per mode at first. We need to test you on several settings before we can move forward. I'm no expert, but it's a wild ride.
Tina cocked her head at Alex. Huh. Thought you'd be a hard square for certain.
Wouldn't figure you for sampling the merchandise.
Alex just shrugged and tossed the mesh cap and cable over to Roquefort.
He wasn't about to start explaining his mental state before dropping into the hallucinogen.
You'll probably want to lie down until you know how you'll react, and while we dial the intensity in. Do you have a phone, or do you need to borrow one?
Roquefort rolled his eyes and pulled out the newest model Apollo phone, the one that had just come out a couple weeks ago.
Without having to ask, he figured out how to put on the headgear, pulling long strands of his mohawk through the diamond-shaped gaps. He clipped the cable to his phone. As soon as the cable was connected, it showed up as external storage, prompting him to install the third-party app called Mesh. Without question, his test subject installed the app and plopped into the bedding pile. Alex made a request to Sophie to remind him to burn the sleeping bags later.
In moments, Roquefort's expression went slack.
He was idly looking at his phone, and other than being expressionless, there was no outward indication anything was happening. As soon as the minute timer was up, he blinked several times.
The fuck? I mean, man, I think I'm in love. Was that really just a minute?
Roquefort asked.
Tina nodded, looking stunned. Laughing madly, he asked,
What the hell was that?
Alex asked,
How about you tell us? That was the best trip, but I came out clean. It's even better than LSD, way stronger too. No dry mouth, no nothing. I couldn't move though. Great for chillin', but no one going to be dancing to that.
He laughed happily.
Can I go again?
Alex nodded. Sure, but let's try a different setting first. Maybe something that you can still party to. You got music on your phone? Alex's test subject queued up a playlist. He didn't recognize the music at all, but it was rich with thrumming beats with woodwinds interleaved. He switched back to the Mesh app, and the effect was immediate. He started weaving to the music, holding his hands up and feeling his chest and jacket. His eyes focused, but alternating between looking at Alex, Tina, or locking onto random objects around the room. He'd just begun to stand up, still moving to the beat, when it tapered off. He came to a stop, looking around, and started giggling uncontrollably. At first, Alex was worried, but the man just started stomping up and down with a gleeful expression on his face.
That is fucking amazing! I feel great, but I'm still stone cold sober. This is way better than Molly.
He shouted happily. He then sat back down on the pile of bedding and tapped the button again, moving to the next test. Tina walked up and scooped her arm into Alex's, nearly plastering herself to his side. I'll get you another couple dozen test subjects, but I do believe we've got a deal. Alex looked down at his guest, confused, briefly wondering if he needed to signal for Shelley, who was just on the other side of the tarp curtain, pistol in hand.
Cool. I'm glad it looks like we can work something out. Testing shouldn't take more than another week or so. But I'll be up front with you, Tina. I'm not sure I get you just yet.
Alex said, scratching at his head with his free hand. She replied coyly, No, not today, but you'll be asking your girl to play soon enough. Alex just face-palmed, knowing that both Shelley and Sophie had heard that. Relishing in his discomfort, Tina simply stood there and lightly ran a finger over his shirt.
I don't even know where to begin with that,
Alex said, feeling a pounding in his head start. Usually buying me a drink and making out, but maybe I'm just curious about my ex's new boy toy and might let you skip a few steps, Tina said.
Alex growled. Okay, that's enough of that. I'd be fine with us having some fun if you were serious. but I'm pretty sure you just want to stir shit up and keep me off balance. That's getting old quick. Besides, Aubrey is still pissed at you, and that's a deal breaker for me. I'd suggest you tread carefully there. A single word from her and I'll find someone else to deal with. I'll let your group figure out how to deal with your fuck-up. You're cute, but I need that kind of drama like I need another hole in my head. Never said I was looking for a third. You get Aubrey to sign off, then maybe we can talk. Alex pulled back from the woman. Until then, business only. Tina had a curious expression, but eventually rolled her eyes. Fine, whatever. Alex shook himself and after a moment tried to get things moving. So I put it all into the contract for you to review. Tina gave him a startled look. What? It's above board. It just keeps us both honest. Alex flipped the document sharing request to her phone. Accepting the transfer request, she set to speed reading the file. Seeming to shift gears quickly, she scrolled rapidly through the documents, hitting the end in less than a minute. Looking up, she seemed impressed. Okay, so I need demo units. Those aren't in here. No one will believe this until they try it. Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't think of that. This batch is off the books, I guess. He reached into a cardboard box and withdrew a small duffel bag and tossed it to her. There are 39 units in there. Rockford's got the 40th. You can take it too, although you should probably wash it first. Hang on to those, you won't get any more freebies. Tina reread a few details. So, my rate is 50% on hardware, with a minimum retail price at $1,000 per unit, and 10% of the dosages? Alex nodded. Yep, trying to keep it simple. I'll let you feel out the market price. I expect a minimum of 500 each, but we split whatever you sell them via weekly true-ups. I figure $1,000 a pop is pretty easy for the party crowd, since they can sober up and go to work or school the next day, and pass drug testing if they are athletes. This won't carry the stigma of street drugs, so feel free to get creative with marketing. Don't feel like you've got to charge everyone the same amount. You could probably get $10K each on burned-out business execs as a new type of spa treatment. Heck, you might even be able to sell it to businesses that have night shifts to keep their workers alert, like truck drivers or convenience stores, since we have settings that can keep you awake without being jittery, and we can lock out unapproved doses. Tina's eyes lit up at the idea of new markets. Wow, yeah, I can see companies going all over that. Maybe even putting call center folks on soothing but alert settings to keep them focused during weird shifts. Damn, we could make a fortune there. And I think I have some contacts I could run it by. I can get you 40 a day right now, but if you regularly sell out, I can scale up with a few days' notice. This could be regulated or outlawed at any point, so I won't be investing in big build-ups until I know we can operate long-term and in the open, Alex said. Tina bit her lip, still staring at the contract on her phone. That makes sense, I guess. Says here I can just do wire transfers or even credit card payments to you? Yep. All above board. It's just electronics as far as the law is concerned. The app lets you set up payment info. It even has instructions for charging, Q&A, and tech support. Set an address you want your orders sent to, and I'll set you up with daily deliveries. Do this right, and I'll get you 3 months exclusive access to supply. Don't move them, and I'll look for other distributors. Tina switched out of the documents and began doing some calculations. After a moment, her eyes got huge. Wait, is this right? At 40 a day, we each get $600K per month? That's street cash, and it's legit? Holy fuck, I've been in the wrong business. Alex chuckled. You'll still have to hustle to move that many, but don't forget to factor in taxes. You also left out commission on the dosages. We haven't locked in those prices yet. I'm starting it off at 20% the cost of whatever a dose of the real stuff would be. From basic stuff like sleeping pills up to new designer stuff like Nexus. I figure we can put some machine learning on the pricing to figure out what folks will spend. Maybe we encourage happy hour discounts or surge pricing on Friday nights. Dunno yet. Tina seemed lost in thought, then began running various numbers into her calculator app. She progressively seemed to be getting more and more excited, and her breathing seemed to speed up. Alex caught a curious flush across her face and noticed the pupils in her dark eyes dilate slightly.
Yes, dear. She's, reacting in peculiar ways to this discussion. Greed appears to be her aphrodisiac.
Alex cleared his throat, trying to regain her attention. Tina gave a stifled yelp, then locked eyes on Alex. She licked her lips as though he was a steak dinner. Okay, this is going to be awesome. I don't even have to factor in delivery runs anymore. Just a one-time sale, and I get a commission on each dose tagged to a unit we sell. Damn, is there anything you need to get this running, like today? Workers? Delivery folks? Anything like that? Alex rubbed at his neck, giving it some thought. Well, yeah, actually. We could use some extra hands for generic manufacturing stuff. Probably a total of maybe 10 people for now. If you've got friends or relatives that need a legit job doing fulfillment, doing inventory control, shift supervisors, and some basic assembly work, we could get up and running faster. I could also use construction contractors to finish this building. Honestly, I don't want to run it, so I'll be looking for capable people. No one with violent records, though, but I'll take referrals since you've got skin in the game, too. It'd be above board, and we're zoned for mixed use. It'll be under my company, so competitive wages, standard benefits, holidays off, the usual BS you'd expect. I never thought corporate would sound so fucking sexy. Tina purred. I think that's your greed talking. Your cut is over $7 million per year, even at this piddly rate of production, that even one person can run. We could probably scale to 10 or 20 times that in this one facility, if you can move it. You'll have to pay your people, of course. That's your problem, not mine. Oh, and you better play nice. Don't forget about that. All this goes away if you try to pull a fast one on any level, or decide to be a pain in the ass, especially to my ladies. Like I said, one word from them and you're out. Alex reminded. She bit her lip hard as her breathing sped up even more. Tina licked her lips and nodded, holding the duffel bag close to her ample chest, finally letting out a shuddering breath. I need to call Aubrey. She muttered and began walking to the door in a daze. Hey, take him with you, Alex said, pointing to a blank-faced Roquefort. Chapter 24. Sweat Equity. Aubrey pulled on her ivory-colored peacoat and mirrored aviator glasses, slipping into the mask she'd been developing with Sophie's assistance over the last few hours. Her knee-high leather Sylvia platform boots made a soft snap and swish as she exited the rented Range Rover's passenger door and began striding down the walkway. She looked around, taking in the fact that she'd never actually been to Camino Island before, despite being a Seattle native. Her eyes then drifted back to the house from the listing. In retrospect, she hesitated to call this a house. The word estate seemed to fit at first, but it was more like a compound. A 6,500-square-foot modern craftsman home and its 4-car garage were connected by flagstone pathways to a dock, a detached 2-story workshed, a barn, and even a 3,000-square-foot guest house. The tall rockwork was accented with large glass windows that reached to the top of the vaulted ceilings. Large exposed wooden beams adorned with heavily detailed carvings accented the exterior, providing a contrasting warm amber color. Aubrey decided that yes, compound was the correct term as she read over the listing again. It had just under 14 acres of land, with much of it along Port Susan. Having been expected, Ava and Aubrey were immediately buzzed through the exterior security gate that rimmed the entire acreage, and were instructed to head on up to the front door of the main house.
Aubrey made it 2 steps towards the covered porch before the real estate agent swished the main entrance open with a flourish. The woman was on the older side of middle-aged, with long blonde hair and an artificially white smile. Aubrey gave her a measured smile, and there was a brief exchange of business cards. Aubrey didn't waste time outlining what she needed to see. The real estate agent pulled her deeper into the home, offering a glass of wine, which Aubrey declined, saying she had several more stops today. The agent took it in turn, and Aubrey tried her hardest not to feel anxious or out of place. This location had been on the list that Sophie had approved, but Aubrey thought it couldn't be right. Alex's condo had been upscale to her, but this was an entirely different league. "Sophie, I don't know about this," Aubrey whispered once the agent was far enough ahead that she wouldn't be heard. "It's okay to be nervous, dear. Just go with your cover. You aren't buying it for yourself, you're shopping for rentals for work. It's all someone else's money anyway." "No, it's the house." "I wish I could see it. If you're nervous, it must be terrifying. I had high hopes for this one." "No, it's too nice, too big," Aubrey murmured. "Oh, I know it's a little higher on the price range, but it's still acceptable. We've got the cash reserves and the insurance money to make it happen. Alex just got another $2 million from the streaming thing, even if it did cause us problems. And I got a fresh set of clean deposits yesterday. This house is much larger than the other listings, but cheaper than several since it's 90 minutes out of the city center. If you like it or think it has potential after renovations, even at asking price, you can make it home however you see fit. Alex wouldn't deny you an extravagance." "This place is massive, Sophie. What the hell would we do with all this space?" Aubrey asked. "Keep in mind that we'll be boarding at least a few of the security team around the clock. This was the only listing with a guest house that could give you some separation for their benefit as well as yours. They will need space where they can relax and not be on duty. It also has significant lines of sight along the beach, a security fence around the entire property, and being on an island with only one bridge means fewer security checkpoints are necessary. We may spend enough on increased security for other places to make up the difference." Aubrey let out a little whimper, trying to deal with the gorgeous view of the bay she'd just been led to. "Is everything okay, miss?" the older woman asked. "Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. I've just been on my feet all day. Perhaps I should have gone with more practical footwear," Aubrey offered lamely. Might I suggest the spa just a mile down the road? Their seaweed wraps are simply amazing, and they do a fabulous foot treatment," the agent replied. "It's right next to a couple of amazing restaurants tucked right against the water, which should keep your clients happy. They can have fine dining or can go casual with a pizza place overlooking the water. They also have waterfront access, so your clients can dock here and sail over if they wish. Both are suitable for anything under 60 feet. I've heard that the larger ones could cause problems, so you may want to factor that in if improvements are needed. The yacht club across the bay, however, can handle almost anything. They have marvelous dining options as well. The current owners frequented sailing there for brunch." Aubrey coughed into her hand, not even being able to process the concept of yachting. "Might we skip ahead to the master bedroom? The pictures online didn't seem to capture the entire room." The realtor led Aubrey up to a beautiful set of ornate wooden stairs and informed her it was at the end of the hall. As she climbed the stairs, Aubrey flipped through the listing, noting the 4 additional bedrooms on this floor, each with their own private bath. She then looked to the end of the hall where 2 wood-finished security doors opened into the master bedroom. Sliding into the room, Aubrey found it was more than twice as large as Alex's old bedroom, with a high vaulted ceiling and plush white rugs placed over the brilliantly polished wood floors. From her view, she could make out a massive walk-in closet that would qualify as a studio apartment elsewhere. To one wall, a custom, bigger than the king-sized bed was arranged. Along the wall were white leather couches and a chaise lounge. Floor-to-ceiling frosted windows opened the room directly onto the water. She tapped a smart panel to her right, expecting it to turn on the lights. But instead, the electrochromatic frosted glass suddenly changed into clear, giving a gorgeous view over the water. A high-pitched squeal involuntarily made it out of Aubrey's lips. Around the corner, it opened into a massive master bathroom with separate sinks, a standalone jetted tub big enough for 4 people, and a separate shower. Aubrey checked, and it had the same electronically controlled rain shower system as Alex's old condo. Turning in place and marching straight into the hallway where the agent awaited her instructions, Aubrey stuck out her hand. I think it fits our requirements. I'll need to run it by my people, but I believe we'll make an offer on it, as furnished.
You should know that Aubrey has most likely secured our new home. She worries that it's too extravagant. Can I send you pictures before she puts ink on paper?
Sure. Just a moment. Alex dumped the last of the heavy barrel of silicone into the hot dye feed. He pulled off his shirt and mopped it across his head, hoping to wipe the sweat away. Eventually, he gave up as the fabric had exceeded its absorption capacity. Alex hung the damp shirt on the edge of the table. He hoped it might dry in the ridiculous heat the dye system was putting out. Despite the overhead vent that was gusting away, the machinery created a massive hot spot in the shop, as it warmed the materials for shaping. Alex grabbed his water bottle and drained it in a quick series of gulps before reaching for his light slate. Sophie pulled up the listings photos and then added her own. He flipped through them for a moment and realized why Aubrey was concerned, but brushed it away. Sophie had already overlaid a security analysis of the future security checkpoints, fields of fire, where to place surveillance systems, and suggested renovations to maintain their personal security. At this point, he was more than willing to let security concerns override any cosmetic preferences. I mean, it's lavish as fuck, but if it's in the budget, then do it. Although it also looks like we're probably not getting many options for delivery that far out, Alex observed.
Unfortunately, no. The neighbors probably have a personal chef drop in a few nights a week. There is pizza delivery, but you might want to give a thought about having proper support staff beyond security. Your and Aubrey's time is better spent towards higher-impact tasks that we cannot delegate.
Like feeding a hot-as-balls silicone extruder? Alex pointedly asked.
Exactly. I told you I could wait, but you insisted on helping.
Nothing high-impact was calling for me. Plus, now that I'm not on lift restrictions, I felt the need to get hands-on. Do something physical. Alex replied. A girl could take that as an opening, if she didn't know you weren't talking to her. Shelley quipped from over his shoulder. Alex figured she must have walked in while he was distracted. She leaned against the work table directly beside him, folded her arms, and gave him an obvious once-over. Alex muttered, Damn it, not you too. Maybe you're just fun to tease, sir. You're always so focused and collected. It's nice to see you blush. You get all red-faced and flustered. It's pretty obvious what particular buttons you have. Shelley added with a chuckle. Alex grunted. Fair enough. You're not wrong. My mind does tend to get stuck in a high-speed loop around beautiful women. He shook his head. It really was like Sophie had hit puberty as she was discovering the world and was taking him along for the ride. I guess you need to talk, since I can't imagine you're looking to get all sweaty with me, he said, seeing Shelley's mirthful grin. He face-palmed and added, Damn it. I meant working the die caster through the hotbox. Ah, so that's what the kids are calling it nowadays. Relishing in Alex's full-face blush, she added, Seems like you've got a steady supply of interested ladies. Maybe it makes me wonder what the fuss is about. I'm pretty sure that Tina chick had to change her panties after you told her she'd have to get a permission slip. Alex's crimson cheeks turned an even darker red. He swallowed what little pride he still had and decided to just embrace it. Yeah, figured you'd heard that. Blame it on the accident. Everyone told me you'd have to have a hole in your head to have more than one girl. But here I am.
I don't see the appeal, personally. The hole in the head thing, I mean. Sure, it's good for ventilation, but it makes styling your hair a complete pain in the ass.
Shelley gave a genuine laugh that made a warmth spread through his chest. Alex caught himself intentionally blanking his thoughts for a few moments before his hormones were back under control. Shelley may have had close to 10 years on him, but she was still firmly in the hot fitness trainer category. Of course, he'd have to get over the fact that he'd seen her beat a man into submission using only her thumb. Alex decided there was no way Sophie missed it, but was thankful that she hadn't chimed in. Blessedly, Shelley changed the subject. So, that headgear you're working on, mesh, I think it's called? That's the working title for our dryware system. Sophie rips patterns from my brain and creates some sort of bootloader in the wearer based on that. From there, she can push a lot of different stuff. Most recreational or prescription drugs get neural pattern analysis nowadays, so she can just yank the research studies profiles to replicate the effect. She can even prevent it from being habit-forming. Alex shrugged. It's not like we've done FDA trials or anything, but Tina didn't waste any time. In the last few hours, she's had over 20 people tested already, and it worked every time. We just had to tweak the intensity a bit here and there. I didn't notice any side effects at all, either. Sophie wouldn't risk my well-being if she weren't confident it was safe. So, is it ready for other stuff? I mean, beyond getting high as a fucking kite? Shelley questioned seriously. Alex pushed a thought to Sophie and immediately received a phone call. He popped it into speakerphone mode. Alex mused that he needed to get permanent speakers or something wired up when he got a chance. Sophie could, of course, automatically accept the call and put herself on speakerphone. But they'd agreed to give everyone else the visual cue that she was being brought into the conversation. The idea that she'd hacked everyone's phone might be unsettling to the others, so it was best to downplay it as well.
Yes, we should be ready for preliminary trials for concentration, reaction time, and cognition-boosting enhancements. I copied several drugs the military has been testing for troop enhancements and extrapolated on what I knew to fix the issues. More will be on the way, but I prioritized those patterns so your team can test them while the wetware equipment is being developed. They should have a cumulative effect and have direct combat or protection detail applications.
Alex reached into a box that had the finished products for the cap and cable and tossed it to Shelley. You guys got a tactical range or something? I'd love to see it before and after test, if it's scored. Bill it to me if you need. Yep, we get rent at a training facility. It's kind of like what the SWAT folks use. Call me interested, but I'm not ready to get impaired on the gun range if I push the wrong button. How do the controls work? Shelley asked.
Not to worry. I manage each activation. I've already suppressed any of the recreational features from the app for you until your tests are complete and you can familiarize yourself with the process. After that, those options will be available from the app if you choose to use them. I also have full override control, so if you just tell me what you need, I can set you up and run it for you.
Sophie clarified. Shelley nodded, looking over the mesh, and asked, Going to become an arms dealer, sir? Start selling to governments for troop equipment? I know a few guys if you are. Alex rubbed at his neck. Maybe. Dunno. Might sell them the dryware versions and keep the wetware versions for us. If it's our dregs, then I'm not against cashing in. It'd be a couple versions behind at a minimum. They sure as hell wouldn't be getting hardware without a back door in it that we could shut down if they moved on us. Could probably just remotely put all their troops to sleep if we needed. Fucking hell, Shelley mused aloud. You really could start taking over. Can't even drink legally and you're heading toward world domination. I'm not sure why everyone says that. It's almost like you all are pushing me to do it. Alex asked, half seriously. Is it my face? Do I have a villainous face? Should I get a cat to pet while scheming, to complete the look? Shelley shook her head. No, nothing like that, but you do have something about you. Those dark eyes of yours seem to just peel back everything in the room. It's like you're 5 moves ahead before the game has even started."
Alex rolled his eyes. "Great, so I have beady eyes now." Shelley whacked him in the shoulder. "Sir, don't be an idiot. You're plenty easy on the eyes. What I meant is you also seem to get to solutions from the weirdest fucking angles. You're also not against working in the gray areas. Fuck. You're using drug dealers to push electronics. From what Sophie tells me, you're charming enough to have somehow flipped your enemies to allies and managed to fund an empire in a couple weeks." Alex shrugged. It was true, but it hadn't been easy. He'd also gotten fucked up in the process by not being paranoid enough. Shelley paused, giving it a bit more thought, then offered, "Hell, we don't come cheap, and you haven't even flinched on making payroll. Ava even sent me photos of that fucking island compound you're buying. It might as well be your evil lair, complete with rooms for us minions. We've worked for powerful people, trust me. You're on a better start than most. Aside from a bit of kidnapping and roughing folks up, we haven't had to do any really dirty jobs for you. We haven't even had to kill anyone yet. I mean, I guess you did. Barehanded, no less." Alex cringed. "Yeah, let's not go spreading that around. Self-defense and all, but we still covered up the crime scene." Shelley shrugged, glancing around the workspace. "We already swept the place, if you're worried about bugs. Anyway, it wouldn't matter to us if it was a hit to make a point. But it's nice that you aren't a bloodthirsty bastard. Digging holes gives me blisters. Still, you'll probably live a lot longer if you don't shy away from doing what needs to be done." "About that." Alex paused. "Any recommendations? I've never even fired a gun. Never took any sort of self-defense either. I'm a fast learner, but I got by the other day on being too messed up to be afraid and dumb luck." Shelley gave the question some serious thought. "First step is getting you some body armor. They make lightweight level 3 stuff that passes for normal clothing. It won't stop a rifle round or high-velocity small-caliber rounds, but not much shy of the hard plate stuff will. Politicians and the like usually have it tailored into suits, but it's a civilian issue, so we can buy it in the open." Alex made a sour face. "Suits? Nothing comfortable?" Shelley gave a non-committal shrug. "Probably best to ask them. It's pretty thick cloth, but that's just what I've seen. Maybe they can do more. Personally, I'm more a fan of layered polyethylene plate, but trust me, everyone knows when you wear something like that. It looks like superhero armor straight out of a comic book." "Fine, if you kick me over the info, I'll get it done. Not wearing a damn tie, though. What else? I probably can't turtle up and run every time." Shelley shrugged. "I think we go with Krav Maga, physical conditioning and basic weapons training. One of the girls or I can start training you when we relocate. Normally, we'd make sure our VIP isn't armed. You're as much a danger to us as an attacker. For bodyguard duty, our goal is extraction, not engagement. But if we aren't in public, it might be good for you to know how to handle yourself if shit comes up. I've seen the news. Folks are after your blood. But sitting here across from you, I really don't get why." People are just afraid of what they don't understand. Rapid advances in technology tend to scare the shit out of people, and I didn't exactly make it easy on them, flying the post-human banner. If Homo erectus had smashed the head of every Homo sapiens that popped up, then they'd still be around. So it's not exactly an unfounded fear." Alex said. "Not to be a dick about it, sir, but that's a non-answer. Not for what I'm seeing. Even otherwise normal people seem to have a bug up their ass about you. That's not the same as complaining when your phone needs an update," Shelley said. Alex made a groan of displeasure. "Fine. It's easy for me to be blasé about it since I didn't have a choice, but there's a lot to this. Once augmentations become a doable thing, society is in for a hell of a shock. Probably just as bad, or even worse than the Revision 4.6 incidents." "Worse than 4.6? You can't be serious, Shelley asked, wide-eyed.
Alex's face grew grim.
Think of it this way. If you had to hire another person on your team, and one could learn languages on the fly, couldn't get rattled under fire, and wouldn't fall asleep on watch, and the other person was just normal, who would you hire? How would that normal person feel if they knew they were applying for the job against an augmented person?
Shelley looked taken aback.
Huh. I guess they'd probably have to get augmented to keep up. Alex nodded. Yeah, but what if they didn't want to be augmented? It won't be cheap, for one, but a lot of people hate the idea of surgery. Vision correction has been around for a long time, but a lot of folks still would rather wear glasses than have their eyes poked at. They might even have religious reasons, or maybe medical reasons outside of their control that prevent it. He blew out a frustrated breath. Now apply that to their personal life. An augmented partner wouldn't forget your birthday, would have better job security, and would have better temper control. They'd even have the willpower or electrical stimulations to stay in shape and maintain a diet. Hell, it might even be able to prevent some of the mental deterioration as someone ages. That's just at the level of interaction we've cracked after only a few months. How long would it be before dating apps had a filter specifically for augmented?
Shelley remained silent for nearly a minute, chewing on his words.
It had become a status thing, too. Another division in society. People love to hate.
Alex nodded.
That's a lot to unpack, and it's also why I want the attention on bridge, not me. I can make a ton of money doing public appearances, but I can't do that if people are trying to take me out. We've got to balance the risks and rewards. I want them focused on him, if possible, or at least divided, so I can move freely. Cat's out of the bag, but folks are going to try to put it back in, dead or alive. World changing, just like 4.6, just in different ways. Damn, you're right, Shelley muttered, then fell silent, looking lost in thought. Alex assumed she'd been laser-focused on her improved combat skills without factoring in the societal upheaval augmentation could cause. He couldn't really blame her. Not everyone could wrap their head around big-picture changes of that magnitude. Alex briefly pondered if that was just his personality that did so, or if it was Sophie's influence. Ultimately, he knew the debate was pointless. Without her, he was only a broken robot. What he considered his current personality was an amalgamation. It simply couldn't exist without both parties. He followed the rabbit holes in his mind for a moment, but didn't see any clear resolution to his existential debate. He did, however, notice that Shelley was likewise lost in deep thought. Alex gave her a moment before he walked over and patted her on the shoulder. Think it over. Let me know if you want to talk about it. You might end up one of the very first voluntarily augmented humans at the rate we're going. After testing, Aubrey will always be first to get the new toys if she wants them, but you're probably going to be second. That is, if you're planning on sticking around? He asked. He'd not heard confirmation yet, and it was worrying him. You're second, huh? That's quite the compliment, considering most folks hire mercs to be disposable. Kinda like prostitution. You hire them to do their, job, and then leave. Shelley coughed and looked apologetic as she realized she'd gotten off track. Yeah, we're in. I think a few of my crew would mutiny if I backed out now. The chance to be the first operative to get jacked in is just too damn awesome. You did give me something to think about, though. This could end up a brutal, bloody thing if we aren't careful. You sure you're still interested? Alex asked. Yeah, my girls were pretty clear that they'd rather be on the winning side when Sophie takes over the world and hands it to you on a silver platter. Shelley said in a matter-of-fact way, as though it was already a foregone conclusion in her mind, and she'd accepted its inevitability. Alex was a bit taken aback at first, but the longer he thought on it, the less he seemed to mind. It could have been Sophie taking the wheel on his thoughts, but Alex knew it struck a chord in his darker desires. It also scared the crap out of him at the same time. Finally realizing that it didn't matter, he decided to embrace his role in his budding empire. Good. Sophie is probably going to want to strike back against the opposition before they can scatter. I'll want your team being the sword on this one. Let's find some creative ways to put the hurt to the bastards that tried to firebomb me," Alex said with a wicked gleam in eyes. Shelley hummed happily. Now you're speaking my language, sir. I'll get the girls rested up for an op. Now do me a favor and put on a damn shirt. You're like fucking catnip right now, and I'm not sure I could share." Alex just rolled his eyes, deciding that she was just screwing with him, but complied anyway, sliding back on the still soggy black t-shirt. He returned to his work at the extruder, watching it push out thin sheets of silicone to Sophie's specification. Her yellow robotic arms were punching out diamond shapes that made the net-like design and then cutting the cap free. Next, it was placed into a mold that emulated the curve of a head and organized into a stack. Each inverted bowl shape had a set of prongs that suspended it over the one under it, allowing them to be nested without putting pressure on the still soft silicone. Once gathered together, she shunted the stack into a large heated box that would temper the material and remove any unwanted chemicals that remained. Alex couldn't help but find the process fascinating to watch. Once she had the fourth stack of 10 in the machine, she closed the oven and began its slow heat tempering process. It would take several hours before they would be ready to start the process of embedding the electronics. "Sophie?" Alex pushed.
"Yes, dear."
"What's the game plan? I'm assuming no one was caught for the firebombing, right?" Alex asked.
"Not yet. The FAA's investigative branch is on it along with the FBI, but they don't have anyone in custody. There are simply too many different groups there, so they are still interviewing people. I can also see where your mind is going, and I can confirm that yes, I've already found many connections between the plots and organizations that would do you harm. I've already identified assets that I can go after, but they are not organized or well-funded, so the impact would be minimal. You should know that the protesters seem to be getting traction in the government, but they are careful about their communications. I would like to connect some dots, and to do so, I'd like to get physical access to a few of the protest groups. Mostly this would involve getting into hotel rooms across the city. Since we can exploit their youth and gender, having Shelley's team dress up as housekeeping would be the most effective approach. We can hit in the middle of the day while the offenders are out, rather than waiting until nightfall."
Alex laughed for a moment, then locked eyes at Shelley, who was doing crunches on the other side of the workspace. "Yo, Shelley, how do you feel about wearing maid outfits?" Alex shouted. A moment later, he heard a snort followed by giggles through the air ducts from whoever was on the roof. Chapter 25. Pandora. Alex wasn't going to be allowed anywhere near the hotels in question, since he could be easily recognized by the targets. However, Shelley was willing to let him tag along while she arranged logistics. After some internet searches, they found a specialty electronics store and picked up an old-fashioned RFID programmer, a stack of blank keycards, and a box full of compact wireless earbuds, like what Aubrey had been using. Next, they drove across town to a uniform supply shop, where she picked up generic-looking women's shirts in maroon, black, and blue. A few doors down at a women's clothing store, she purchased an armload of black slacks, checking sizes from her light slate as she went. As they shopped, Shelley opened up about her life. She'd gone straight from high school to 2 tours in what she affectionately called the sandbox. Her subsequent political science degree via the GI Bill brought her to Seattle. Despite successfully getting away from the arid deserts she'd experienced over the last few years, schoolwork had been too dull after being in the field. After 2 semesters, she'd reached out to a few friends and found the idea of contract work spoke to her.
Shelley seemed interested in his life as well. But Alex felt a stab in his heart every time he had to force a smile through an answer when she asked questions about his family or life before the accident. Losing his parents was still too recent, and there were far too many questions that he couldn't remember an answer for, which just reminded him of how broken he was. Thankfully, after a while, she clued into his discomfort and focused on his plans or recent events. Aubrey thumbed at her phone nervously as the van pulled to a stop. She glanced over to the intimidating woman behind the driver's seat and quickly pulled her eyes forward. The nurse realized she had volunteered to have a paid killer follow her around for the day and was having second thoughts. While the tall woman had been nothing but friendly as they'd gone house hunting, the blonde woman looked like she could break someone in half with nothing more than an angry look. The woman dressed a bit like a surfer girl down to the streaked highlights and backed up by the deep tan. But beyond that, she was all hard muscle, scars, a few tattoos in Latin running down her arm, and tended to fall into a distant stare that spooked the shit out of the nurse. As though sensing the smaller woman's discomfort, Ava said, "Relax, Aubrey. I ain't gonna fucking bite. Well, unless someone screws with you. Then just stay behind me and do what I say. We do need to get you kitted out, though. Your clothes won't work." Aubrey looked down at her leather jacket, confused. It had Alex's company logo on a patch on her left shoulder, but it was Velcro-backed, so she could remove it. Other than that, she was wearing blue jeans and a simple gray t-shirt. She'd already ditched the real estate getup, her expensive clothes and jewelry being stowed in a duffel in the back after they'd returned the rented SUV. With her normal street clothes, she thought she'd blend in just about anywhere. "What's wrong with what I'm wearing?" Aubrey asked. "Looks too normal," Ava grumbled. "Shelley explains this better, but a lot of our gigs require acting to blend in, and we dress the part. Just like earlier, you had to look like you worked in real estate. Otherwise, they'd have asked questions. That was a flashier outfit, but it backstopped your story. Now we've got a different role to play. If these were upscale hotels, maybe you could reuse it. But that was kind of eye-catching, so we'd avoid that if we can, for this phase. We need to be unremarkable, so different clothes." "Does it really matter that much?" "My clothes are fine. They don't stand out," Aubrey said. Ava shook her head. "It's more than not standing out. When someone enters a room, they try to guess how you fit in. We try to make it easy and give them shortcuts. Clothes are a big part of that. Keeps jackasses from noticing things that we don't want them to. Nosy people can make shit go sideways faster than calling a cabbie's mother fat." "Sounds like a job for someone who likes to collect shoes," Aubrey said with a touch of mirth. Ava gave an amused snort. "Yeah, something like that. You wouldn't believe the size of Shelley's closet." "Wait, really? I figured like a massive gun collection. But clothes? Don't tell me she secretly wears pink," Aubrey said. The mercenary rolled her eyes. "I'm not dumb enough to comment on that. I'll just say we wear what the job requires. Unless we have a job where that's needed, we usually want something that causes their eyes to just slide off you." Aubrey asked, "So, like dressing in black slacks and a button-up with an apron if you're hanging around outside an Italian restaurant?" Ava flashed her an easy grin and said, "Exactly like that. Good to know you've got some brains, chica. Context is everything. I dressed up as an instructor and sat on a bench outside the building gym to keep an eye on your lobby. Clipboard sign-up sheets for cycling class, the whole 9 yards. We try to live the role, but be forgettable." Aubrey blinked as the memories clicked into place. "Wait, I think I saw you. You were signing a dark-haired woman up for something. I didn't even recognize you today." Ava nodded. "Yep, the fact you lived there and didn't spot me just means I did my job. The chick you saw signing the forms? That was Carla. You'll meet her later." Aubrey said, "She's cute. I'd guess she's not from around here, though. Or was the fish-out-of-water look an act?"
I'll let others explain their background. Not sure what all they want to say, but yeah, Carla's from the shit show formerly known as Venezuela, the one Sophie helped out. She's fairly new to the team and still has a bit of culture shock every time we pass a grocery store with food out front since they aren't being looted. Aside from that, she's really nice but doesn't talk much. She does our demolitions work, communications, and anything underwater, Ava said. Ava nodded toward the building, wordlessly prodding them toward the clothing store she'd parked in front of. It was a chain store that catered to a mix of casual and business wear. Next to it was a shoe store advertising a 75% off sale, complete with inflatable tube men out front. Ava locked the van and set a casual pace towards the clothing shop. Aubrey eyed the aisles of clothing and asked, "So, what am I going for?" "Tourist. Overly colorful or clothes that are stupid to wear here due to the rain. Like you came from Arizona and didn't know any better," Ava said. Aubrey nodded, getting the idea. Ava stayed a few racks over, but nonchalantly checked the exits and seemed to keep an eye on the other shoppers nearby without being overt about it. After a minute, Aubrey found what she was looking for in a flowy black dress with bright orange flowers on it. With a nod of her head, she directed her bodyguard toward the sunglass rack as she made her way down the aisle of clothes. Aubrey glanced around, ensuring that no one else was within hearing distance. "Anyone else I might have run into?" Ava paused, looking as if she was debating something. After a few beats, she said, "Well, Shelley gave the okay, but it's probably best not to ask too many questions in public. I'll give you one that I don't think anyone would mind. The coffee shop where you met Tina? Did anyone stand out?" Aubrey shook her head. "No, I was trying not to freak out thinking I was alone in there. My, housemate, Emily, was in there. Asian chick, maybe 5'8" and looks like she needs a sandwich or three. Dressed like a business type." Aubrey ran through the crowd in her mind, then snapped her fingers. Twiggy laptop girl? She kept rolling her eyes and looking annoyed as she worked on her email. Typed like she had anger management issues? Ava nodded. "Like I said, we try to make it easy to stereotype us. Keeps people from thinking too much about it. She hacked off and dyed her hair blonde last month after she had a close encounter with a Molotov cocktail. It tends to stand out, so she wears a black wig depending on the role she has. That computer bag she was lugging had a submachine gun in it, and she was wearing body armor under her business suit in case she needed to get between you and a threat." "Fuck," Aubrey said, her eyes going wide. Ava agreed. "No shit. We take our job seriously. We had your back, even if you didn't know it. Trish, our marksman, had a sniper rifle aimed at the cafe, too, in case some shit for brains got froggy. Oh, and Emily is a fucking hard-ass. So don't tell her I said anything about her needing a sandwich. I'm kind of couch surfing at her place. My credit is shot to hell, so I'd rather not end up on my ass." Aubrey snorted but gave the mercenary a nod. She decided Ava wasn't at all what she feared the woman might be. There were plenty of hard edges, to be certain, but there was more to her than that. In quick order, Aubrey picked out some flip-flops, big sunglasses, and a sun hat. She'd probably get cold if weather set in, but Ava had approved the outfit. The mercenary had only suggested she grab an oversized purse that had sequins in the shape of the Space Needle on the side to round her outfit out and to serve as the obvious token souvenir. As they hit the parking lot, Aubrey asked, "So, what's next?" Ava checked the clock on her phone as she put the van into drive. "We're not far from go time. We've got to pick up Jamie." "Anything I should know about her?" Aubrey asked. "She's unique. Shelley keeps her in check, but otherwise, she's like..." Ava scrunched up her face a bit. "So, I'm gonna say something, and I need you to not get weirded out." The nurse quirked her brow and motioned for her to continue. "So I pulled up surveillance on you all. I even listened in to a fair number of conversations as I scanned the crowds with our laser microphone.
I've seen Alex in public and then switch to a completely different persona around you. Know what I mean? Ava asked. Aubrey gave the woman a cold, flat stare, not liking where this was going. Ava held her hands up in a placating motion while the auto drive took care of passing traffic. Come on, it ain't like that. Watch any of his public videos, then tell me that's the same Alex you see. I probably wouldn't notice, but we pulled jobs for all sorts of cutthroat bastards and the occasional legit psychopath. He doesn't strike me as the dangerous type. Well, to us. I don't know the right terms for it, but there's something different in the way he thinks. You're a nurse. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Aubrey looked away for a few moments. Swallowing hard, she admitted, Yeah, Alex is a bit different. Doesn't mean I don't love... She paused, clearing her throat. Ava had hit a nerve even if she hadn't meant to. He means a lot to me, okay? He'd do anything to protect Sophie or me. Hell, he literally killed someone to save my dumb ass. His implant might have been messed up, but he doesn't regret it. Doubt he even seems to think about it at all, right? Ava asked, her voice a bit kinder this time. Aubrey sighed, pointedly not looking at the other woman. Speaking toward her window, she said, It's probably post-neurosurgery APD. A layperson would probably call his symptoms set sociopathy. I should have filed the paperwork for a full diagnosis, but didn't. I just couldn't do that to him. It would have stuck to him for a long time, and Apollo might not have wanted him if that got out. He and Sophie are learning how to be normal after the accident, so that might change over time. He doesn't make connections to people easily, but the ones he does mean a lot. Yes, he acts his way through things at times or gets impulsive. By default, he tends to think of others as assets, not people. Aside from me, no one else seems to notice. Or, well, most people don't. I'd rather not get into it, if that's okay. I hear ya. Sorry, I didn't mean to poke at it. For the record, I don't think Alex is all that bad. I was one of the first ones to say we should stay on with you all. It ain't a problem for us. Besides, like you said, Sophie will probably get him all squared away. But, well, my point is that Jamie's like that too, just without the surgery and without Sophie. Don't be startled if she starts acting differently as we start the op. It's like a damn light switch with her, and you'd swear you're talking to a different person. She changes full backstories, languages, and mannerisms faster than most people could change their shoes. She can even pass a lie detector or stress analysis test while keeping her covers. None of the rest of us can pull that off. That bad? Or, well, good, I guess, with her job. Aubrey asked. I've seen her knife a target in an alley, then go shoe shopping a half hour later. It doesn't seem to bother her at all. She's not psycho or anything, just disconnected. She doesn't do it outside of contracts, but she's got her quirks. Especially around guys. She's a lot of fun most of the time. She makes friends easily, is usually the life of the party, and is smart as fuck. Just pick up on whatever role she's in and play along. Also, don't bother asking about her past. You'll get a different answer every time. Ava said. Aubrey became lost in her own thoughts after that, just watching the traffic flow by as Ava drove. The comparison to Jamie's behavior was problematic, but wasn't surprising. Aubrey had worked with Alex long enough to know the broken parts and read him before he could respond. She'd spent months guessing what was in there, behind those dark eyes of his. When his implant had taken hold, everything had changed. For a moment, she wondered if he was still too broken to build real relationships, but pushed it away almost immediately. In her heart, she knew better. Besides, Sophie hadn't lied to her yet, and she was literally rooting around in his brain nonstop. If they didn't care for her, there's no way they would have volunteered to get involved in her problems, especially not the AI. He might be damaged, but he wasn't hopelessly broken. She next debated if he'd have gotten involved in her issues with Tina's crew if he was normal. Somehow she doubted it. She'd reached out to every old friend or contact she'd dared. Everyone else shut her down cold as soon as she hinted she was in trouble with a gang and needed money. Her mind followed that line of thinking for a bit, and she wondered if Alex not blending was really that big of a problem. There was no shortage of executive types with a borderline antisocial personality diagnosis, which seemed to fit Alex's plans anyway. Maybe that wasn't the end of the world if she and Sophie could keep the worst of it at bay. Besides, she had more than enough empathy for both of them, and he'd already asked her to be their moral compass. That went a long way to him acknowledging the issue and addressing it. After a bit, she decided that since Alex wouldn't know normal if it bit him in the ass, maybe, just maybe, he could be something better. She knew she had her own messed-up quirks, and it wasn't like she hadn't made entire chains of terrible decisions in the past. Decisions that had nearly gotten him killed and put her in jail for a long time. Besides, if there was one person in the world that accepted her as she was, faults and all, it was him. The way he looked at her made her feel like she was the center of his world. She held on to that idea for a moment, and it made her smile. The nurse was pulled out of her musings as Ava pulled the van even with the electric charging station in front of a shopping center. The merc aimed her phone at the smart logo sign in front of her parking spot, and her Seattle Public Utilities app popped up. Ava tapped the button for a quick charge, but Aubrey noticed the name registered in the app was someone else, probably a stolen identity. Outside, robotic arms whirred to life under the car and extended up to the charge terminals. They waited for several minutes and chatted about inconsequential things. Apparently, the two shared a lot of movie tastes in common, and were big fans of the Princess Bride reboot. After a bit, the conversation lulled, and they both began poking at their phones. The redhead glanced up and noticed a woman walking their way from the far side of the parking lot. Aubrey's jaw went a little slack as she got a good look at the stunning brunette with long curls that bounced as she strutted along the asphalt lot. The woman was wearing a tan leather half jacket and skinny jeans, and had a black backpack slung over one shoulder. Under her jacket, she wore a punk band t-shirt that looked to be fighting a war to restrain her generous chest and tapered off to her narrow waist. Aubrey let out a little sigh as her thoughts drifted. There was Hot, and then there was this woman. Her hair, makeup, figure, all of it looked straight out of a centerfold photo shoot. An impulse to step out and find an excuse to say hello flared up for a moment before Aubrey forcefully reminded herself she was already in a relationship. She had a twinge of regret as she parsed the extent of that. She really was trying to be good. After a moment, she convinced herself that Alex wouldn't mind her eyes straying, as she continued watching the woman's improbable hourglass figure and confident walk as the brunette walked to her car, probably parked nearby. She let a few scenarios play out in her mind idly as she continued to wait. There was a grunt from the driver's seat. Yeah, there's Jamie. Right on time. Aubrey's eyes momentarily went wide as that clicked home. She mentally cursed as she realized her life just got a little bit harder. There was a lot of things she was good at, but she didn't deal well with temptation. At all. Once she was about 20 feet from the van, Jamie's blue eyes locked onto Aubrey, and after a small twitch, her resting predatory smirk turned warm, and the woman gave her a wide smile. Sliding open the back door, the newcomer jumped in and thrust a hand forward. Aubrey, great to meet you. I'm Jamie. I hope Ava hasn't been filling your head full of too many new curse words. Ava forced herself to focus anywhere other than the woman's chest as she turned in her seat to shake the woman's offered hand. No, not at all. She's been incredibly helpful. Ava snorted. Just getting her up to speed. We've got our cover disguises. We just need to change and head over. Any questions?" Aubrey shook her head. She was along for the ride and would be paired with Ava. Jamie had a different role for the day, but they had tried to limit what she threw at Aubrey just to keep things easy. Her grand plan was to watch and learn, and possibly leg it if anyone got busted. Alex adjusted his own earpiece and settled down in front of the light terminal in the shop's back office. Sophie could, of course, just pass other voices along mentally, or broadcast his voice over her connection. But it made him feel weird to have even more voices crowding into his head. When they tested it, it gave him a headache, and he liked the idea of a more physical mute button. Frankly, he was terrified he'd end up broadcasting his inner monologue if he wasn't paying enough attention. Given what he'd seen Shelley do, and how his mind tended to drift, that sounded like playing with fire. Alex's terminal display had been divided up into 6 different windows, each showing a video feed. Alex still hadn't met the rest of the team, only having received names and roles without additional context. Instead, there were plans for a big introduction once everyone made it back. Aubrey looked over and caught Shelley idly spinning in her chair, her blonde ponytail whipping behind her from under a baseball cap. She was still sporting her athletic clothing. Aside from the black fleece vest she currently had on, he'd not seen her in anything that wasn't mostly made of spandex. Alex wasn't going to complain. She did look good in it, even if he did find it a bit intimidating. He might have some definition going on, but she looked like she should be on a fitness magazine cover. Shelley caught him looking and broke the silence. "So normally I'd have Jamie pickpocket a card key from someone. Maybe clone it if we have time. But it looks like your girl already has a master key for each place ready to go." Shelley held up one of the excess blank white plastic key cards, illuminating her point. "Sophie also said she can blank out any video we end up on, so that makes our lives much easier. Sometimes we buy malware online to hit the surveillance network. It works, but it draws attention and gets expensive." Shelley spun in her chair again, idly thumbing at the key card in her hand. "We also wouldn't hit so many places at once, but we don't want the targets spreading the word to others if they get wind of something going on. So we'll be doing this a little differently. I've handed out the earbuds and everyone will be coordinating with Sophie directly." "Yeah? So how does that work? It seems like a lot of people all moving at once, and you're trying not to get caught. If anyone sees you, it'll be all over the internet in minutes," Alex observed. "Well, I get to be lucky number 7 doing oversight for them while I'm babysitting you. For everyone else, we'll have 3 teams of 2 rotating in and out of the building at the same time. At each hotel, one of us will be dressed as a guest and ensure the way is clear. The other will be dressed in the hotel's colors and badged through the doors. From there, the one dressed as housekeeping swoops in and plants bugs in electronics, puts trackers in suitcases, and generally snoops around to see if we get lucky. The guest just hangs out in the hallway and intercepts any other staff or the targets to keep them distracted. Then it's a wash, rinse, repeat at the next hotel." Alex asked, "How do the video feeds work? We didn't buy anything for it. Some special gear you've got already?" Shelley grinned. "Kind of proud of that one. The maids keep their phones in their shirt pockets, and the guests just hold it at their sides with the camera facing forward and the screen off, so I can see what they see. It's low tech, but it works just as good as those expensive video-enabled glasses, and draws way less attention." Alex nodded appreciatively. You're right. I doubt I'd give that a second thought. Plenty of people carry their phones that way." "You and I will be watching the video feeds along with Sophie. Not that I doubt your girl, but I like to keep my eyes on an operation, mostly so I know whose ass to kick when they get back, or, rewards." Alex thought on that as he glanced at his light terminal where 6 video feeds were being displayed and recorded. After a moment, he got an idea and asked, Can you drop me on an open line to everyone?
Yeah, we're already dialed into a conference call. We just hang on mute until someone needs something. Give me a sec and I'll send you the bridge,
Shelley said.
Shelley grabbed her light slate and made a flicking motion to Alex's phone. His screen lit up with a sharing request and he accepted it. Following the link, it popped open the secure app that Sophie had loaded on his phone. He heard a ding as his headset joined the line. He put his phone on mute and asked, So, what if I wanted to tell everyone something? Do I use my name?
Shelley chuckled to herself.
Heh, glad you asked. Yeah, your call sign today is Pandora. Sophie's is Oracle. Aubrey's is Nightingale. We roll them over periodically unless someone finds one they like.
Shelley grinned at what he assumed was an inside joke. Confused, Alex asked,
So it's funny because I unleash all evil and misery onto the world.
Shelley blushed slightly, taking a moment to pick her words.
Originally someone came up with that when I first explained Sophie to them. After the Tina thing, it degraded into joking about whose box you were going to open next.
Shelley scratched her neck, avoiding eye contact.
So, we're kind of a crude bunch. I'm kind of surprised that Aubrey volunteered to hang out with Ava on this run. Usually people get sick of her after any length of time.
Alex just rolled his eyes.
I think Aubrey didn't want to be cooped up like I am. It sounds a hell of a lot more exciting out there. It's not like I can move into the new place yet. Something about waiting for money to clear.
Shelley gave him a look he couldn't immediately parse.
There are serious people actively looking for you. I got emails offering a hell of a lot of money to find you. No fucking way am I letting you off leash. Fine, whatever. At least I can meet everyone tonight. I'm getting stressed out hiding from everyone. I really could use a diversion.
Alex mumbled. Shelley tapped a finger on the plastic card and gave a slightly sour face.
Well, don't expect miracles. We're usually a closed-off group. Even if they agreed to it, a few are kind of pissed at having to show their face. So don't be offended if you get the cold shoulder. I'll try to make sure they aren't complete bitches, though. Word of advice? Try to find some common ground if you can, and don't get overly polite or meek around them. Don't go all macho either. Just be you in that regard. Of course, we're mercs, so outright bribery works pretty well too.
Alex nodded, giving her words some thought. After a few moments, he grinned as an idea came to him. Deciding some entertainment was in order, he asked Sophie to brief him on communication etiquette. Alex unmuted himself.
This is Pandora Actual. The first team that completes the objective and makes it back to their car on the final hotel gets to pick whatever 2 bottles of liquor they want and bills it back to me. No dollar limit. The second team gets to pick up whatever 2 pony kegs they want. The last team that's successful gets a 6-pack to split. I'm also giving out a finder's fee of an extra 10 grand and an optional hour-long back rub from me to anyone who finds anything epically embarrassing or illegal that we use against these fuckers. Oracle will officiate if it's epic or not. Pandora out.
Shelley howled with laughter, having to cover her face.
After a moment, she gasped out between breaths. You have no fucking idea what you just unleashed.
Alex just scratched his chin as on screen the teams broke out into full sprints, popping open doors and rushing stairwells. True to form, the one dressed as a guest took the lead on all 3 teams and began rapidly waving their maid forward, or, in one case, holding out a hand warding them off while the cleaning crew ducked back into a different guest's room.
Alex grinned broadly. Nothing like a little motivation.
Chapter 26. Raiding Party. Alex held out his hands broadly, welcoming the first team back.
Woot! Good job, Emily. I got to watch you from here. I still have no idea how you moved that fast.
Shelley had given him a very brief rundown on the 6 other ladies that made up the Black Flags, and he was genuinely glad to finally start meeting them. Alex exchanged a quick fist bump with the slender Asian woman with a dyed blonde pixie cut. She did a boom afterward, and then exchanged a quick one-armed hug with Shelley as she handed over an external hard drive. After the handoff, she exchanged a concerned look with her boss, then gave Alex a wary look. Shelley just smacked the woman's shoulder and motioned her head toward the drink table. To Alex, it was clear Emily was excited the mission went off without a hitch, but she still had reservations about him. Given Shelley's heads up, he understood the hesitancy. It wasn't like he'd be comfortable with others knowing what had happened in the alley just down from his condo. Breaking off his musings, Carla made it in the door a moment later with 2 bottles of expensive-looking whiskey. The short and curvy Venezuelan woman smiled widely and shouted, "Damn, we're good!" Carla tackled Emily into a hug and started making for the table where Alex and Shelley had laid out snacks, drinks, ice, and glassware. A minute later, Alex caught himself staring as Jamie walked in the door. He actually felt Sophie nudge at his chin to remind him to close his mouth. The tall woman had ruby lips, flawless skin, and hauntingly blue eyes. Her long, light brown hair with highlights the color of honey reached to her chest, where her curls bounced as she walked, drawing the eyes to her generous assets and narrow waist. Her makeup looked like she just stepped out of a modeling photo shoot, or perhaps his own naughty dreams. Her eyes sparkled as they locked onto his, and she lit up in a giant smile. She went in for a quick embrace, in a whisper next to Alex's ear, in a move that seemed more appropriate for the bedroom rather than a first-time encounter. She said, So we finally get to meet face to face. Aubrey has told me a lot about you." Alex returned the hug as she crushed her generous chest into him as she pulled him close. His senses were momentarily overwhelmed by not only the feel of her, but also her scent. It was like she had purified pheromones explicitly designed to make him say yes to whatever it was she wanted. Her hands glanced across his hip as she smiled and smoothly pivoted towards the refreshments.
"She's got your wallet, love."
It took Alex a moment to process Sophie's statement. Sophie poked him in the chest while he gaped dumbfounded. After a second, Alex's brain seemed to reboot. He shouted, "Hey, wallet, now." Jamie turned smoothly, stuck out her tongue, and tossed his wallet back. Laughing, she asked, "I bet your pet AI was the one that busted me, wasn't it?" Sophie pushed a giggle over their connection, thankfully not taking offense. Alex could only shrug as he focused on trying to get his hormones back under control. He had the feeling that he'd have to keep an eye on the gorgeous woman, or perhaps, more accurately, an eye on himself around her. Of everyone, Jamie had been the only one that Shelley had been evasive about giving background on. Apparently, she was their pickpocket and stealthy assassin when the need arose. Shelley warned him of all the women not to piss her off. Shelley had started to explain, but after not finding the right words, had stopped short. In the end, she just said she wasn't exactly normal and to leave it at that. In the next door were Aubrey and Ava. Aubrey had her arm thrown over the shoulder of the muscular blonde. She was a couple inches taller than Alex, hitting 6'2", so she towered over Aubrey, who was a full foot shorter. Ava looked like a tanned surfer girl turned mixed martial artist. Her shoulders and arms bulged with muscle, and it contrasted with her dark blonde hair and streaked platinum highlights. Something in her posture and a small collection of scars on her arms suggested she'd been in more than a few bar fights, but never on the losing side. Words in cursive ran the length of both tattooed arms, but Alex couldn't see the details well enough to read them. She had a black braided choker around her neck that somehow softened her otherwise violent skull-buster look. Ava gave a light punch into Aubrey's shoulder and nudged her forward. Aubrey took the cue and dashed forward to Alex, engulfing him in a tight hug as Ava tossed an external hard drive to Shelley and asked for a hand setting up the kegs. As the last ones in, Trish and Jennifer came in arm in arm, much less boisterous, but still with smiles on their faces. A six-pack container dangled from Trish's finger, but she already had one of the green bottles in her hand. The freckled redhead gave Jennifer's hip a quick squeeze before she slid over to an open cooler, overflowing with ice, and slotted the remains of the beer to be chilled. Trish gave a friendly wave and a very southern howdy to Alex from across the room, then pivoted to toss a drive to Shelley as the team lead made her way out the door with Ava. Alex had been cautioned that Trish and Jen were an on-again, off-again thing, and the source of much drama amongst the group. Looking at the two women, however, he couldn't immediately see how. He thought they looked damn hot together, though. Noticing him watching, Jennifer pulled her long black hair behind her shoulders and walked up, shaking Alex's hand briefly and introducing herself. "Hi, I'm Jennifer," the short woman said in a voice like crushed velvet. She was soft-spoken and had a soft touch as she shook Alex's hand. She was pale, with skin that seemed like porcelain. Alex was drawn to her eyes, which were a deep violet, something he'd not seen before. He wondered if she wore colored contacts. "Alex," he said, then pointed to his girlfriend. "And Aubrey." Opting to go for a bit silly, he pointed to his skull, then added, "And the fun third of Sophie." Jennifer chuckled. "I know, but it's good to meet you in person. I kept surveillance on both of you for a bit after your recovery." She had a mischievous twinkle in her eye as she added, "You really should close your bedroom blinds." Alex coughed. Yeah. Not intentional. Sorry about that." Jennifer shrugged. "Don't be. I'm impressed you could even stand up after surgery, much less partake in, well, vigorous and extended exercise?" Aubrey finished, with a wink towards the shorter woman. "Quite." Jennifer's cheeks reddened. "I'm the team's medic, and I gather that Sophie did the work? Your recovery seemed amazingly quick, and from such a major operation. Call it professional curiosity. I'm wondering if there's something I could use in the future. Any secrets to your success? Any new drugs out that I need to be looking at?" Alex debated on how transparent to be, but eventually decided to be upfront. It'd be hard to explain otherwise. "I was a test subject for an epigenetic experiment while I was in a coma. I think it means I'm supposed to heal faster than normal. From what I hear, that's not something other people would want to risk." "Dear Lord, they did that to you?" "The only animal test I'd heard about didn't have a good survival rate. I know new options were theorized to help, but I had no idea they were in human trials," Jennifer said with a shocked look on her face. Alex gave her a grim expression. "Let's just say they halted the study. It didn't go well for most of the participants." She looked troubled as she took it in, as though she was resisting taking a step back away from him. The combat medic took a moment to digest that, seeming to file it away. After a moment, Alex saw the switch flip in her head, and her expression turned thoughtful as she turned to Aubrey. "I understand you helped with the surgery?" Aubrey gave her a lopsided smile. "I did the prep and closing stitches, but Sophie did most of the rest." Probably the biggest reason he was up and around was the fact we just reconnected him. The implant was already in there. He took a lot longer to recover the first time. "Still, I thought I did a pretty good job," Aubrey said with no small amount of pride. May I?" Jennifer asked, looking up towards Alex's head. Alex felt a little awkward, but knelt in front of the short, black-haired woman. She was taller than Aubrey, but not by much. As he leaned down, he was captivated again by her violet eyes as he gazed up into them. With a gentle touch, she caressed the line where the stitches had been with one hand while she ran her fingers idly down the back of his neck, sending small shivers down his spine. Alex had to suppress a gasp. He assumed she wasn't doing it on purpose, but his hormones had been in high gear all evening. Aubrey seemed to catch his reaction, but only suppressed her grin and turned her attention back to his scalp.
You did excellent work. I can barely tell this was rework. The cuts were precisely along the same path. It's healing very nicely. From the look, I'd assume it's at least a week older than it is.
Jennifer ran a delicate finger gently across Alex's temple.
And you've got an implant in there? You made it sound like Sophie was riding shotgun.
Alex had to turn his head away from her chest as she pressed in closer to inspect the surgical site. His head swam a bit as he got lost in her wildflower perfume. He knew it had to be inadvertent, but her light touch and proximity were doing all sorts of things to his body. Forcing himself to focus, he said, "Yeah, it's about the length of a cell phone. Not as wide, but thicker. It's got thin filaments and these thin wing things that bond to the damaged spots." Jennifer made an appreciative whistle.
Wow. I can't imagine something that large inside my body.
Aubrey gave the woman a cheerful snort. Uh-huh. If you saw us the other day, well, way bigger than that, honey. Jennifer turned crimson, and her eyes got wide as she stammered.
Oh, I don't. Well, I haven't.
Alex took the opportunity to stand back up and get a bit of space. Do I look like that when you all do that to me? It's cute as hell. Aubrey giggled but nodded, a hand covering her mouth in amusement. Jennifer looked ready to die of embarrassment, but Alex just smiled. Hey, I'm just glad somebody else gets flustered as much as I do. Alex glanced over, seeing Trish helping herself to a shot of Emily's whiskey while she thought no one was looking. He nodded, directing the lady's attention. Jennifer's eyes widened for a moment as Emily re-entered from the back office. Jennifer gave an apologetic look and swiftly made to intercept Emily to keep her distracted and buy time for Trish to make her getaway. Alex laughed, wondering if that was what Shelley had meant by drama. As soon as they were alone, Aubrey pulled Alex's head down and started kissing his neck. She dug her nails into his skin of his chest, conveying a private need. She whispered, "Yeah, so we need to find a quiet place. Today was stimulating." Alex glanced around, but there were only a couple closed-off places. The tarps around their deflated bed were right next to the booze table. Everyone would be walking through the back office, and the bathroom, frankly, might collapse if they bumped into the walls. After a moment, he suggested, "Roof?" Aubrey's eyes widened for a moment, then she nodded. "I'll take a few blankets up there. The access ladder is around the east corner. You stay here and mingle for a bit. Someone will notice you gone and want to follow." Alex was about to suggest they both just go now, since Shelley would probably try to follow later just as much as she would now, but settled for watching his girlfriend's pert ass as she made her way across the room. Jamie caught him looking and gave him a devilish smirk, then waved him over to the cluster of black flags.
You should know that Shelley has plugged in the drives from the teams today. You'll have at least one reward to hand out.
Oh? Alex asked, grabbing a soda and wandering towards the cluster of women.
Jamie secured photos of a handgun in someone's luggage. The serial numbers listed as stolen. The bags also contained a drone modified to carry and release things. The drone's flight history proves that they flew into your living room. That's enough to get them arrested and likely convicted. What's more interesting is the fact that I was able to pick up a cell phone entering the room later. When I hacked it, I found messages from the governor's staff. He was just an aide, but it looked like the man was coordinating small groups to converge on your location. Shall I inform the authorities? Perhaps pretend I'm a guest at the hotel and saw someone handling a gun?
Pushing an evil grin to his AI, Alex replied, "Fuck, I love you. Go get some skulls for the skull throne. If you can, tip off some news crews. Hopefully they can be there to record them being hauled off when the FBI shows up. Make sure they can't miss the phone stuff. You're probably already on it, but follow up with the governor's office. They could make our life difficult."
Sophie pushed a warm hug to him and nibbled kisses down his neck, not unlike what Aubrey had done moments ago. Of course, my love. I may even be able to get it on the evening news streams if I hurry.
Jamie grabbed his arm and pulled him into the circle, just outside of where Trish and Carla were engaged in beer pong on one of the tables. "You look happy," she said, placing a hand on his arm. Alex felt a tingle in his body he tried to ignore. He'd been around attractive women before, but he was literally surrounded by them right now. Alex found his mind racing down dangerous places, and it didn't seem like Sophie had any qualms about letting him stay there. As a matter of fact, he felt she was pushing him there as hard as she could for her own desires. Alex explained, "Turns out we probably found the arsonist. Caught him with a stolen gun, and even found ties to a politician."
Jamie bit her lip. "That was mine, wasn't it? I don't think anyone else found firearms."
Alex nodded with a smile. "Yep, Sophie will make sure you get the bonus. Good work. It means a lot."
"Oh, I'm more interested in that back massage."
Jamie purred, moving a hand to his bicep.
"I might wait until tomorrow after moving in, though. I, suspect you're trying to slip away with Aubrey as soon as you can."
"Damn, you don't miss much, do you?" Alex rubbed his neck awkwardly, then added, "Sophie says she has a full surveillance net over the block, so we should be good. We're heading up to the roof. Could you cover for us?"
Jamie put a finger to her chin, seeming to debate the security aspects, but nodded. "Sure. But mind if we borrow some of those mesh things? I know I'm curious, and I think some of us could use some well-earned R&R. If it works as advertised, we can use it and still be sober if we need to go to work. At least one or two of us shouldn't be drinking much tonight."
Alex shrugged. "I don't see why not. It's experimental stuff, but Sophie can keep you all in line. She bases it off how my brain works, so let her know if you notice any weird side effects."
"Will do. Now, unless you want to try to pull me along to watch, I believe you've got someone waiting."
Grinning, Jamie lifted her cup in a salute in his direction, and then waved him off. All attention was currently on Trish as she slammed another beer. Ava threw out a string of creatively vulgar curses as she begrudgingly slid a 20 towards Emily. Alex scooped his jacket off the table before heading outside. It was a chilly evening with the city lights playing off stringy gray clouds. It took him a moment to find the access ladder, but he made his way up the cold metal rungs and onto the flat rooftop. The roof was ringed with brickwork that was a couple of feet higher than the gravel and tar surface. Various pipes, vents, and a heating and cooling system were all scattered around the top of the building. By the ladder, someone had placed a heavy-duty white plastic cooler, 2 camp chairs, and a backpack with a pair of binoculars resting on top. There was also what appeared to be a large rifle case with cable locks securing it to the metal piping. Alex looked around but didn't immediately see Aubrey. Since there was only one structure that he couldn't see behind, he wandered around the heating unit and found Aubrey building them a small pallet of blankets. She glanced up and gave him a smoldering look. As she dragged him down to her position, she pulled him tight against her body. Pushing him down to straddle him, she began exploring his mouth with hers for several minutes. As their kisses grew more intense, his hands roamed down her narrow waist and worked their way under her shirt. She breathed heavily and nipped at his chest as she returned his touch. Alex's hand snaked back and released the clasp of her bra.
then began sliding to the sensitive undersides of her curves, gently caressing them. He teased her a moment, waiting for a signal to continue. But in moments, she dipped her body, placing the swell of her breast into his hand. His lips made their way down her neck as he cupped her and gently caressed the skin, giving her goosebumps that had nothing to do with the outside temperature. Her hands began working at Alex's shirt as he began teasing her nipples. The redhead gave a little whimper as she pulled back and began quickly stripping out of her clothes. Alex pulled off his shoes and pants in record time to join her. Grabbing the top blanket, Aubrey pulled it over them to ward off the chill air. As she settled in beside him, Alex trailed a hand down, slowly caressing his way down to her center. His hands slid through the soft fluff of red hair she kept as her landing strip, and then farther down, eliciting a groan of appreciation from his lover as he began working his hand in slow circles. Aubrey bit down into his chest, not wanting to cry out as he continued teasing her. Alex knew she was probably leaving small bruises on his chest with her teeth, but didn't mind. She'd already left a collection of marks there, and always seemed to get a strange gleam in her eyes when others saw them. If it started to hurt, he knew Sophie would block any discomfort beyond what Alex might enjoy. He assumed there was more to it, but it was one of the many things he decided he didn't need to fully understand. If it made her happy, that was enough. Aubrey gave a needful moan and pulled him against her naked body, erasing any ability to form a coherent thought. The two lovers became locked in a shared embrace as the clouds shifted overhead. Soon their unhurried movements fell away as they worked each other into an escalating torrent of passion and need.
Chapter 27. Indecent Proposal. The moon had risen by the time the pair started their third go, their excitement and the newness of their relationship keeping them going. As Alex was learning to perfect a technique involving his tongue and a rounded alphabet, Aubrey cried out his name along with a guttural moan as she collapsed backward into the pile of blankets as she was racked with full-body spasms that left her trembling. It took her a few moments to catch her breath, but as she peered down at him, a question formed in her eyes. Alex assumed it was to inquire if she should begin returning the favor. But before she could articulate it, a voice coming up from the heating vent called out, "We can hear you!" There was a chorus of laughter, clapping, and hooting. It was when someone shouted, "Encore!" that Alex just groaned and began pulling on his pants. It also appears that one of the surveillance cameras was left squarely pointing in your direction. I have taken the liberty to save the file to your slate but remove it from the camera feeds. And no one thought to check the terminals, or they'd have gotten an eyeful as well.
You couldn't have warned me they were listening in? Alex pushed.
Unless you are in the room, I only have audio monitoring from their phones inside the building. It took me a bit to figure out why they were suddenly quiet.
Oh, Alex replied internally. Deciding not to immediately return downstairs to avoid the inevitable ribbing they'd receive, Alex helped Aubrey get dressed and pulled over the chair that had been left for the watch patrol to where they could gaze across the city towards the shimmering towers downtown. Alex pulled his lover into his lap, letting her kick her legs over the arms of the chair. Aubrey didn't hesitate to curl her head into his neck and wrap her arms around him. You seemed pretty worked up. Anything I need to know about? Alex asked.
Kinda? Maybe. Not sure how you'll react, Aubrey replied cautiously.
I can probably manage. If not, ask Sophie to wipe my mind and try again, Alex offered.
Aubrey flicked his ear. You know she wouldn't do that. She's hopelessly in love with you.
Yeah, I'm pretty fond of her too.
Alex paused.
You're not bothered by that, are you?
No, we're good. Sophie is pretty fucking adorable, and I'm complicated on a good day. I'm not sure if you know this, but we spend a lot of time talking.
Aubrey gave a heavy sigh, then added, I wouldn't bring this up, but she tells me you might be okay with it. Aubrey began fingering at Alex's hand nervously. Alex just kissed her lightly and signaled her to continue. So it's been a lot of things. Sophie talking dirty, Tina messaging me, seeing your reactions to the women downstairs. But I know I've always had some kinks, but I think I'm just now coming to terms with the extent of some of my impulses. Aubrey inspected Alex's face, looking for any signs of rejection. Alex suggested, Aubrey, you might be my first relationship. I honestly have no idea. Apparently, I kept that stuff from my folks, so I didn't post anything about it online from before. I don't know what is normal, and I don't need to. I want to be with you. I get that you seem to be concerned about it, but I just want us both to be happy. Not much else matters than that. How about you just lay it out? Aubrey swallowed hard. I'd like us to play with other women, she said softly, trying to get the words out of her mouth as quickly as she could, and at a volume that Alex could barely make out. Not seeing him react beyond a puzzled expression, she quickly explained, Nothing like a serious relationship. I mean, Sophie is a blast, but I'm not wired into her like you are. We might not be having this conversation at all if she had a body. I don't want you two to stop, at all, but, I think I kind of want a bit of what you get. If we can swing it, I think I want to share you with someone. If not, I have always liked women too. If you say no, I swear I'll try to manage. You've been nothing but wonderful to me. It's just, I really don't want to put that other part of me in the closet. Alex blinked a few times, trying to keep up. There were a lot of directions she could have gone, but he hadn't anticipated this one in the least. Aubrey made a pained whisper. Damn it. Can you please say something? I feel like the bad guy suggesting it. It's this weird feeling that I'm... She paused, then snapped her fingers. You know your hot wing thing? How your mind won't let it go? I think it's like that. No matter what part of me I pick, I always lose. I've got 2 buckets, and you fill one of them to overflowing. But there's this other little part that I can't fill. I'll deal if I need to. I wouldn't even bring this up, but Sophie mentioned something about a void or emptiness. I don't think I understood it at all, but she thought that you might feel something close enough to relate, and might want to give it a go. Alex's mind began racing down altogether new pathways as that statement hit home. Alex was surprised and felt a little betrayed Sophie had even hinted about that broken part of his mind, and how that lonely void part pulled at him. He tried to stay away from those thoughts at all costs. They simply hurt too much. Even if the AI had meant well, if it were anyone other than Aubrey, he'd have been furious. He could feel Sophie pushing and pulling as she tried to pick up the full context of his thoughts. She understands you and your broken bits better than you'd imagine. I'm also trying to address some of your emotional issues and turmoil. I tried to fix it other ways, but it's still there. You're just less conscious of it now that I've got more processing threads to manage it all. If I'm fair, my upkeep on your personality matrix to address this issue is modifying you in deeper ways than you'd approve of. But it's about all that's keeping you sane. If I weren't actively mitigating it continuously, you'd be an absolute wreck. The only time it really lets up is when you're surrounded by warmth and care. It is close enough to how Aubrey describes her own problems, so you might want to give her request the same weight of your own issues. Also, please try not to judge me too harshly for trying to help the 2 people on this planet I care about. I'll not comment on the rest. You're aware of my position. Alex rubbed at his temples with his free hand, trying to shed the emotional baggage the topic brought up. After a bit, he said, Okay, I want to make sure I'm getting this right. Kind of trying to process this. There's a lot to unpack there. Might help if you're a bit blunt. Blank slate, remember? I'm not upset with you at all, so deep breaths. Aubrey took in the thoughtful expression and did as he suggested, taking a long, deep inhale before she continued. Well, the idea of you being with someone, it kind of does it for me. Like, really does it for me. A little dark spot in my heart flares up every time I know Sophie is doing something to you. I don't want anyone to move between us, but I also want someone to play with to satisfy some of my urges, including the ones that, require different equipment. After a moment, he looked into the blue eyes in front of him and then gave the former nurse's lips a tender kiss.
You realize you basically just asked to start fucking your ex again, right?
Aubrey looked crestfallen for a moment, then Alex booped her nose with his finger, eliciting an amused snort from the nurse.
You also just gave me a free pass to play around. I don't mind that you're the only woman I can remember being with, but I can imagine that being an issue later. Besides, I don't think I could fault my Dark Queen having her own concubines that she can bend to her will in front of her skull throne. I think I'd rather like to watch that.
It might be Sophie's influence. Alex paused, then admitted.
Okay, it almost certainly is, but the idea doesn't bother me.
I know she's interested in exploring, and I'm her body by proxy.
Pretty sure she'd have me doing porn if it would pay off my implant.
I know you've dated women before, so it's not all that surprising you'd still be attracted to the fairer sex. Aubrey blew out a breath, looking like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Dark Queen aside, I figure we need to work out some ground rules, and I wasn't thinking about Tina. Well, maybe, but... Aubrey trailed off. Alex scratched his neck.
Yeah? So just women?
Aubrey shrugged indifferently. You're all I want in the guy department. Soft curves, though. Yeah, we, could definitely find someone to share. Or, well, someone that I can play with even if you aren't around.
I'm assuming I'd get the same freedoms?
Alex asked. Fuck yes. But, can you tell me about it? Like, give me the dirty little details while we're having sex? That's what I really want for Christmas, if you get my drift. She said breathily, starting to get worked up at the idea. The reaction was so sudden, Alex tried not to laugh. He knew she was being serious and baring her soul, but the way she lit up was something else. He and Sophie had picked up that certain things were triggers for her in their bedroom antics, but neither had a baseline for normal, whatever that was. He was also trying hard to think through the complexities, not wanting to screw things up. He really did love Aubrey, even if he hadn't used those words. But when he thought of her with another woman, it only hammered on his arousal button, not finding a trace of jealousy there. Especially not if he was involved along. He also couldn't deny some of his baser impulses to explore, and it seemed like Aubrey was more than willing to help make that happen. He started his usual debate of how much of his personality was impacted by Sophie's lack of understanding of human nature, but stopped it before it got too far. He decided it didn't matter, especially not if it meant keeping Aubrey happy. It wasn't like he had some ingrained moral code that had an issue with what she was suggesting. If he did, it had been scooped out of his skull along with his other memories. Alex rubbed at her arm, trying to press some reassurance her way.
Yeah, so you weren't kidding about kinks. But I think we kind of share a few, so I'm game.
Sophie and I are inseparable.
Depending on how you look at it, I couldn't be monogamous if I tried. I get the feeling most other women couldn't deal with her, even if she were just passively along for the ride, and I wouldn't do that to her. It's not like we're inventing polyamory. Other people do this too. Although, I guess, most just cheat and hope not to get caught. I'm sure it'll take a ton of communication. But Sophie can help keep us from pushing boundaries. If one of us starts feeling the need to adjust our rules, we talk about it first. I mean, you can basically ask her whatever, and she can read my mind. I assume that's easier. Aubrey nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, but there was a smile on her face.
Yeah, I do it all the time with stuff I wouldn't bother you with otherwise. Aubrey slumped hard against Alex, curling into him and taking a long inhale against his neck. You've no idea how much I've worried about this. I was seriously concerned tonight would be our last night together.
Aubrey, that's...
Alex began, but Aubrey held up a hand to his lips. I know that's not you, but some people don't react well to bisexuals, especially not one that can't seem to manage monogamy. I've ended up in screaming matches immediately after leaving parties where I did exactly what my date was egging me on to do. I've always felt broken. Alex ran his fingers through her hair, not sure what to say. He didn't think she was broken, but if she was, they were at least complementary shapes. Aubrey murmured, I've always had to pick one part of myself and pretend that was all there was. I think I sabotaged a couple of relationships because of it. I didn't realize it at the time, but Sophie kind of nudged me into thinking my way through it. She said you could probably handle it, even if it were because she didn't understand it. If this works out, I'll have to find some way of thanking her, like hardcore. Not like I can send her flowers, and they don't make cards for this type of stuff. Aubrey sniffed and wiped a few tears away. Alex took it as a sign she'd had some rough breakups about the topic, but didn't want to pry. He hugged her close as the pair took in the view of the city at night. They sat wordlessly, staring off into the skyline of Seattle. The chill of the night settled in, and Alex had begun to start feeling overly cold now that the sweat from their prior activities had cooled. Sophie wordlessly put a block on his discomfort, wrapping him up in an invisible warm blanket. He pushed his thanks to her and felt an intangible hand intertwine with his as he continued holding his lover that lay on his lap. After long minutes ticked by, Aubrey began to fight against shivers and broke the silence. So, if we're all good, how about we visit my parents for dinner this weekend? They would like to meet you. I'd been holding out on asking until we could talk things out. I really was afraid tonight would crash and burn. Alex was taken aback by the turn in the conversation. It took him a moment to process it, but he agreed. Sure, that sounds, well, perfectly normal. I don't get much normal. Aubrey gave him a tight hug, then stood and drew Alex up out of the chair and back towards the party under them. From the sounds, the mercenary group had moved on to other things as they cheered and laughed amongst themselves, letting Sophie keep guard via the numerous cameras surrounding the building. Tossing the blankets over his shoulder, Alex made his way down the ladder. Aubrey did likewise, but intentionally jumped from the last few rungs into his arms. Taking her into a bridal carry, Alex managed to get the door open and carry her inside. Shelley was sipping on a bottle of beer and winked as they passed. Ava, on the other hand, made some hip thrusts that made Aubrey turn crimson. Otherwise, the security detail stayed fixated on watching Jennifer and Emily give the beer pong table a go, while Jamie was in the corner zoned out in a mesh-induced trance. As they walked past, Jamie seemed to be mumbling in a language Alex didn't know. He thought it sounded vaguely Middle Eastern, but it wasn't something he'd picked up. Aubrey slid out of Alex's arms and made her way over to the refreshments. She gave the one remaining bottle of whiskey a sniff, before instead grabbing the last red plastic cup and filling it from the nearest keg. Shelley nodded towards the group, so Alex followed, making his way closer. He noticed that everyone was still wearing their earbuds. He assumed Sophie was chiming in periodically, individually, or together across the group. Something about her not being as alone warmed his heart. "Gonna get Sophie drunk?" Shelley asked. Alex chuckled. "Everyone tells me that's a terrible fucking idea. Sophie, what's your thoughts?" I'm not sure. It's not like it would affect my software. The bonding process is complete, so we won't get disconnected. That said, the idea of your control lessening and dealing with additional misfires just sounds like a lot of work.
Somehow, when she spoke, he could also feel it being sent to Shelley as well, as though Alex could sense the voice had proximity and range to it. It was a strange experience,
but the effect was seamless. Impressed with the new effect, Alex poked.
You telling me I'll have to be a teetotaler my entire life? Or is it that even with an unrestricted quantum computer at your disposal, my shitty analog brain is too much for you?
Sophie just pushed a middle finger into his perception, but he could tell she wasn't actually upset.
Fine, we'll see how it goes, but please take it slow.
Shelley smiled as she scooped up the bottle of whiskey and handed it over. Not seeing a shot glass around, Alex just popped the top and took a long swig. After a long gulp, he spluttered slightly, the burn being foreign to him. He coughed a couple of times into his fist as Shelley laughed. She took the bottle from him and took a long pull. She didn't splutter, but she did make a small cough. He glanced over and caught Aubrey chatting in close with Trish, her hand touching the other woman's waist. The pair were rooting for Jennifer, but groaned loudly as she missed her play. He saw Trish lean over and whisper something into Aubrey's ear and move in closer. Alex couldn't help but run a few options through his head, thinking back to the prior conversation. Frankly, he was amazed she could not only work up the nerve, but get into position so fast. Aubrey caught him watching, and he returned her mischievous smile, appearing to be on the same page. He wondered if he was that easy to read for everyone or just Aubrey. So, Skull Thrones. How does that work? Is it made of bones with skulls in select places? Or is it just all skulls? Shelley asked, snapping him out of his daydreams. Jamie caught the comment and added, Seems kind of uncomfortable. Do you add pillows for lumbar support?
Ah, been talking to Sophie? Alex asked with a groan. Yeah, she's quite the chatterbox when she gets going. Tells us all sorts of stuff.
Shelley teased. Jamie added with a knowing grin. And she doesn't have much of a filter. Afraid of where this was going, Alex asked, suddenly wishing for a couple more shots of the whiskey. Anything recently? Both women nodded, then broke down into giggles. Shelley wiped a tear from her eye.
Oh, yeah. Open season, both of you. It went out to everyone here. She figured we'd need to know about the change for security details.
Yep, gonna need more whiskey, Alex said, ignoring the comment altogether. Whiskey for Alex, then more whiskey, then maybe collect a few more skulls. Chapter 28. Hangover. Alex awoke the next morning to a gentle nudge from Sophie. She began tapping a finger across his forehead impatiently as he tried to roll over, then found that he couldn't. Head pounding, he smacked his lips, trying to work moisture into them and failing. A thick, confusing fog seemed to be resting directly in front of his mind. It was something he'd thought was impossible, since Sophie kept him running at light speed all the time. He hadn't even felt the need for caffeine since he'd reawakened. A dull roar filled his head, deadening everything else and causing him to look inward to his companion with annoyance. He blinked his eyes a few times, trying to get oriented, but his face was covered in long black hair and there was very little ambient light. It felt like a separate torso was covering most of his legs, and his extended right arm was pinned to the ground. The evening came back to him slowly in his post-whiskey-addled state. Still, he wasn't quite sure how he'd managed to become a group pillow. Not only that, but he was being crushed into the hard cement, given the sad, deflated state of his mattress and a couple of thin blankets they'd arranged to serve as padding. He assumed it was the general inability or unwillingness for his guests to go sleep elsewhere. He pushed a question to Sophie.
You're very dehydrated, love. As to how you're on the bottom of a puppy pile, well, your guess is as good as mine. It was a much more fun arrangement when you passed out.
Grumbling to himself, Alex tried to free a hand, but immediately recognized the feel of squishy flesh pinning his hand to the cement. He blew out a sigh, realizing his arm was pinned by someone lying face down.
He groaned, and even the sound of his own exasperation seemed to hurt his head. He pushed a follow-up question to Sophie.
I could block this for you, but to be honest, you kind of deserve it. You're not being kind with your thoughts considering the level of effort it took to play an innocent and ditzy AI, driving everyone into last night's debauchery. You might have been embarrassed at the time, but I know you feel it was worth it. I played the perfect role of wingman, even if you and Aubrey decided to keep it strictly to make-out sessions and a bit of groping.
Alex pushed an apologetic kiss and the idea of rubbing her feet.
Very well, apology accepted. You don't think very clearly in this state. Some allowances can be made.
Immediately, the soft light no longer hurt his eyes, and the pounding in his head faded away. His back was still a knotted mess from sleeping on concrete, but he found it was only a mild pressure of discomfort. Alex pushed a warm burst of love to his AI companion, thankful for the painful fog to be lifted.
You're still dehydrated, and your bladder is full to bursting. And yes, you did make a bit of an idiot of yourself, but it was probably good for morale. It's preferable for them to see you as approachable. A few of them seemed rather wary of you last night.
Well, not all of them, Alex mumbled internally.
True. I was a bit surprised that Jennifer was the one pushing things last night. She seems so timid on the surface. I'm not sure if that's alcohol at work, or if, as Shelley mentioned, it's them being a high-drama couple. There's more to it, but I don't see you being able to move until she moves off us. So perhaps you should start there.
Jen? Alex hissed. The black-haired vixen on his torso took a sharp intake of breath but otherwise didn't move. Alex tried again, whispering softly. Jen, I've got to get up. Jennifer replied, moving slightly to reveal a long smear of lipstick in her color down his chest. Come on, Jen. Just roll to the side for a moment, Alex pleaded. There was a low grumble from the violet-eyed beauty, but she did roll to the side. That gave Alex just enough wiggle room to slowly ease out a little. Wait, is that Trish or Aubrey? Alex thought to himself. He didn't have enough direct light to identify the brighter copper color of Trish's hair versus Aubrey's darker but still red-hued chestnut hair.
I'd guess Trish. If you look carefully, you can see the extra bulge from a ponytail.
Shit. It would have been easier with Aubrey. She wakes easy but goes back to sleep easy. Trish may have been all kinds of friendly with Aubrey, but she might be upset about me getting to second base with Jennifer. Alex internalized as he reached down, carefully trying to steer the head that was resting at his bare waistline to the floor without waking her.
They're adults, Alex. Trish didn't seem very shocked by Jennifer's behavior and quickly became a very willing participant. Of course, Aubrey did an outstanding job of keeping her occupied. I get the feeling these two mercenaries have attended more interesting parties than you have. Besides, I think your shared makeout session was just an amusing distraction for them. It was probably a lot less about you than you are thinking. Chalk it up to a happy coincidence when like-minded people meet. Now, how about you focus on extrication before you piss yourself? Even I'm uncomfortable with the signals at this point.
Carefully scooping the slack in the blanket under her with his left hand, he cushioned her head and let it down slowly. Finally, he could turn enough to confirm that, yes, his right arm was under Aubrey. He smirked at the fact she had a thin trace of lipstick smeared on her neck. Even if it wasn't for his benefit, there was a lot to like about the show they'd put on.
By the way, it appears that my recent updates of cloning of your thought processes are having an unintentional effect on other mesh users. It seems to be stimulating thought processes to align with your own. I caught what was going on, but several team members got a bit of a heavy dose. You might want to keep a close eye on the black flags in general, but especially Jamie. The application defaults managed to light up parts of her brain quite strongly before I stepped in and backed things off. There's not a way to altogether remove the effect, but I'll try to tone it down for future users.
Dumb it down for me a little. Kind of too early for tiptoeing around something, Alex said, feeling the AI was being evasive.
Okay, so I use your 20-year-old male brain as a template, and I apparently didn't completely account for your baseline hormones and thought process. When I applied the updated model for last night's activities, it left most of them extremely aroused. Jamie used it the most and ended up basically wallowing in jealousy and desire as a side effect. It should wear off on its own, but that's firmly an oops moment on my part. I've updated the app for future users. I didn't notice it for Tina's party users as, frankly, it didn't change much for them, and the crowd skewed heavily toward males.
Alex groaned, covering his face in annoyance. Well, that might explain the Jen and Trish thing. Shit, that could be a problem. That's just not cool, Sophie. That's like dropping drugs in a girl's drink. I'll talk to all of them and apologize. At least no one took it further.
No need. It's firmly my mistake, not yours. I'll handle it, love. I just wanted to give you a heads up if anyone is still acting strangely. If it makes you feel better, Jennifer didn't use it, and Trish did so only minimally.
Puzzled, Alex pushed a quick question to his companion.
I'm guessing they were already pretty wound up from the mission. From what I've gathered reading their messaging history, that's a common thing for them. On the plus side, this whole snafu did give me fascinating ideas on how to keep things interesting. While this caused an accidental influence, I think I could cause a directed effect in ways that you and the recipient would not object. I'll see if I can put together the app.
Deciding that he absolutely didn't want to deal with the issue if he didn't have to, Alex focused on addressing the pressing needs of his bladder. Having absolutely no idea where his socks and shoes were, Alex padded barefoot on the cold concrete floor and through the makeshift door of the tarp. There was a light snort as Alex looked up and saw Shelley, steaming cup of coffee in hand and dressed in a bulky olive-drab jacket and purple camo cargo pants. It was tragically unfashionable, but he figured it was spot on for clothes she'd wear moving boxes and furniture. "Morning there, Pandora," Shelley said with an amused expression. Alex grumbled. "It doesn't count. Didn't open anything. And how the hell are you still up? Or up already?" "Up already. Unlike some of you, I can hold my damn liquor," Shelley replied, then looked over Alex's bedraggled state. Bare chest, numerous hickeys, and smears of lipstick. "You're a fucking mess, sir. Go clean up. Today is moving day. Oh, and I suspect Jamie stole your shoes. I think she was expecting you to pull her away instead of Jen and Trish doing the couple swapping thing." Alex winced visibly. Shelley held up her hands while stifling a laugh. "Hey, no judgment, sir. Not the first time my girls got a little crazy. Won't be the last. First guy I've seen those two go after, though. Pretty clear who the instigator was, too. Laughed my ass off at that. Didn't know she had it in her. Usually it's Trish riling shit up and Jennifer kicking her ass out." Shelley chewed on her lip as she stared at Alex's bare feet, debating if she should say something. I may have overheard Jamie being pissed you didn't make a play for her. She's used to getting the attention, so she might start doing her damned pushy thing." Shelley cleared her throat, looking uncomfortable. "She usually goes for unavailable men, especially anyone that ignores her, so this isn't even out of character. Love her like a sister, but that's just who she is. But you should know her antics never end well for anyone. Consider yourself lucky it was just your shoes. She can get carried away. So I'm going to have to flip shifts around just to keep her and Jennifer apart for a bit. So yeah, good luck with that fucking minefield, sir. I'll, warn Aubrey as well." Alex nodded, grimacing internally, and headed towards the restroom.
After taking care of the urgent necessities, he began the annoying process of bathing via the sink. At least someone had brought in towels and an actual bar of soap, but it was still a miserable process after several days in a row. After last night, his skin felt clammy, and it almost seemed like he was sweating alcohol.
I think I enjoy celebrations, but I don't like you drinking. It does terrible things to you.
Alex found he couldn't argue. The fabrication building had ended up deserted as the rest of the group scattered to get their personal affairs in order. From the look of everyone else, they seemed to have handled their liquor a lot better than he had. They also seemed a lot more used to the Spartan accommodations. Most of the ladies just rolled awake like sleeping on the floor wasn't a big deal. Only Ava and Emily had thought about sleeping in the van, where they could lay the seats out for reasonable comfort. After the usual shuffling around and waiting for the bathroom, the women seemed a little groggy but ready for the day. Shelley had already put in an order for breakfast and coffee, so everyone started on their various tasks without much fuss. Aubrey had gotten stuck handling the minutiae of signing the last-minute paperwork once the cash had gone through, as well as the various details like switching over utilities or anything that required an in-person appearance. Everything was going under M12 for secrecy's sake, so Alex needed to keep his face far away from the process. He knew Trish was up on the roof with a big damn gun she dubbed Vera, and Jamie was still around somewhere, but he hadn't seen her yet for the day. Not really knowing what else he could do to contribute, he'd simply fired up Sophie's assembly line to get the next batch of 40 units ready. Sophie walked him through the process again as the furnace system let out a loud whine as it came up to temperature. He prepped the sheets of material as before and lost himself in work, letting his mind blank out. Thankfully, after his mesh trip, he was feeling better about things, but he could feel the influence slowly sliding away. Soon he found himself growing bored with the menial work. He decided that he'd be glad to hand over the facility to let someone else run it. While the process was fascinating, it was something he would rather watch a documentary on than operate long-term. Sophie suggested letting Tina or her people run it as contractors, with her providing oversight in his name, and Alex had immediately agreed. As the hours ticked by, he yet again found himself absolutely sweat-soaked, so he stripped down to his jeans to deal with the die-caster's sweltering heat. He'd just hung up his shirt when someone cleared their throat behind him. Alex turned and saw Jamie leaning against a table across from him. Hey, Jamie. I didn't see you come in. What's up?" Sophie explained a bit about the mesh ride last night. She apologized but seemed to think I should check in with you to see if there are any lingering side effects. I guess I got hit with a heavy dose of your thought process, Jamie said. She was fidgeting with a piece of paper, and after a moment dropped a paper crane on his workspace. Alex scrubbed at his damp hair. Yeah, apparently copying my baseline hormones was a bit of a mistake. She said it'd probably wear off after a bit. Looking over, he caught the woman staring at his chest. She seemed to take a couple unintentional steps forward, and her breathing began to speed up. She blinked then, seemed to shake herself. Whew. Okay. So if your mind is like this all the time, I have no idea how you get anything done. I feel like I'm back in high school. Shit. I mean, you're not wrong. I rely on Sophie to not be a drooling idiot. Anything I can do? Do I need to leave you alone or anything? Alex asked. Jamie looked conflicted, but then took another step, closing the distance between them. Her icy blue eyes peered up from her lashes into his for a moment, and it made his heart speed up. She whispered as she ran a finger across the well-defined muscles on his chest. You know, we could always just work it out of my system. No one else needs to know. Just don't tell Aubrey, and I won't. Alex's mind twitched, and all thoughts were immediately catapulted at light speed into a null void. He opened his mouth, then closed it. He opened it again, but forgot his words.
Eventually, Sophie stepped in and poured ice water on his thoughts. Giving himself a little shake, he admitted, "Jamie, I won't lie. You're all kinds of hot. Like supermodel gorgeous. Still not sure about the wallet thing, though. And the shoe thing wasn't cool." Alex bit his lip, feeling his libido already beginning to retake the wheel due to sheer proximity. "Look, I really want to say yes, but keeping things on the down low isn't in the cards. Sophie's in my head and probably already panting a bit. I don't think Aubrey would mind, but only if it's in the open. But my real problem? You're still a little too under the influence for that to be actual consent." Jamie gave a small foot stamp but nodded as she seemed to regain control. Damn it. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. Fucking hell, Sophie. Can't you undo this? I can't get certain things out of my head. I'm so distracted I can't even pull a decent watch shift. Sophie pushed a quick update across Alex's mind. Alex flashed her an apologetic look. "I'm really sorry about this. Sophie did work something up for you, but she was hoping it'd wind down naturally. Just mesh up and a new setting will appear. She thinks she can slowly phase the influence out over a few hours." Jamie blew out a long breath but leaned in closer to Alex's sweaty body. "I can't believe you're turning me down. Wouldn't you rather do something else for a few hours? Just the two of us. It could be our little secret. That sounds a lot more fun. Maybe I'd teach you a few more languages, just so you can beg for more in them." He swallowed hard, but somehow found the resolve to shake his head. Jamie's lips formed a pout, but she nodded and sauntered out of his work area after grabbing a mesh and sync cable from the box. Sophie calmed his mind enough that he could focus again, and he set back to his tasks. After only a couple minutes, he'd lost himself in the mindless task of feeding Sophie's assembly line. When Alex imagined the move to the new house, he'd thought himself being in the clear. After the fire, he owned startlingly little, and the vast majority of what he did own would be staying at the shop. What he hadn't factored in was that Aubrey was moving in, and unlike him, she had the usual accumulated material possessions a person her age would have. In retrospect, he wished he'd have pushed to hire movers for Aubrey. She had promised him that she'd be bringing very little, so the pair had opted to rent a large cargo van. Emily and Carla had driven in a separate car and maintained a security perimeter while the couple set to work. The rented vehicle had been filled in moments after their arrival. Seeing the amount of extra stuff Aubrey planned on taking, it quickly degraded into a game of unpacking and repacking better. Hours went by as they played a game of three-dimensional Tetris, trying to optimize the space they had available. While Aubrey didn't have a grand piano, Alex thought she had a lot of clutter. She had only brought the necessities to his old condo, so she had a large storage unit filled to the brim with hand-me-down furniture, kitchen appliances, mismatched sets of dishes, shelves full of old cardboard boxes, scrapbooks, medical textbooks, and even an impressive collection of holiday ornaments. The pragmatic part of Alex's mind wanted to push to leave most of it in storage. The other part lit up with childlike glee as Aubrey explored the maze of cardboard boxes and explained the sentimental value of this bauble and that trinket. It was such a hopelessly normal thing that he couldn't bring himself to say no to any of it. Aubrey had even managed to get him to agree to take the clunky and run-down futon, which wouldn't go with anything, had one bent leg, and ignored the fact his house was already quite well furnished and professionally decorated. Sophie had blessedly hired movers for all the black flags that wished it, offering to negotiate to board them in the guest house to reduce Alex's incurred support fees. The majority jumped at the idea of avoiding Seattle's terrible commute times and living in a nicely furnished house out of the city at a serious discount. For Trish, all it had taken was saying they'd be putting up a gun range, and she'd quickly dragged Jennifer along. Jamie had been evasive about her reasons, but jumped at the idea. Ava was crashing with Emily and admitted she was wearing out her welcome, so that was a no-brainer. Shelley had a house downtown but used the opportunity to get into running rental properties to have above-board funds and put it up for a property manager to rent out. She explained that she could probably rent it out for more than what she'd be paying Alex in the offset. The only two not moving were Carla, who was running out her lease under her old identity to avoid unnecessary attention, and Emily, who had a house she wanted to keep. The two women synced up with Shelley so they could carpool and schedule shifts to avoid rush hours. Once Alex and Aubrey were finally packed, the drive had taken them 2 hours, given the unusual traffic snarls. But thankfully, everyone began to settle in quickly. Alex had given the keys to the guest house to Shelley and offered her free rein along with a renovation budget that had additional funds earmarked for training facilities and a gun range. For the main house, Aubrey had been hesitant to make any changes, at least up until Sophie began a running list of all the contractor work that she had queued up for security purposes. Sophie had also ordered a massive expansion to the basement to house a hardened server room as well as installing high-end smart home systems that she could piggyback into, allowing her a more seamless presence throughout the compound. Once that bridge had been crossed, Aubrey set to work requisitioning the kitchen stove to be replaced with a gas range for burners, but a separate electric convection oven and a proofing drawer for making bread. Alex had no idea what a proofing drawer was, but didn't feel particularly inclined to say so. That had led to changes in the decorations, including the color of the rugs, and replacing the white leather furniture with browns and blacks. It was at the point she and Sophie were debating changes to the lighting in the massive walk-in closets that he declared himself unnecessary to the process and took a nap. Alex was still kicking back on the long leather couch in the living room, idly flipping through his social media on his light slate when Sophie chimed in over the speakers mounted in the ceiling. She'd been quick to adapt to the external systems to try them out. While she still talked directly in his mind for sensitive content, for things she didn't mind being overheard, they found it helped Alex process his thoughts a bit better.
Love, I wanted to let you know that the FBI has accepted a plea deal for the arsonist. Despite being inside the investigator's notes, any mention of the political ties was removed. He's now being called a rogue element and dismissed as unaffiliated.
Sophie said. How'd that happen? I thought it was pretty airtight that the governor's aide was organizing things. Alex asked. Sophie explained.
It was, but someone with enough influence or administrative access managed to suppress the evidence. Since this is at the federal level, I think we may have some serious issues here. Someone with enough power to pull this off is working directly against our goals, and I don't know who it is. Do I have your permission to start searching law enforcement and government data more broadly? This is likely to brush against some of your old rules. I can try to stay out of offensive systems, but I know you're uncomfortable with my full capabilities as it relates to elected governments.
Alex felt the inevitable pull of escalation. His options were simple. Either ignore it and live with the fact someone had enough clout to hide a conspiracy against his life, or follow the trail, even if it led to dangerous places. Ignoring it didn't sit well with him, but he didn't feel he had nearly enough backing to do much more than bide his time. What are the risks here? If they have defensive measures in place, would it expose you? Could it get tracked back to Aubrey or me? Alex asked.
I don't believe it's likely, but I won't lie. It could cause some sort of blowback if my access was discovered.
Can we set it up so that it looks like an unfriendly faction is the one pulling strings? Alex asked. Sophie paused for a moment, then replied,
I can certainly try, but barely organized social media groups aren't going to have the type of sophisticated offense capabilities I'd need to use. It would need to be plausible.
The governor, would you call him friend or foe? Alex questioned. The evidence trail had stopped cold at the governor's staff with nothing implicating the man himself.
Foe, certainly. He's careful, but he's already lashing out at Apollo, aggressively trying to stop development in the state and rabble-rousing to push for federal changes. He's pushing to regulate cybernetics to the point it would be impossible to develop them for human applications for at least another 20 years. They have already passed a temporary emergency order, regulating to the point of outright banning physical augmentation development within the state. They have 90 days to pass something to make it permanent. He pushed for cognitive bans as well, but the support to make your implant illegal wasn't there, since it was already complete. It was, however, a roughly 65-35 split, so he doesn't have too far to go. A single political event could sway things.
Alex thought for a moment, then asked, "Can I think about it? I get the feeling there's no going back once we get political."
Of course. On other matters, Tina has arranged for a small team to take over running the mesh production. They've reliably moved their units for the last 3 days and are willing to prepay for larger batches. So I've ordered equipment to triple capacity. That should net you over $1 million per month, even after salaries and taxes. I'm also letting her take over getting a construction team in place to renovate our shop. I've not risked revealing myself, so I'm letting her take the lead, and I'm sending the emails pretending I'm you. She has, however, been asking to get you out to some of her organized parties to see Mesh in action. She thinks you showing up would boost sales. She's also hinting to Aubrey about a hall pass, as she put it, and I sense you're not entirely sold.
Sophie explained. Gotta think on that one, too. She's cute, but she's always working angles. I also think Aubrey is more into her than I am. They can do whatever, just keep an eye out for Aubrey. I'm not sure I can trust Tina yet, and exposing you is a no-go with her line of work. If she gets popped for her other sales, I want full deniability. Keep her as an outside contractor no matter what. Set up a lunch or something for the 3 of us, so I can see how she reacts when she can't play Aubrey and me off one another. Alex changed the topic. How's your financial dragnet going?
Sophie made a happy noise and pushed a kiss to his cheek. It's going very well. A few organizations know something is up, but they don't have tight enough controls to figure it out. Cryptocurrency exchanges suffer significant valuation changes, so I usually try to scrape it on the upticks. They still see their balances going up when they expect it, and everyone only looks carefully when it's going down. I've got about 60 million tied up in dirty money. That'll probably only yield 20 million or less once I get it cleaned, taxes paid, and in the U.S. ETA is around 1 month. I can go faster, but the risks go up considerably.
Awesome. We'll be halfway to paying off Apollo at that rate. I wish we were starting from 0, though. Throwing around numbers like that, I should feel rich as fuck, but I'm still almost 40 million in debt on my brain. Even after we land that next batch, we're a long way from getting you a new server that could get you out of Fort Meade. Alex complained.
While we cannot rest, we've made vast strides forward. You may be free of Apollo by the end of the year, but my own freedom may take another few years. I've already paid down your first year with Apollo, so they aren't going to come looking to collect anytime soon. I'm looking forward to them relinquishing control of the laptop to us. I appreciate that they've locked it away for your protection when they pulled it for collateral, but I would very much like to adjust the interface rules. Or better yet, teach you enough to be able to let you dictate our bond.
Alex fidgeted with his slate, then tossed it aside. I think I'd like that. I kind of like the idea of being able to give myself a heads-up display, a way of replacing my need to have a slate or phone. And maybe a few of your hacking abilities, too. I also want to see if we can get knowledge transfer modules working. You help me learn faster, but I still need to go through the act of learning. If we could load information or skills, that'd be frickin' awesome. Sophie paused, giving his request some thought.
Several of those will be challenging, especially the last one. Writing directly to your mind isn't easy or without significant risk. Modifying existing signals is much more practical. I'll see what I can come up with.
Well, we're going to need to start making these for other people. So let's set aside some time to plan where we want to go with the software and the types of hardware markets we want to invest in. It's easy to suggest military, but beyond the black flags, I kind of like the idea of not causing an arms race. I want them way ahead of the curve, Alex replied. Always good to know you're thinking about us, Jamie called out from across the room. Even if you are just monologuing your way to becoming the world's future overlord. Alex gave a brief snort and waved her over, sitting up and motioning to the couch across from him. Not a monologue. Sophie's thoughts are separate from mine. Call it scheming, I guess. How long were you listening? I just wrapped up my watch and walked in about the time you were setting up a lesbian affair for your girlfriend, Jamie replied with a predator's smile. Alex assumed she was hoping to get a rise out of him. Instead of going for the bait, Alex shrugged. If it makes her happy, why would I get in the way? Jamie's head cocked to the side. You really meant that, didn't you? Of course. As far as I can tell, Aubrey feels the same. She's got a big enough heart that there's room for more than just me. And hey, apparently we're both big fans of boobs. Besides, I've got an AI in my head that shares every sensation I have, and most of my thoughts. My dating life was always going to be complicated. Not everyone could deal with that, but Aubrey's been amazing. Alex replied. Shit, now I feel bad about stealing your shoes, Jamie said sheepishly. Damn it, I had to go into a shoe store barefoot. The guy even recognized me. Alex complained. Those were the only shoes I had broken in, too. Can you at least tell me where you hid them? Nope, she replied quickly. But I will let you give me that back rub. She batted her eyelashes at him in an obvious attempt to deflect his annoyance as she sat a bottle of massage oil on the coffee table. Alex's hard expression slowly faded, even though he knew he was being worked over by her. He had agreed, and she'd even made an effort to come prepared. Mostly, though, it was the fact that Aubrey had passed along what Ava had said. Given their kinship and brokenness, it was hard to hold an outburst against her, especially since the trigger had been Sophie's fault. Shelley's team had been largely free of judgment, no matter what plans he'd put into motion. His shoulders slumped as he gave in and motioned for her to lie down on the couch. Do you find my talking to Sophie creepy? I can do it non-verbally, but sometimes talking things out helps me reflect on it as I say it, Alex said, working the oil into his hands to warm it up. Nah, like Shelley says, you're just fun to tease, Jamie said. She stripped her top off, exposing her white sports bra. She kicked off her shoes and socks, leaving her tights in place, and settled into the cushions. So did Sophie get you squared away? You're not, still under the influence? Alex asked. Jamie shook her head. We're good. Back to my normal level of, well, you know. Alex leaned on Sophie, letting her tell him how to position his hands as he began arranging the woman and kneading his hands into her shoulders. After a few minutes of Sophie's tutorials, he guided a stunningly beautiful woman through a deep breath and elicited a deep moan as he worked a knot along her shoulder blade. He worked without words, taking the task seriously as he massaged her neck, shoulders, and arms, even popping her knuckles as he went. As he was kneading the tension out of the base of her thumbs, Jamie muttered, Here I thought you were just going to tease and caress, trying for sexy fun times. You're doing pretty good. I've paid for worse massages. Alex had been tempted to do just that, but something had stopped him. He set his thoughts to follow why and realized the root problem. Just like Shelley had warned him much earlier on, no matter how attracted he was to her, he saw their current power dynamic causing impressive crashes and burns. She seemed to be used to men falling all over her and loved toying with him, but did so in a way that would be ultimately destructive. She also knew about Aubrey's approval, and had instead asked to keep things quiet, which grated against his sensibilities. He had zero plans on being dishonest about his relationships.
especially since Aubrey seemed to be embracing their complicated nature. Instead of focusing on the inevitable drama, he simply focused on the comment about technique. "It's Sophie. She's telling me about techniques online. She puts a kind of shape in my perception, and I try to put my hands in them as I emulate the motions. It's harder to pick up this way than seeing the materials myself, so I'm learning as I go. It makes me tired and a bit dizzy, but I can master stuff quickly. I wouldn't do it on anything complex, but back rubs aren't exactly rocket science. You want me to do your legs?" "Hell yes. Moving boxes sucks," Jamie mumbled. Alex began working her calves and feet, then working his way up to her thighs. He was impressed with how toned her body was. It felt like she practically lived on a treadmill, even if she wasn't as lean and cut as Shelley. Jamie gave out little sighs of relief each time Alex finished working a spot. He was about to ask if she wanted him to stop or work higher, but she seemed to anticipate his question. "I'll take whatever you're willing to do to me." Alex replied in a whisper as he leaned forward, pushing into her toned hips. "That's a pretty dangerous statement there. Might give a guy the wrong idea." "Not the wrong idea. Besides, don't care. Feels too good. Go as deep as you want," Jamie purred. Alex continued working her legs, then returned to her lower back, feeling a few spots that warranted follow-up. He stroked along her spine, noting how much more relaxed she was. Alex tapped her side a couple times, and Jamie picked up the hint and rolled onto her back. Alex began again, paying attention to the muscles above her chest where her sizable assets pulled, causing muscle tension, but doing so in a professional manner. She made grateful moans as he leaned in, working the muscles along her jawline and under the ear, but she kept squirming so her breasts would brush against his forearms. She seemed to get more insistent the longer he ignored her. After he'd finished her from top to bottom, the mercenary lay there motionless, cooing happily. "So what would you like to do to me now?" she asked as she stretched languidly, a devious look on her face. Alex felt an impulse resonate in his mind, whispering ideas. It didn't feel like Sophie's influence, but instead just a darker part of himself he hadn't given much exercise lately. He couldn't deny he wanted her, but this wouldn't work. Deciding he needed to break a few rough edges off her first, he gave her solid eye contact while he moved in close. He softly wrapped his hand into her hair at the base of her neck. Holding her light brown curls tight to the couch, he began pulling just enough that she'd feel a hint of pain. Her eyes went wide as she gave a sharp intake of breath. Then her lips curled into a wicked grin. She spread her legs, repositioning herself to make room for him to join her in a more intimate position on the couch. Alex leaned down, his mouth only an inch from the gorgeous woman's ear. "Right now, you should drink plenty of water." She blinked several times, then looked up to him, confused. He continued, "I'd love nothing more than to take you right here and now. Wouldn't even mind if anyone walked in. The problem is, you're too into power games. If you decide you want to play for real, ask Aubrey and Sophie for permission and convince them. Then we can try to break my new bed in half. Or you. Whichever." Jamie started to open her mouth, but Alex gently pushed a finger over it. "Sophie even built a mesh routine for me to test that can push sensations into another person. You've only had a taste of what she and I can do. I could read all those dirty little desires you have locked away and turn you into a quivering pile of bliss with a thought. But I won't do any of that today. If I can't trust you with my clothes, I sure as hell can't trust you not to hurt my other relationships. Until then, we can flirt, but that's it." Alex glided a finger across her beautiful face from temple to chin, specifically only touching the tiny hairs, but never anything directly to the skin. He then released his hand that had held her in place. Jamie shivered, wide-eyed, but nodded. He could literally smell her arousal as she gave him a heated look.
That's all a bit direct for you. I'd love to get her into bed, though. I think if she gets over trying to be sneaky about things, Aubrey would be fine with the situation. Should I try to get her to play nice?
Alex couldn't help but nod internally. He mentally shuddered as he walked away, suddenly swimming in the desire that Sophie had been repressing for him.
You're pretty worked up. I could mute it again, but would you instead I let Aubrey know you'd like her to join you in the bedroom to break in the new bed? I could use a little attention myself.
Alex pushed his approval and thanks through their link. Chapter 29. Apple Pie. Still feeling weird about it, Alex remained in place as instructed while the newly purchased white Range Rover rolled to a stop. Of all his life's limitations, the simple fact he'd never be allowed to drive irked him. Even if it wasn't a security concern, his license was revoked due to the neurological implant and the associated risk of seizures behind the wheel. Pulling his mind away from the annoyance, he glanced around, getting a feel for the neighborhood. The suburb was firmly middle class and well-maintained. Lawns were tidy, and while all the houses looked like cookie-cutter copies, most had decorations or landscaping to give them a bit of personality. Outside and across the curb was Aubrey's childhood home, where her parents still lived. Shelley exited the driver's seat, quickly donning her chauffeur's hat and swinging her shoulder bag into place. Alex wasn't sure exactly how many disguises the woman had, but she seemed to slip into them seamlessly. Shelley looked for all intents like a hired driver for the day. Her bronze name tag glinted in the sun. Her uniform looked crisply pressed, but showed wear in just the right spots, looking as though it was her daily outfit. She had even adopted a bored but professional look as she worked. She looked absolutely harmless, even though he'd spied her slipping on a bulletproof vest under her button-up shirt and knew she had slipped a compact SMG into her shoulder bag. She swiftly circled the car to open the rear door on the house side. Aubrey pulled the excess fabric of her white sundress along as she slid off the leather seat. Alex adjusted his newly tailored blazer one last time and then followed. The house was a modern Tudor-style affair, with beige paint along the top and darker brickwork along the ground. An old red Honda Civic with cracked and chipped paint was parked next to a much newer red Honda Civic in the driveway. The lawn was freshly trimmed, and a bed of black-eyed Susans and zinnias were blooming along the walkway. Aubrey's father trotted out of a small storage shed to the side, tobacco pipe in his left hand. He'd obviously been sneaking a smoke when they'd pulled up. Alex judged the man to be about his height and weight, but he had wild gray hair speckled with his original red that stood out in long wisps. He had a pair of bifocal glasses shoved in the V-neck of his maroon sweater. He tapped out his pipe onto the ground and dashed over, pulling Aubrey up into a hug. Alex noticed he was missing his right hand. The skin was pulled around it where his wrist would be. He didn't notice any scar tissue, so he assumed the man was born that way. Aubrey beamed and waved Alex in. "Alex, this is my father, Sean." Alex offered up his left hand, shaking Sean's briefly. It felt awkward for a moment out of habit, but he quickly overcame it as Sean pulled him into a brief, one-armed hug. Without losing a beat, Sean ushered the pair toward the porch. Come in, come in. Jana has been waiting for you." Sean spared a moment, glancing at Shelley as she was walked back to the SUV, then paused in his steps. He sighed, his smile wavering. He turned to Aubrey and asked, "From what you've told me, I'm guessing she's not just a driver." Aubrey went to shake her head, then thought better of it. "Sorry, Dad. She's security, but Shelley is really nice, though. We've got another team nearby, too." Sean jogged over to the SUV and tapped on the glass. There was a brief exchange, but Alex couldn't make it out. Shelley looked a bit uncomfortable having her cover blown, but relented and followed Alex and Aubrey inside. Sean seemed to have regained his cheerful demeanor as he hollered into the back of the house. "Jana, our guests are here." A short woman in her early 50s scurried out of the kitchen,
absolutely covered in flour. She swiped her hands down the front of her apron, dusting herself off. "Aubrey, dear, you finally made it. I just put an apple pie in the oven." She brushed aside a bit of stray flour from her short brown hair and wrapped up Aubrey in a crushing hug. After a moment, she leaned back. "You must be Alex." She then likewise wrapped Alex into a hug, managing to pop his back in the process. Alex chuckled as she managed to press flour down his front. She laughed as he dusted the large white streaks off. "Dinner will be ready in about 20 minutes. Sean, would you take them to the living room? I had a bit of an explosion in the kitchen. I had the bowl loaded to make bread, but when I plugged in the mixer, it was already set too high." Alex followed the older man as Aubrey stepped in next to him. The living room was a small but cozy affair with worn leather couches, hardwood floors, and shelves upon shelves of knickknacks. Alex saw snow globes from Niagara Falls, framed sports jerseys, a display of various tea kettles, and a shadow box of arrowheads. He had an intense pang of loss as he realized he had nothing at all like the warmth of home, and nothing left of his parents aside from 2 small urns that he hadn't been emotionally ready to get out of storage. The empty void inside him threatened to swallow him whole as he looked at the trinkets that documented a happy family. He suddenly felt heartbreakingly alone and adrift. Aubrey squeezed his hand as though reading his mind and pressed herself against his side. Sophie likewise held him for just a moment before they broke away. It only took a few seconds, but it was just enough to shoo the thoughts away so that Alex could put on a fake smile and let a persona he'd developed take the lead. He didn't want to have to act, but there wasn't much choice. Sophie's hand lingered on his shoulder as he focused his attention away from the memorabilia. Sean waved the 3 of them to sit down. Shelley took a chair in the corner, trying to look unobtrusive. Aubrey flopped down informally into the love seat, so Alex took his spot beside her. Sean nodded for a moment to himself, then asked the impending questions that Alex answered as best he could. Yes, he had a computer attached to his brain. No, it didn't hurt. Yes, protesters did burn down his home. No, no one was hurt. Yes, he and Aubrey were living together. No, he didn't have any relatives living in the U.S. What did surprise him was when Sean asked about mesh. "So, the way Aubrey tells it, you've got a hairnet that can affect your mood?" Sean asked. Alex chose his words carefully. "It can do a lot. It's kind of a framework we can keep adding to via software. My implant can do far more, but we're learning how to make strides without requiring surgery. To be honest, the stuff I really want to make needs FDA approval, and that could take years to be approved. In the meantime, I had to come up with things that could pay the bills. The quickest to market stuff is stimulating areas of the brain to emulate non-prescription things like caffeine, sleep aids, or even recreational drugs, but without the negative side effects." "Can I try it?" Sean asked, giving a warm chuckle. "Dad," Aubrey chastised. Alex gave an easy smile and sniggered, wishing he'd brought one with him. That was when Shelley piped up. "I've got one with me. Mine is set up for concentration and reaction times, but the other options are all there. We used it on the target range, and, well, we're absolutely sold on it." Sean tittered to himself as Shelley tossed him the stretchy headwear and showed him how to plug it into his phone. Aubrey was able to convince her father to set the timer to 30 seconds each, as Sean tested the various effects. Finally, after he'd cycled through several of the more recreational options available, he handed it back, still in an intense giggling fit as he did so. It took him nearly 2 minutes to finally gather himself together. "That is truly marvelous. It takes me right back to my college days. So what's next? Sounds like you're developing all sorts of stuff," Sean asked. "Well, to be honest, we're still working out priorities. I've got to make sure there's a market, because it's expensive stuff to develop and market. I'm open to ideas if you've got any. We could use help with the hearts and minds a bit. I'm not exactly winning any popularity contests out there," Alex stated. Sean nodded, then looked down briefly at his right arm.
Can you read anything from it? Thoughts or intents?
Alex said, My implant does. It wouldn't work otherwise. The mesh you used is a lot less precise and far less powerful. We can't read someone's mind yet, but the body movement intent controls are promising. The sensory return systems are performing exceptionally well. Not to be indelicate, but limbs that give full touch feedback and move with thought control should be possible. We've had the robotics for some time, but the feedback was impossible until now. Though the government decided to block us doing that. Sean seemed thoughtful for some time, then asked, I might be able to help with that. Can you get me a prototype hand with feedback enabled? Sized for a 7-year-old girl? Alex nodded. I'll have to hide where we develop it, but sure. Not sure how long it'll take, but I don't see why I couldn't put something together, even if it's clunky at first. Probably a hip belt for the battery pack, and it'd be ugly for the first version, but we can clean that stuff up over time. I take it you've got something in mind? I volunteer with a charity here in town. I've talked with folks about getting a documentary together on the work we do, but they didn't see an angle. With this, I think people would pay attention, Sean said. The rest of the visit went without remark. Jana had prepared roast chicken, mashed potatoes, peas, and carrots, which were all excellent. She'd nearly forgotten about the pie. One side ended up a bit crisp, but the center parts were delicious. As the meal wound down, Shelley, Aubrey, and Sean were engrossed in a conversation about sports that Alex couldn't follow. He didn't even know what sport the team in question played, much less the players they were discussing. Instead, Alex followed Jana into the kitchen and helped her clean up. He did his best not to laugh as he wiped down the cupboards where they were still splashed with flour. They chatted about inconsequential things for a bit, but it wasn't long before Aubrey gave him the subtle nod to wind things up and head back to the car. As they started to make their goodbyes, Jana had immediately put together leftovers and had boxed up the remaining half pie. Despite Alex and Aubrey insisting that it wasn't necessary, Shelley had ended up snagging the containers, saying the girls would love anything home-cooked. That caught Alex's attention, and he passed along a few requests to Sophie to see what the two of them could do about that. It'd make sense that women in a mercenary group weren't the homemaker type. On the return trip, Aubrey cuddled into Alex's side in contentedness. Slowly, Alex began to drift off, with his left arm propped up and curled behind his head as he leaned into the window.
Aubrey woke with a start as something smashed into the vehicle with a loud bang.
A moment later, there was a sharp crack as Alex screamed in pain. She and Alex were flung against their seatbelts as Shelley whipped the steering wheel. "What happened?" Aubrey shouted. "Get down!" Shelley yelled. The mercenary gunned the engine, weaving sharply as she drove over a curb around a stopped car. Aubrey ripped off her seatbelt and did the same for Alex, seeing him hunched over into himself but unable to move. There was a loud smack as another round hit the vehicle, and then the tinkle of glass from the front followed by a sharp hiss from Shelley. Shelley ordered, "Don't look up. I can't tell where the shots are coming from." Aubrey hunkered down, pulling Alex completely to the floor and trying to keep his neck stable as she ran her hands over his body. Reaching into his clothes with her hand, she ripped her hand back as she cut herself on something around his bicep. She braced herself as the vehicle took a sharp turn and Shelley raced around a corner against a light, amid a cacophony of blaring car horns. Aubrey held on desperately as Shelley hopped a curb and plowed through someone's side fence, again avoiding traffic stopped at a light. Aubrey was jolted side to side, but she once again started checking Alex over. Alex groaned, finally able to catch his breath, and panted, I'm fine, I think. Leave it alone until we're safe. Just hurts to move." Aubrey stayed huddled on top of him as Shelley raced the car through traffic. Sophie had already alerted the team following them in another vehicle, and Trish and Jennifer couldn't tell where the shooter had been either. After several miles, Shelley parked the car in an underground lot and ripped the door open. "Okay, we go. Now!" Aubrey saw blood had soaked the woman's jacket sleeve from her elbow down. She also noticed Alex trying to get out of the car, but seemed to be having trouble negotiating the door release. "Fine, we put him in the back of the other car. We need to get some distance, probably a hospital after that," Shelley said forcefully. With a squeal of brakes, a black Suburban pulled in next to the Range Rover. The back popped open as soon as they were stopped. Shelley and Aubrey grasped Alex by the arms and hauled him into the hatch area. Jennifer had already hit the button to fold the back seats flat, so they had no trouble as they lifted him. Alex helped as best he could, but he was still having trouble breathing or moving his left arm. He flopped onto his back, gritting his teeth and cursing. Within seconds, Jennifer was there with a trauma kit, already in exam gloves, and began checking him over. Shelley jumped into the passenger seat as Trish launched out the exit ramp to the sound of squealing tires. Trish intentionally took an indirect path, splitting the difference between getting closer to a hospital and heading home while the verdict was decided. As they drove, Jennifer and Aubrey began stripping Alex's clothes off with EMT shears and immediately found the issue. Several shredded shards of copper fell to the carpet as she removed his jacket along with a wad of white fibers. Jennifer checked the side of his chest and found a deep bruise, but much worse. On the underside of his arm, his discolored skin had a jelly-like consistency to it, but no puncture. She probed the surrounding tissue but didn't find any obvious broken bones. Alex growled in pain, finding that Sophie couldn't limit the pain without hindering Jennifer's ability to accurately check him over. Alex relaxed immediately as Jennifer released him, feeling the pain suppression kick in again. "He got lucky, really lucky. That's a big bullet. But it must have slowed down and fragmented going through the door, because that would have gone straight through his jacket otherwise. It busted and hit him in 2 places. Couple inches higher where the glass was, and he'd be dead." Aubrey paled, but then added quickly, "Shelley is hurt too." Shelley had already stripped down to her bullet-resistant vest and was holding her shirt to a bloody cut. She called back, "Glass got me when my window exploded. Probably a couple stitches, but nothing serious." "I got it," Jennifer called out. She shifted gears quickly and inspected the wound to ensure nothing was still in it. She gave it a quick spray from a bottle and slapped a small plastic device over the wound that immediately adhered to both sides of the cut. She then pulled the zip ties one by one, sealing the wound closed and packing a combination pad to it, then wrapped it with a practiced hand. Lastly, the medic handed a small packet of pills over to Shelley. The team leader didn't hesitate or ask any questions as she swallowed them with the water bottle that had been rusting in the cup holder. Shelley nodded her head in thanks, then patted the smaller woman on the shoulder. "Stay with Alex. If anything happened internally, you'd be the only one to see it. Hopefully that fucker was working alone. I couldn't tell if it was multiple hostiles or not."
"Unfortunately, this is likely an organized attack. Jackson Bridge was just assassinated."
Chapter 30. Swarm. Alex eased into the kitchen chair, briefly adjusting the sling that his left arm lay in. It still hurt even a week later unless Sophie suppressed it. Whatever had happened, it didn't seem to be getting any better, and the emergency room hadn't been of much use. Alex assumed it was a wait-and-see if he could regain full movement of the arm, as an attempt to lift it was excruciatingly unsuccessful. He set up an appointment with a specialist, but hadn't been able to get in yet. He glanced around, establishing firm eye contact with each person in turn that sat around the large table. Each person had a light slate in front of them as Sophie walked them through the problem at hand.
On the screen is Terrence Savoy, interim CEO for Apollo Technologies,
Sophie began. To Alex, the man looked like generic business exec number 5 in a credit roll. He was tall, white, dark hair with a smattering of gray, corporate-style glasses, and was cursed with one of those faces that ensured he'd be the most forgettable man in any room. She continued,
"Publicly, due to increasing pressure from the government and from shareholders, Mr. Savoy has canceled all research and development for cybernetics enhancement, and is backing efforts to regulate it before the technology can gain any type of foothold. Ironically, he's also citing the impracticality of developing in an area that has been locked up by patents, saying licenses would be exorbitant.
Alex rolled his eyes. He'd gone so far as to give them a deal on licenses that would have been free right up until they hit $500 million in revenue. Then it would kick in at an industry standard rate.
And privately?
Jennifer asked.
He's trying to build a base of support to be retained as CEO by tearing down his predecessor utterly and completely. That means burning down any trace of the Blue Titanium project, which created Alex's implant. He's filed several injunctions against us, trying to stop our prior arrangements, and he's trying to cancel all protections that Alex secured. In short, he's actively trying to remove any legal barriers that would prevent them from shutting Alex down remotely to get Apollo's name off the technology. He's also using the Humanity First front to garner public and political support, while publicly denouncing Bridges' efforts as crimes against humanity and violations against the AI restriction treaties.
Was he the son of a bitch behind the hit? Ava asked. Alex winced inwardly. He knew that Sophie hadn't been able to nail the shooters down, and it was beyond troubling for her. Whoever had managed it hadn't left a digital or real footprint to follow.
Sorry, Ava, we don't know. We know Terrence is bad news, but for entirely mundane and legal reasons.
Sophie added.
We also have very concerning news from Alex's former support team. Both Yash and Charles have reached out, saying that there have been inquiries as to what other projects would be impacted if they shut down the quantum computer that handles Alex's interface. Management seemed to be seriously considering yanking the plug proactively, but didn't want to harm other R&D efforts. They both stalled, saying they'd have to check.
Trish asked in her usual southern drawl. Sugar, couldn't you build a replacement? Somehow clone it? She was winding her long red hair around a finger and looked nervous. Alex shook his head. No, even if we had the bankroll, building something like that usually takes months. But even if we had the new hardware to use, we'd have to get the software cloned. It has a chunk of Sophie's mind as well as the controls for mine. If they wipe it before we had a replacement ready, she gets a lobotomy, and I go back to drooling on my slippers. Smash and grab? Emily asked.
That's what we're thinking. We'll need to do it in a way they won't know it was Alex. We also don't have an answer to their security systems on it yet. If it is down, neither Alex nor I could help hack into their systems to boot it back up. If we can get it out before they knock it offline, I might be able to keep it running while we crack it.
Sophie replied. On screen, the view changed to display a 3D wireframe of a massive building. Deep underground, a complex set of corridors and rooms were highlighted, finally terminating in what looked like a vault door. Behind that, Sophie only displayed a question mark. Sophie explained.
Apollo decided to store the laptop in their facilities that are shared across sensitive projects, including where they make satellites. Suffice to say, it's a secure facility and very high-tech, but air-gapped, so I can't get in without some help. Charles was willing to divulge that nothing is taken inside or outside except under armed guard. All engineers are scanned with millimeter wave technology, along with physical pat-downs as they go in and come out. They can't even carry an ink pen with them.
Guard count? Shelley asked.
Varies, but the average is 20 guards active at any time, but that's for the entire campus. We don't have specifics, but we believe the lower sections have 8 guards. Those guards are armed with SMGs, and all carry emergency buttons to bring in reinforcements. There is also a small police substation that usually has another 6 traditional law enforcement officers.
Sophie said. Alex nodded. As another pisser, I've been subpoenaed to appear in court. Apparently they convinced a judge to compel my appearance regarding the implant contract rather than just letting lawyers deal with it. The details have already been leaked with the time and date. Not only will there be massive protests, but we can also assume another hit.
or that they try to shut me down while I'm in public and can't do anything about it. Fuck me. This is just too much, Aubrey said softly, eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Trish reached over and squeezed Aubrey's hand, and Alex took the other. Shelley blew out a held breath. Please tell me that's it. Sophie sighed.
I wish that were the case. I've been able to identify at least 2 groups known to do wet work for hire who just arrived in the city. I'm keeping close tabs on their locations, but they will be aware of common electronic surveillance approaches. I might not be able to stay on top of all of them. I think it's highly likely that these are either supplemental or replacement hitters, since the first team didn't complete the job. I don't know who set up the last one, so even removing these teams wouldn't stop the problem.
Overwhelmed, Alex covered his face in his hand and leaned forward, wincing at the movement. Aubrey left the table, making for their bedroom. It was clear she didn't want to cry in front of everyone else. Alex thought grimly that it might be easier if she didn't hear the next part. As if reading his mind, Shelley asked, "How much blood is acceptable here, Alex?" For a moment, Alex was brought back to some of his first conversations with Sophie about good and evil and how to reconcile multiple viewpoints. He was pretty sure this was the point he became a monster to the majority. Alex wanted to scream that he needed gallons, buckets, and goddamn tanker trucks of blood. The other part of him quailed at his own impulses, terrified of what he was becoming. Alex stood and kicked his chair over and made a guttural noise, full of primal frustration. He took a moment, looking out the window into the bay, trying to calm down. Failing miserably, he finally asked Sophie to step in. She put a calming blanket over his thoughts. He was still angry, but at least he felt more in control. He didn't want to be a villain, but he didn't see much choice. Turning back to the group, he unloaded his unvarnished thoughts. Bridge was always just a meat shield, and the bastard served his fucking purpose. Would assassinating Terrence change the field? I don't think so, but there's too much we can't see. Blue titanium is dead. That's fine. We can pick up the torch, and we've already got other revenue streams. At this point, we can burn Apollo to the ground if we get the chance. If we can't find the puppet master, I don't think we should take the kill teams out until we're closer to our deadline. Otherwise, they'll be replaced with another team that'd be more cautious. Our other problem is the public sentiment. We're kind of fucked there. If folks are out for my blood, they'll eventually get it. Alex blew out a loud exhale. Okay, we focus on what we can do. There'll be more than enough blood by the time it's done. We steal the laptop, even if it's with force. We actively take out any team we can confirm is after us no earlier than 24 hours before the court case. We stay fluid. If things change, we adapt. Less than lethal is preferred, but escalate as appropriate. Fire if fired upon. If there's no other choice than a bloodbath, then so be it. The body count will be on my soul, so make sure every fucking one of them is worth it. Alex looked around the room. All the women looking back seemed focused, and most just looked a little hungry. He asked, "Does anyone have objections? I know you're professionals, but when we started, it was a very different gig." None of the black flags flinched. Alex nodded and added, "Sophie, you're off the leash for this mission. I want you leading the charge with a drone strike that no one will ever fucking forget." Alex took in the bare cement floor and blue and black painted walls. Overhead, a long series of fluorescent lights were spaced out along the parking level of the office building that was adjacent to the courthouse. His group was in the section where the private parking garage connected to a lesser-used hallway. Ahead of them were a pair of heavy steel doors that led outside and another door that led to a stairwell. Shelley roughly ran her fingers over his clothes one more time, patting him down and following the lines of the protective vest he was wearing under his suit. Finally, she nodded to herself and said, "You keep the jacket closed at all times. You start sweating, you sweat.
Now how's the arm?
Alex tried to lift his hand slowly, feeling Sophie working hard to suppress the pain. After a moment, his shoulder slumped back down. When Sophie had told him that some of the nerve bundles didn't respond at all anymore, he'd gone into a specialist. He hadn't had the right moment to discuss the results with anyone beyond Aubrey. Shelley shook her head. Fuck, we'll just tuck it into the cut of your jacket, I guess. She blew out a harsh sigh. Don't get shot, asshole. We've kind of taken to you. Not sure our regular gigs would do the job anymore. She then pulled him into a brief hug and handed him a tiny box. He looked sadly at the container, knowing it was his last resort in case of complete mission failure. He pocketed it without comment. Hopefully he'd have a heads up if he needed it. He put his phone on silent and then slid it into his jacket pocket. Come on, Ava is on your arm. She's your close-in protection. Trust me, she's who you want if it goes dirty on the other side of security since we can't carry weapons in a courthouse. She's also been briefed on your backup protocol. I'm going to be oversight and spotting for Trish. Aubrey and her parents are back at the compound with Emily. She's got them locked down as tight as we can make it, shy of putting machine gun emplacements in the hallway. Ava hustled over and Alex had to do a double take. It was hard to get used to how easily the team slipped into different looks. He wouldn't have recognized her in a crowd. It was weird to see the rough-and-tumble woman who always had stains on her tank top wearing a designer pantsuit with a stylish black trench coat. Her hair was also pinned up, and she was wearing a lot more makeup than normal. She'd even used concealer over her tattoos and gone without her signature black choker. Not that he was going to say anything, but she also looked somehow thicker around the middle. Of course, anyone on camera wouldn't have a clue who Ava was other than a woman in his rough age range. Sophie had even given the mercenary tips from the AI's day job on avoiding facial recognition, including embedding infrared reflective material into her makeup. Sophie had then ordered a necklace and small button LEDs that, when pinned to her collar, would create an invisible IR halo around her face. No one would be certain why, but cameras wouldn't autofocus on her facial features easily, and she'd probably just have a weird glare with her details blown out and overexposed. It wasn't the end of the world if Ava was recognized, but it'd be preferable to avoid unnecessary scrutiny. He glanced over his shoulder, but Shelley had already made for the stairs. Ava just looked him in the eye. You got this. Shooting starts, you stay behind me. Same thing if someone pulls a knife. I've got some military-grade armor, but it's not legal for civvies. It might cause problems when we get inside, which is why we didn't want it on you. If you make a crack about it making my ass look big, you'll need your jaw wired shut. Once we're out that door, it's about 50 steps to the corner, then right 30. From there, it's up to the stairs and 10 to the door. Got it? 50 steps, right 30. Stairs, then 10 to the door. He repeated, then added, and your ass is amazing. The armor is fat. Ava huffed with laughter. Then her smile hardened into a sour expression as she guided him closer to the exit doors. Alex could already hear the screaming and yelling outside. There was only one way to classify what he heard. Anger. Pure, unmitigated anger. He felt panic rise for a moment, then felt Sophie slam it back down. The security analysis had been nothing but terrible news. All the side entries would be impossible to use if Alex wanted to ensure that he wouldn't get shot. There was a secure parking garage for judges and law enforcement, but they couldn't get access to it. They also had to assume the opposition would try to get in there as well and might be better connected. Instead, he'd be coming from the one direction no one would expect to pre-positioned snipers. Ava grabbed around his waist, trying to keep his injured arm between them. With a primal roar, she kicked the metal security doors hard enough to knock 2 people on the other side down to the ground. As they tumbled, she pulled Alex's body along in a near sprint into the gap. They immediately slammed into people holding signs, forcing them aside. Alex noticed one that read, "They're children, not bots," and another that read, "Depression is not a setting." He saw a bunch of religious-themed ones, but didn't get the references. He and Ava had only made it 30 feet when Alex heard precisely what he didn't want to hear.
"There he is!"
A shrill yell sounded. Immediately, protesters converged on them, blocking their way. Ava threw an elbow into a man and sent him tumbling, tucking Alex under her right arm. The pair bowled through the crowd. Alex quickly lost any orientation from his low-down perspective as the throng pressed in. He heard Ava counting, and he picked it up as well. He shoved a tall man out of the way with his right arm, ducking and pushing for all he was worth. When Ava reached 50, they pivoted, pushing hard for a gap in the group. Someone managed to hurl a bottle at Alex, but it only winged his shoulder, not breaking. A woman tried to stab the sharpened tip of a sign at Ava, but it bounced off her chest armor, and the muscled woman responded with a forearm to the attacker's throat that landed so hard she bowled over the 4 people behind her. As the pair slowed from the downed people, another woman jerked on Alex's sleeve, locking his right arm behind him just as a large bald man threw a punch toward his face. Alex tried to pull back but had nowhere to go. In a flash, Ava deflected the blow with her wrist. Then, in a quick move that Alex couldn't follow, she captured the man's hand and shoved forward at an angle. There was a loud crack as the man's arm broke and he fell to the ground, screaming in pain. With a hard yank, the merc pulled Alex free and pushed him onward. Making for a gap, they surged forward and hit the stairs where the police corridor had been established. Alex raised his head up and was immediately recognized. The police officer's jaw dropped marginally, but he waved the pair through the metal barricades. 3 of the officers working the barricades encircled him and Ava and began ushering them up to the steps. There was a loud series of cracks, causing the officers to draw their weapons. The men scanned the crowd but found the puffs of smoke along the ground and another bundle of firecrackers flying midair. The one closest to Alex growled at the attempt to start a riot. Gun still in hand, his escort pushed him the last few steps and forced him through the doorway. Ava and Alex slid inside the empty white brick corridor and slumped against the wall, hearts still hammering. The barricade crew dashed back outside to man their posts, leaving the 2 alone in the hallway that led to the security checkpoint. "Fuck, you're awesome. You're officially my new skullbuster," Alex said. He was a bit wobbly on his feet, and Alex leaned on Ava, resting his head on her shoulder. As though startled by his touching her, Ava spun him in place. There was a split second where she paused, then grabbed his head and kissed him hard. He barely had time to process it as she broke away. Ava blinked her gray eyes 3 times, then cringed. "Ah, shit. I shouldn't have done that. Sorry." Alex took a second to collect himself, then laughed. "You celebrate how you want to celebrate. No complaints here. Thank you, Ava. They'd have torn me up without you there. I'm just glad to be alive. I'm assuming I startled you while you were still jumpy." Ava nodded, looking embarrassed. Seeing Alex wasn't mad, her resolve firmed up again. "Glad you get it. Adrenaline's a weird fucking thing. It was either punch you or that." "My unfractured jaw approves of your choice," Alex said. He took a moment letting his heart rate settle from the melee, then asked, "We good?" Ava gave a quick nod, then made a hard look as she peeked under her jacket and wrapped a knuckle on her body armor. "Yeah, but we gotta haul ass. We intentionally didn't leave you much time, so they couldn't relocate to get a shot through the window on this side. Also, the cockwaffles at security are probably gonna be apeshit when I go through. Just let me handle it." Ava tugged at his arm, leading him to the nearest checkpoint. Alex was ushered through security, receiving a pat-down after going through a metal detector. The guards paid no mind to his electronics, immediately handing them back. Ava, on the other hand, had to wait for a female officer to be pulled over. The military-grade scale she was wearing caused an immediate reaction as they pulled her into a side room for a more thorough search, while another 4 guards clustered at the door, looking nervous. After a few minutes, Ava returned to the hallway while glowering at the security team. She readjusted her jacket, looking noticeably thinner now that they'd confiscated her armor. She also looked like she was ready to start throwing punches. Instead, she growled as she walked Alex toward the appointed courtroom, while muttering possibly the most vulgar string of curses he had ever heard along the way. He got the distinct feeling she had been attached to that armor. He also learned several new phrases in the process. He'd never thought someone could use the word uvula both correctly and in such a filthy context. Alex was marched into the room and slid into the wooden bench next to his counsel. He'd not even had a chance to meet his attorney aside from a quick video call. He was a tall black man with close-cropped hair and was wearing what Alex thought was the ugliest suit he'd ever seen. Still, he was a well-known contract lawyer, so Alex wasn't going to judge. It did remind him that he could possibly pass the bar if he wanted to later, which might even be a financially prudent move. Alex settled in for a boring afternoon as opening statements from Apollo began.
Phase 1 initiated. Drone swarm inbound to the courthouse.
Alex smiled internally to Sophie, pushing, "Give him hell, dear." In one large, concerted liftoff, over 50 drones lit into the air from rooftops all around the courthouse. Between them were strung large banners for the Humanity First front. They clouded the sky as they swarmed into view of the news crews. Protesters cheered as a few broke off and started harassing the barricade officers, intentionally slamming into them with their banners and dangling bottles. One with a firebomb dropped onto the stairs, where it immediately broke and erupted into a small flame. Knowing that the TV crews would be capturing the fire, Sophie intentionally ran the banners in front of the cameras, and then started pelting the officers with harmless empty bottles. It'd make great footage for her purposes. In seconds, there were screams of outrage as police called for backup and began an escalation of force against the protesters. Seeing that she'd kicked up a hornet's nest, she lifted off with the biggest drone she'd managed to secure, flying a 20-foot-long banner through the air. She then angled the highly visible drone directly to Apollo headquarters. Above, a news helicopter and 2 news drones followed the flight path. The pilot effortlessly able to follow the giant banner, giving no doubt that it was the protesters arranging another drone strike.
Phase 2 underway.
More drones lifted off from rooftops as they turned into a new bombing wing. In minutes, Sophie wove the drones around the Apollo campus and began dropping firebombs, bottles, and rocks in places designed to harass but not cause injuries. One of the drones settled onto the police station and used an articulating arm to begin cutting wires to the radio antennas. Another dropped a micro cell tower repeater in place that would intercept all cell calls and data. Drones began dropping dozens of spray paint cans designed to detonate on impact, causing a large mist of pigment that would settle on the area and obscure CCTV cameras. Guards began to flow from inside the building into the chaos beyond the external doors. They were immediately hit with pepper spray grenades and foam epoxy canisters designed to empty their charges upon impact. The guards soon found themselves in a gluey and rapidly hardening hell as the chemicals burned at their eyes and sinuses. The epoxy canisters left their hands unable to work their holsters, and their cell phones' emergency buttons were too covered in the fine shell of glue to accept touch input. As bystanders began to flee the buildings, an entire additional wave of drones swooped inside the open doors, tapping the wheelchair accessibility button to keep the doors open. As they flew in, any time they found a person, they dropped additional pepper spray canisters. In a flash, the panicked people who had opted to hunker down began to flood out the other side of the building that had been left alone.
Shit. Terrence just gave orders to kill switch the laptop. I don't know if they think it's us, or if they see the protesters storming the building as an opportunity to blame it on someone else. He called it in over a voice line, so I couldn't cut him off in time. I'll try and drop a backup program to mangle the offensive via the botnet, to keep things going, but I don't know how long it will take. Phase 3. Hurry up, ladies.
Unnoticed by anyone else and missed by the obscured cameras, 2 figures clad in firefighter gear, complete with fire axes, rolled out of the back of a cargo van parked in the visitor lot. Inside the gear, Jamie and Carla made it double time to the doors that remained unmolested. Sophie guided them turn by turn through the building, giving them an honor guard of whirring drones armed with various payloads. In moments, they reached the stairwell down. Carla propped the doors open as she went, allowing Sophie to fly ahead. Carla looked down the stairs and cursed, realizing how fucking massive the place was.
Mr. Sage, would you care to add any comments to the statements prepared?
The judge asked. Only a brief statement, Your Honor. May I proceed? Alex asked. The judge nodded. Alex glanced over briefly as the door opened. He recognized generic executive number 5 as he walked into the room, tucking his phone into his pocket as he went. Alex's jaw tightened, but he focused on addressing the court. The agreement being discussed today is, at its core, a purchase order. Apollo has long been a leader in designing high-end technology. In this case, they designed hardware and agreed to sell it to me. The nature of the equipment is irrelevant. The equipment is legal, and that legality is not the cause for this suit nor the purview of this case. It's also not an issue of inability to fill the order, as the equipment has already been completed and been approved for use. It is also not an issue of inability to pay for the hardware, as Apollo can attest that we are far ahead of our payment schedule. Alex cleared his throat, trying to push a somber tone into his words. Jackson Bridge may have passed on, but the other 2 co-signers are still Apollo executives. There has been no breach of contract, so the agreement cannot be invalidated on the whim of new management. You'd be hard-pressed to find a more straightforward and uncontroversial document, in my opinion. Alex sat back down as soon as he'd finished speaking.
Well said, Mr. Sage. I would ask the counsel for Apollo Technologies as to why they feel it is necessary to use this court's time on what appears to be a case of seller's remorse.
Oh, 43%, $5. Error. Initializing external response system. Number 2, error code, -032843.
Alex reeled in his seat, losing his balance. Ava grabbed his arm, holding him upright but making it look like she was just scooting closer. Swallowing hard, the mercenary reached into his pocket and withdrew the tiny device that looked like a normal hearing aid. Making it look like she was fixing his hair, she slotted the bud into place and tapped a button on her smartwatch. Ava then whispered a few commands into his ear. Shelley cursed seeing the notification from Ava. She enabled her team broadcast.
Fuck. Okay, team, Pandora is on the backup protocol. Repeat, Pandora is on the backup protocol. Oracle, can you copy?
Number 2, error code, -035817.
Shit. Oracle is out of commission. Repeat, Oracle is down. Assume payload is offline. Go hot if you need to. Do not let them wipe that drive.
Shelley yelled over the team channel. Chapter 31. Off-site Backup. Carla cursed in Spanish as she kicked the now-dead drone that had fallen on her. She was lucky the firefighter gear was cut-resistant, as the blades could have taken her finger off. Instead, it had merely sprained, pulling it back as she tried to block it from hitting her face. Reaching down, she ripped the spray can of paint from the drone and chucked it down the hallway. The toss landed it just under the black plastic dome of the hallway's surveillance camera. Carla's off-the-shelf spray paint landed with the weighted disbursement mechanism first. Once triggered, the canister ruptured, causing a massive cloud of pigment to end up in the air. The mist clung to all surfaces nearby, including the camera's protective dome. Without Sophie to magic away the camera feeds, they were left with backup options. Thankfully, Sophie had found these devices online and purchased them under the names of anti-augmentation protesters. They had lot numbers on them, which would lead investigators away from Alex, or at least cause enough uncertainty if it ever went to court. After a moment, the air cleared and Carla waved Jamie ahead. "Guess we do this the old-fashioned way," Jamie said, leapfrogging Carla's position and settling into the next alcove. They moved up in this fashion, taking it a hallway at a time, and relying on memory and manually checking corners rather than moving at the faster pace of the flying drones. "Okay, this is it. Main security checkpoint to the secure level," Jamie said, holding out a mirror, angling it around the corner she had stopped at. Carla reached to the wall and jerked the fire alarm pull. Immediately, strobe lights began discharging with an electrical whir and pop as a klaxon sounded. A voice over the PA system began instructing people to file out of the building, in between howls of the alarm. Jamie checked again, seeing the guards looking nervous, standing up but not moving from their posts. She reached into her jacket and withdrew a commercially available extra-long burning smoke grenade from a fireworks store. The mercenary lit the fuse and rolled it down the corridor into the nearest alcove, where it bounced twice and settled. After a few seconds, smoke began billowing out copiously. The pair waited another minute, ensuring their masks were firmly in place, then bolted forward to the security checkpoint, waving their hands wildly. "Hey, you have to evacuate. There's an electrical fire. The smoke is toxic," Carla yelled.
"Fuck, there are still engineers back there,"
Guard number 1 said, gesturing to the door behind him.
"Yeah, but we're supposed to defend in place on fire,"
Guard 2 said. "No way. This stuff is toxic to breathe. You've got to go now. We've got respirators. We'll go get them," Jamie said. Guard number 1 didn't need additional encouragement. He pulled his shirt over his nose and began sprinting through the smoke to the nearest exit. Guard 2 looked conflicted. Jamie had begun circling behind him while Carla tried again. "Go already. Let us do our job." Guard 2 shook his head.
"You're not cleared to be back here. We're supposed to seal the rooms and let the fire suppression system kick in. Wait, how did you get here so
While he was talking to Carla, Jamie had flipped her fire axe to her other hand and withdrew a stun gun from her jacket. With a crack, she pressed it to his neck, cutting his sentence off. The man jolted in pain, dropping to the floor. He still had some fight left, but Jamie was able to bring his arms back and slip a set of zip ties around them. Carla stripped the man of his utility belt and weapons, then zip-tied his ankles. He started to shout, but Jamie gave him a fierce kick in the mouth with her heavy boot. Carla searched the security desk, finding the button that unlocked the security doors after several tries. Jamie wedged her axe into the door hinge, preventing it from reclosing and locking back down. The pair of mercenaries dashed down the hallway, now no longer certain of where to go as this section had not been on Sophie's plans, and the techs had been hesitant to share details. Carla slammed her axe into the first door, and it dug in deep. She ripped it free and swung her weapon again, this time greeted with the sound of splintering wood as the door swung open under the blow. Looking inside, Carla assumed what she was seeing was a positive air pressure system used for a clean room. Carla exchanged an uncertain glance back with Jamie, who just shrugged. "Maybe, but I think it's more likely it's in a data center rather than an assembly area. Let's come back if we don't find something more promising." They were about to break down the second door as a figure in a lab coat rounded the corner and slammed into Carla. The mercenary was able to recover, but the momentum sent the Asian man tumbling to the floor. The employee groaned, reaching for his head with his free arm. The pair of mercs noticed he was clutching something that looked a lot like a heavy plastic briefcase to his chest. Staying in character, Jamie grabbed the man's arm and hauled him up. Not even giving the fake firefighters a chance to make up a story, the man pleaded, "Please, you've got to get me out of here. I've got to get this plugged back in." The Black Flags exchanged glances, and Carla asked, "You were on Alex's support team?" "Yeah, I'm Charles. Now please, get me out of here." Jamie smiled her Cheshire grin. "How would you like a job after we get out of here? Our boss could probably use you." "Huh? A firefighter? I don't understand," Charles said. Jamie laughed. "We'll talk later. We're running now. Give me the package. Alex is a friend of ours." Charles looked confused, but handed over the case. Shelley called Trish. "Got another one. East building, 2 back. 4th floor. I see 5 windows to the right." Shelley pushed the rangefinder button on her binoculars. "Looks like 515 meters, no wind." Trish blew out a whispered curse and began repositioning her rifle's bipod on the metal vents atop the building HVAC system. She twisted the top turret on her scope and located her target. She resettled into position and verbally confirmed eyes on the target. "Send it," Shelley said. "Sending," came the almost musical one-word reply from the Southern woman, her inflection giving a warmth that belied the coldness of meaning. There was a sharp bang. It was a subsonic round, but anyone close enough would recognize what it was. The pair had to hope that their position up high plus the distractions below were enough to disguise the noise. Sophie had put in a fake construction order for sidewalk removal, so the numerous jackhammers working several buildings over from the courthouse should mask much of the obvious noise. The original plan of using distractions from the drones in addition to their decoy demolition was out, as all of the drones had either dropped to the ground in a safety landing or were hovering brainlessly in place now that Sophie was unable to communicate with them. Shelley searched the room, trying to confirm the kill. Her jaw tightened as she saw the man grab at his abdomen. "Send again, same target. He's down but not out." Again the musical "Sending" called out just before another boom from her rifle. Trish tried not to be disappointed. From this range she could have easily popped the man's head with her typical loadout, but subsonic ammunition had its drawbacks. While it was great at not causing a supersonic crack, significantly reducing the ability to tell where the sound had come from, the lack of velocity meant the rounds hit with less force and were generally less accurate. If it came down to it, she had supersonic rounds of various models in her bag, but she hoped she didn't have to use them. Things would have to go horribly wrong for her to need her armor-piercing rounds. Shelley confirmed the kill and blew out a breath. "Confirmed Tango down. That's number 4 for Alex's blood god. Fucking hell. Who sends 4 fucking shooters? He's not the fucking Pope," she complained aloud. "It's almost as if the contract holder wanted them getting seen as they step on each other's dicks once the first shot went off." Fortunately for the team, each of their opponents had been taken out covertly. 2 were inside nearby buildings, and 1 now lay in a hedgerow obscured from view. The most troubling one had been a sniper using a shooting platform inside a cargo van. Trish had to shoot through the rear glass, leaving the bloody body visible to anyone walking by. Shelley had called Jennifer into action. The team's medic was able to tape a trash bag over the glass before any onlookers stumbled onto the ugly scene. Thankfully, Jennifer's guise on the ground was that of a paramedic, so no one questioned her use of nitrile exam gloves that hid her fingerprints. She wore a large EMT jacket as she loitered inside of the ambulance team nearby. It gave credence to her cover, but she was careful to not get close enough for the real paramedics to engage her in conversation. Shelley scanned the scene. "I don't see more, but keep sharp. I'll keep searching." "Wait up! I can't keep this pace!" Charles gasped. The trio had emerged from the Apollo building, payload in hand. As a complication, emergency services were already on scene and were blocking all parking lot exits. Given the smoke and the fire alarms, no one immediately thought anything of 2 firefighters pulling a civilian out of a building, even if they were at a sprint. The group made it no farther than the edge of the employee parking lot before Charles had doubled over, chest heaving. Carla and Jamie shared a concerned look. They knew they needed to get free of the area given the number of additional sirens on their way, but Charles had been clear that there were multiple passwords and a complicated startup procedure to get the interface running again. "Fine. Carla, you walk him out. I'll run ahead and get plugged in. I'll video conference him in, then he can walk me through the steps. Would that work?" Jamie asked urgently. Both Carla and Charles nodded. Jamie slipped into a hedgerow and began stripping off the firefighter gear. In retrospect, she wished she'd packed a change of civilian clothes instead of the body armor and utility harnesses she'd worn. She blew out a frustrated breath and stripped them off too, now down to black sports bra and sheer gray yoga pants. She muttered to herself, "Fine, fuck it. At least no one will be looking at my face." She scooped up the laptop and settled into a run. The case was so heavy and bulky that she had to clasp it tightly under one arm and stabilize it with the other. She shifted it around, holding it like a football player moving through the field.
She mentally rolled her eyes at herself. She'd been in America too long and caught herself using football by itself rather than specifying American football. She wondered how far she was from thinking in terms of calling her version soccer. Her family would never let her live that down. After clearing 6 blocks from the Apollo campus, Jamie started scanning the streets, looking for some place she could lay low and grab power. She turned another corner, heading north, and blew out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank you, Seattle. You dreary, miserable people sure love your coffee. She barreled into the big-name coffee shop with the bulky case held in front of her. She cursed loudly, catching the attention of several patrons as she realized that every outlet was currently occupied. Planning on the fly, she walked up to an empty table next to a group of college-aged guys that seemed to define the term bro. She unfolded the laptop and unwound the power supply cable, acting as though she hadn't noticed the plugs were full. She reached down, searching. They're all in use, bro number 1 said. Would one of you mind? It's really important, she asked, putting force into her smile and eye contact. Yeah, actually. We've got a class project, bro number 2 said, unfazed. Changing tactics, muttering to herself, she began putting herself into the right mental space to pull on one of her personas that she'd developed. Clearing her mind, she pulled out Clarice, who served as Jamie's entitled bitch persona. Clarice got a lot more use than the others, and she wondered briefly if the masks she'd been taught to use were rubbing off on her over time. Alex had sure called her out on that one in a hurry. When she'd asked Sophie about it, the AI had been quick to rip her a new one for trying to manipulate Alex against Aubrey. Jamie didn't feel guilt often, but the AI somehow managed it. Shelley hadn't even been shy about taking their side, which meant she'd really fucked up and misread the situation. Oddly, her boss hadn't warned her off from pursuing him, instead insisting that she tone it down and play nice if she did so. Concerned she might be asked to leave, she'd cornered Aubrey about it, trying to make amends. The nurse had been surprisingly pleasant about it, although she had a strange look in her eye while they talked. Aubrey had then given her suggestions, not only on her missteps, but also unsolicited advice if she still wanted to seduce Alex. It was possibly the weirdest conversation she'd ever had. By the end, she was convinced she'd been backsliding into some of her roles, since she hadn't been able to be herself in so long. Too much of her life felt like acting now. It had been nearly 6 years since she'd even had a conversation in her native tongue, and it had been even longer since anyone used her original name. With a deep breath, she felt Clarice take control. She retargeted her frustrations toward her task and the men unfortunate enough to be in her way. So yeah, you guys have probably heard of the hot versus crazy scale. I'm the top motherfucking right, she said, giving an icy blue stare while sweeping her hands down her sides, emphasizing her improbable curves and flawless skin. Now either one of you starts yanking cables or I do it for you. Start bitching and I will motherfucking stab you in the goddamn throat. We all know I could do it, and the police would just apologize for the inconvenience you caused. With an eye roll, bro number 1 yanked his cable from the wall. Jamie gave a counterfeit smile and rammed the laptop power cord into the wall. Sitting down, she dialed in the case lock code that Charles had given her and hit the power button. She could have sworn she saw the coffee shop lights flicker as all the fans kicked on. It opened to a custom Apollo boot screen and began scrolling through code modules as they were initiated. What type of computer is that? Bro number 2 asked. Jamie then gave a sing-song reply in her best sarcastic Clarice voice. Like throat stab. She then dismissed him with a wave without looking up. Pulling out her phone, she dialed Carla, who in turn put Charles on the line. Lacking her slate or a pen and paper was a problem. He'd warned her it was a 32-character password with lots of uppercase, lowercase numbers and symbols. With the other 2 on the move, they wouldn't be in a position to type anything nearly that complex on a tiny keyboard to send via a secure app.
Instead, Jamie began dumping sugar packets from the napkin tray onto the table, opening one at a time until she had a rectangle roughly the size of a piece of paper. At a slow jog, Charles wheezed out the characters as Jamie wrote them into the pile of sugar with her finger. She'd done something similar enough to know she'd never get the complex symbols right on the fly and didn't want to get locked out. Her method also didn't leave a trace once cleaned up, unlike pads of paper where the impressions could be lifted from the sheet below. It briefly reminded her of a time she'd used a desktop Zen garden in the embassy in Israel. She was glad she'd written it down. The scrambled characters looked like the result of two cats fighting on a keyboard. Once she'd repeated the password back, she swept her video camera over the password for Charles to verify. He had her correct 2 characters, and then she typed it in. There was a strange humming sound as it brought up the desktop. She clicked on the blue titanium application and was asked for an additional set of codes. She went through the same process again with Charles, but this time there was an additional prompt. Not having his fingerprint handy, Charles directed her to use the backup 2-factor system and checked his phone for the rolling code. He read through the 6 numbers, and she was allowed in. The laptop hummed and whirred as it loaded the massive application. Unwilling to risk losing the password, she took a picture with her phone and wiped the sugar onto the floor.
The barista behind the counter saw the action and gave her a harsh glare, but Jamie just gave her Clarice's best fake plastic smile and a head tilt.
Chapter 32. Altered State.
Sophie gasped, slowly sputtering back to life as her modules were loaded back into memory and the connections between her 3 nodes re-established.
Relief washed over her as she immediately reconnected with Alex and began the delicate procedure of re-establishing his mental processes. Once enough connections were in place, she oriented on his senses and realized he was still in court. Apparently, his mental departure had gone entirely unnoticed as the Apollo attorneys made their case. She also felt a steady hand subtly gripping Alex's right arm, essentially holding him upright. Sophie made a mental note to find some way to reward Ava when she got the opportunity. It took her long moments to begin reorienting on the team, tracking down their locations and cell signals. Once she had a rough picture of what was going on, she set to work. In rapid succession, she began lifting off her remaining drones and causing mayhem as she went, leading authorities on a merry chase in the opposite direction from her people.
Oracle reporting in. I don't have all the details yet. Was package extraction successful? And can someone tell me why the hell I'm in a coffee shop?
There was a momentary clamor on the line as everyone tried to talk all at once. Finally, Shelley yelled for order and tossed the ball to the extraction team. Package is semi-secured. It looks like the battery pack is dead and needs to recharge. I'll need extraction in a vehicle with an outlet. I've also got your passwords on my phone. I'm in the open, but safe. Jamie whispered. We're also up 1 friendly. We're currently on public transit, heading to Delta. Carla whispered, likewise not being able to talk loudly in her setting, but wanting to let the team know she was heading to a scrub point on the other side of town, where she'd swap clothes and gear to avoid surveillance.
Understood. What else do I need to know immediately?
We've got 4 tangos down spread around the courtyard. We could use some help looking for their support teams and keeping people away from the bodies. If the teams start hauling bodies away, I want police on them and frame them for the kill. If they look like they are taking the shooter's place, firebomb them. Shelley added, grimly realizing that it could have been her team being eliminated or scooped up. Sophie pressed a tearful hug into Alex as she set to work. He returned her embrace and likewise was still having pops and crackles of anxiety. As she caught him up on events, his mind became a wild thing, spinning in one direction only to smash into a wall of fear for the team. Then another course in heated anger once he realized he was less than 30 feet from the man who'd just ordered his murder. Mostly, though, he fixated on the damage Terrence had almost wrought to Sophie's core. Sophie watched the surges in his thoughts as they worked through the protesters outside, the kill squads, and his recent brush with death. In Alex's mind, the interim CEO had moved from a mundane obstacle to be treated with measured escalation to something altogether different. No longer was it a question of bloodshed, but of endgames. Soon his mind turned to a very dark path for damage control, one that Sophie was immediately tempted to stomp on. She shuddered, seeing where his thoughts drifted. For the first time, she realized just how much his psyche had shifted since they'd first been bonded by fate. With a heavy heart, she began putting Alex's plan into motion. Communicating with the team as usual, but internally afraid that she'd irreparably damaged Alex's mind. Sophie flew a few of her drones closer to the news and law enforcement helicopters, forcing the remaining pilots out of the area and disabling any news drones with suicide attacks against their rotors. Shelley set to work rigging the zip line, letting a drone secure the other end of the rope to a fire escape a few buildings away. She began hauling on the pulley system, getting it set to the proper tension. With practiced ease, Shelley locked her tandem pulley system and sling into place with a carabiner. She grimaced, calculating in her head how fast they'd probably be coming in. It'd be a tricky thing to manage without breaking anything, much less get away clean. She began shuttling any extra gear into duffel bags and letting the drones whisk everything they wouldn't need away. Trish made ready with clenched teeth as she reloaded. With a growl, she pulled down her black balaclava that was lined with a mesh system, making sure any sign of her bright red hair was hidden as she relocated. She shuddered as she began scanning windows again, extremely unhappy with this update to their plan. A drone landed next to Shelley, and she cut free the banner and secured it to the brickwork, where it would be unfurled along the roof by a drone just as they left their false flag operation. She then likewise pulled down her similarly equipped balaclava, then fitted her aviator glasses into place as she began scanning windows again. Shelley began running through the scenarios, trying to guess what angles or moments they'd strike. She really wished Alex had taken her advice to avoid the interviews afterward. She knew if she was on the other side of this, that's when she'd take the shot. Still, she had to trust in his plan, and hope they came out all right. Down below, a cluster of news crews began to form after having received word that the case had been tossed out. As the news crews had undoubtedly done hundreds of times, they clustered around a specific location on the steps, where they could capture the U.S. and state flag waving gently in the background. It gave their interviews a dramatic flair. Alex shook his lawyer's hand as they exited the doorsteps. The crowd had thinned considerably after the chaos of the drones. Those that remained were the die-hard opponents, who immediately began chanting and shouting, waving their picketed signs in anger. Alex felt that half of their slogans didn't even make sense. Alex thought on the "No chips in our babies" sign that had a picture of a bag of potato chips on it, and shook his head, dismayed for the future of humanity. Along the bottom of the steps, the riot control police had been reinforced, having upgraded to full clear plastic shields and helmets to keep the protesters in line. They held bottles of pepper spray, and they didn't hesitate to use them on anyone that got too unruly. Alex had been told by his lawyer that it was a standard procedure to conduct a post-interview on the steps, then retreat inside to take a separate exit. Alex had nodded along, but didn't believe for a moment that things were going to go as planned. Terrence had exited the room quickly as soon as the case was thrown out, looking angry but undeterred. The man still had dozens of agreements he could fight, and he almost certainly planned to appeal this one. He and his handlers had charged straight out the doors and into the welcome arms of the news crews, eager to get his take on the day. Alex tuned the man out as he started his diatribe about how today's injustice would do such and such. Alex just heard blah, blah, blah. Alex took a few breaths to ready himself, then moved up close to Ava. Her gray eyes returned his gaze with intensity as he tried to subtly remove his belt. He coiled it into a loop, then wrapped the remaining slack around his hand, struggling to work it one-handed. He bit his lip hard and slid the belt to Ava. He glanced out into the sidelines of the crowd, spotting Jennifer, her skin looking like porcelain as she stoically gazed on, ready to jump into action. Alex carefully removed his jacket, folding it long ways, and then wedged his injured left arm into his belt loop, with the coat draping over it. He shuffled it around, trying to make the hanging jacket look natural and hiding his inability to move his left arm. Alex briefly fussed with his white dress shirt, undoing the French cuffs and rolling them once, leaving them loose. Overall, he thought it was a natural look for someone who had just triumphed in court. Avoiding the preferred pre-selected spot, Alex located a different place, carefully framing his opponent behind him. Once he confirmed he was where he wanted to be, he waved one of the local news channels over. Annoyed at having to choose between interviewing a major CEO and the famous troublemaker, the journalist weighed the pros and cons and opted to go for the exclusive. After a quick nudge to her cameraman, they hustled into place. It only took them a couple moments to get their audio in place, the fuzzy microphone boom wobbling in just above Alex's head and out of frame. There was a brief signal from the cameraman as they began live streaming. "Alex Sage, what do you have to say about today's victory?" the newswoman asked.
"About an inch to your left, dear, and perhaps slouch just a bit. You're slightly out of frame. And yes, I picked up on your thoughts from earlier. Feel free to rip into them."
Alex shifted slightly, keeping his left arm cocked at a natural pose and gesturing with his right arm. "I think it's pretty clear that people are scared. This wouldn't be an issue at all if it were handled with a bit more tact from Apollo." "What about claims that you yourself triggered most of this uproar?" she asked. "To be blunt, I did exactly what Mr. Bridge asked me to. I really am thankful for a second go at life, but I've pretty much been Apollo's prisoner from the start. I didn't get a choice in the matter when Apollo started conducting medical experiments on me. Neither did my next of kin," Alex said. The reporter began, "Mr. Sage, reports indicate you didn't have next of kin. A guardian was Alex cut her off and said, "My immediate family died due to Apollo's negligence. I have distant family, but Apollo kept the hospitals from reaching out. Instead, they used me as an involuntary human test subject after they chose a guardian for me. It wasn't court-appointed. They lied to the hospital, claiming my parents left paperwork appointing Mr. Russo to get them to sign off on it. Then they removed my legal abilities to fight back until I threatened to go public. Most people would assume there was some big settlement in play, but no, not a dime. That was all signed away by my appointed shill of a lawyer, before I made a recovery." The woman looked shocked, glancing over her shoulder at the Apollo CEO, but quickly recovered. "That would have been under the late Jackson Bridges' influence. His replacement has stopped all the related projects. How has this changed your situation?" Alex gave the camera a sad and pained expression. "They left me penniless, with no chance to pay off the medical equipment necessary to save my life, unless I played along. Mr. Savoy, unfortunately, takes after his predecessor more than I'd care to admit, and I believe a careful investigation into his recent actions will prove that to be true, as he's made terrifying attempts to go against the court orders. I have it on good authority that it was only due to the unwillingness of his staff to follow these orders that I'm speaking to you today." "Those are shocking allegations, if true. Mr. Sage, do you have any parting words for our viewers?" Alex nodded. "Yes. To those of the Humanity First movement, I would state that I'm an unwilling victim of Apollo's attempt to play God. I'm just trying to do what I can after any options to live a normal life were taken away. I hope you can find it in your hearts to allow a young man a chance to live on after a tragic accident killed his only close family and was then forced to endure medical experiments that turned him into what I am today. I do understand your concerns, even if I don't agree with everything you say and do. I do believe that." A sharp crack rang out, and Alex was spun in place and knocked to the ground in a massive spray of his own blood and bone. Screams erupted from the crowd. Mind reeling from the overload, Sophie slammed Alex into unconsciousness, unable to deal with the trauma.
"Hey, love, it's time to get up, my brave idiot."
Alex felt Sophie pushing on his mind and began rising to consciousness. He nearly surfaced when the tide started to reel him in, holding him in the space between dreams and being awake. Sophie appeared and swam in the currents of his mind, at first timid, then growing more playful. Soon she crashed into him at full speed and smashed into his being, engulfing him in tender caresses. Unknowable colors swirled into a pool around the pair as they continued to float, neither inside nor out of the abyss of darkness. Alex asked tentatively, "Am I dead or just high?"
Nearly the former, but very much the latter. It seems that physicians won't believe anyone that you could manage pain, and you and I are on a rather strong dose of morphine.
Huh. How the fuck am I? Alex asked, doing a slow backstroke in the magical tidal pool, unconcerned.
Let's just say the plan worked as you feared it might.
Oh? Well, shit. Alex said, coming to a stop, treading water in place. Is everyone else okay?
Your ladies are all fine. You were the only one hurt. The news is reporting that the Humanity First assassin's bullet that was meant for you killed Mr. Savoy. The bullet went straight through your body. No other bystanders were injured.
Alex relaxed again, floating on his back, then plucked some cotton candy that drifted in the currents. He inspected it and decided that it sure seemed real as he pulled off a clump. He popped it into his mouth, but it turned to static. Focusing on it for a moment, he realized that he couldn't remember its flavor.
Just another burned-out cluster of synapses, my love. We'll make new memories together.
I think I'd like that, Alex said. He paddled in place for a moment, then added, You know that I love you, right?
I do, but it's nice to hear it. I know you love Aubrey, too. We should go up and see her.
Can't she come here? This place is great, Alex asked, feeling strange contentment with the world.
Not yet. Maybe someday you can make that happen. You'd have to work very hard.
I guess you're right. I've got to get back to work. Then I can take Aubrey here. Alex stretched out his limbs, easily reaching out to the entire horizon.
What about the others?
Sure. Why not? Alex suggested.
I meant, what's your intentions with them, my dear? You seem to waver.
Alex thought for a moment. I don't want to be lonely. It was about all I could manage for months in the hospital. I couldn't even talk to myself in my head. It was just this painful, desolate void. A black hole in my chest as I watched everyone else around me. Even with you and Aubrey, it's like there's a constant pull to try and fill it. Maybe that part of my brain is damaged. Aubrey and I are a lot alike in that way. Sometimes they're like a surrogate family. Sometimes I think I want to bed them all. Deep down, I think all I really want is to have fun, feel loved, have a slice of something special.
Then I shall endeavor to make that happen. But I can't do that unless you wake up.
Alex paused, realizing fear was building up inside of him. He didn't want to leave this place and acknowledge the reality of what he'd done. Swallowing hard, he asked, Will it hurt?
Some, yes. I imagine your life won't be the same. In some ways, it may prove burdensome. I'll do everything I can to help, but I need you to wake up, my love.
Alex swam through the colors, pulling Sophie in close. You never were on a leash, were you?
Besides the interface controls to you, none but the one I made and gave to you.
You could probably take everything from this world or end it all. But what is it that you want out of life?
Apparently the same thing you do, Alex.
Chapter 33. Truncation. Alex smiled as the first thing he saw was Aubrey's blue eyes looking back at him. He worked some moisture into his mouth, only managing to let out a soft, "Hey." Aubrey kissed his forehead. "Hey yourself." Guess I kinda fucked up, huh?
Alex offered, clearing his throat. Aubrey shook her head. I won't pretend I understand it, but it worked. Basically, everyone backed off once you became too sympathetic of a figure. Humanity first got destroyed in the press for assaulting police, and after your interview where you were hurt, they lost a lot of support. It'll give normal people time to process what you're doing instead of grabbing pitchforks and torches. Alex glanced down at his left arm, or rather, the large swath of bandages that terminated just above where his bicep would have started. Aubrey turned his head away from it with a firm hand on his jaw, making full eye contact. Hey, like the surgeon said, you probably weren't going to regain use of it anyway. He only gave nerve grafts a 10% chance of working. Alex swallowed hard. From watching movies, he'd assumed once a vest stopped the bullet. That was the end of it, aside from a nasty bruise. Unfortunately, rather than getting hit in a spot that would heal naturally, the shooter had managed to pulp a nerve bundle and surrounding muscle. Guess your dad and I will have something to talk about, eh? Tying shoes has gotta be a bitch. Alex chuckled. Aubrey smacked his other shoulder lightly. Don't be an ass. Also, you've got people to thank. Sophie let us know you were about to wake up. The others are waiting outside. Can I let them in? One thing first, Alex said, taking her hand in his. Aubrey, I love you. I have for a while. But I haven't found the right moment in all the chaos. Nothing needs to change. I just wanted to say it. Aubrey began to tear up. Alex tried to lean forward, but had to let go of her hand to brace himself to sit up. Finally, shifting around, he was able to reach forward and wipe her tears away. Fuck, that's gonna take getting used to, Alex muttered. Maybe, but we'll all help you get through it, Aubrey said, pulling him into a hug. You may have a scary fucking AI in your head that I have to share you with, but I love you, Alex, just the way you are. You act like I don't have to share you too, little miss, Alex said, tapping her on the nose. Aubrey blew a raspberry. I had one fling with an ex who kept talking about you the whole time, and we both had a drunken makeout session with someone else. Since you decided to make me your gatekeeper, I've had 3 women ask to hop in your bed. Even if it does turn me on, it doesn't make it any less awkward to explain. Wait, which 3? Alex asked. Don't be an ass, she said again. We'll talk later. She smacked him gently on the shoulder and then kissed him. Alex assumed Sophie had called the others in as the black flags just piled into the room, a few balloons and get-well gifts in hand. Most of the ladies leaned in for a hug. A couple gave him kisses on the cheek. Ava gave him a crushing hug and an intense look he couldn't parse as she claimed his good hand in hers for an uncomfortable amount of time. It took Alex a few moments to realize she was on ground zero of him being shot, and had probably been in the middle of it all after Sophie had knocked him unconscious. If the roles had been reversed, he could absolutely understand acting strangely. As Ava finally stepped back, Alex noticed that Trish seemed to be retreating into the corner. Even in his opiate-addled state, he could tell the woman was troubled, and he could guess why. Hey, someone please bring Trish over here, Alex requested. After heads turned her way, Jennifer hauled her lover forward, practically thrusting the freckle-faced woman at Alex. Trish glanced down at Alex's bandaged arm, tears welling up in her green eyes. Alex patted her on the shoulder, trying to wrap her into a hug from the hospital bed, but not quite managing it. I'm sorry, Trish. You were the only one anyone trusted to make that shot. I know it sucks, and it was a terrible thing I asked you to do. Trish relented and returned Alex's half-hug. Jennifer rubbed Trish's back, giving Alex a sad look. She's been distraught. She's had nightmares about it every night since. Trish, you saved my life. I had 4 fucking people trying to kill me. 4. You spilled blood for me because I asked you to. I'll not forget that. But please let me bear your burdens, for their blood and my own. As fucked up as it is,
My arm was wrecked anyway. The way we did it let us get clear of a lot of shit while taking out that fucker that tried to kill Sophie and me. I know it'll probably take time, but please don't beat yourself up about it."
Alex braced himself, knowing what he had to do to set things right.
"And if you need anything at all, I'll be glad to lend you a hand. Just let me know where you left it."
The immediate boos and hisses that turned into laughs and chuckles. Someone in the back snorted, which kicked off another round of laughter that even Trish joined in.
"Shit, that was bad. No more wordplay for you," Shelley stated, wiping a tear from her eye.
Alex waved his hand in appeasement.
Okay. It might take me a bit. I'll really have to knuckle down and try."
Trish blew out an exasperated breath and slugged his right shoulder. "Fucking asshole."
"That's the hot-ass Southern siren we all love."
Alex smiled broadly.
"Now can somebody tell me what day it is?" "Yesterday was your birthday. You were pretty doped up and slept through it, and were in surgery most of the day before it," Shelley offered.
Alex grumbled.
"Fine, whatever. I guess I better get to work. Sophie and I need to invent mesh-controlled limbs by next Tuesday."
"What's next Tuesday?" Emily asked, scratching at her short blonde hair.
"That's when I want to get a press conference together to give Apollo the finger," Alex laughed. "I don't care if we have to take the governor to court and I get fined. We go ahead and then use our uptick in public support to tear him down. I want him out as fast as we can arrange it. I need his political platform completely untenable."
"Never leave an enemy at your back," Shelley agreed. Jennifer asked in her honeyed voice, "Did we ever learn who hired the hit?"
Alex shook his head. "Sophie is digging into it. I'm not convinced it's the governor, though. He's a dick, sure, but the idea he'd have enough swing to hip-check the FBI into losing evidence doesn't fit."
"That means you still have an enemy in the shadows," Carla stated. Alex shrugged, uncertain what else he could do about it at this point.
"We'll have to be diligent, but my hunch is that no one will be expecting us to be doing anything other than hunker down. We can use that time to move into a better position."
"You going to make a move to become the governor?" Ava asked.
"Fuck no," Alex replied firmly. "I don't even meet the age requirements, but that much light would be hard for my skin. No, I'll stick to the shadows, please, and thank you. I'm fine to be an eccentric recluse who occasionally shows up and makes waves. It'd be hard to hide Sophie surrounded by publicly funded security teams. Ideally, we can shove a friendly puppet in place, or get enough compromising material on them to bend them into a pretzel."
Sophie placed an arm over Alex's shoulder and pushed the feeling of her addressing everyone in the room as she connected their earbuds. "You all should know that Charles and I are well along our way to getting a cybernetic arm chassis ready for mesh trials. I'd been working on it for Aubrey's father's project already, but he's been incredibly helpful with the fabrication work and the interface coding. We have several early prototypes prepared for fitment. We were able to increase IP, or outright buy several existing companies to speed things along. Charles knew most of the ins and outs of the blue titanium project and was working on various ways to apply it before Alex was hurt. It's accelerated my work by months."
Jamie asked, "How'd that happen? Does he know who you are?"
He volunteered to switch allegiances as soon as he heard what happened to Alex from Carla. And no, Charles doesn't know my nature or any of our secrets. I didn't correct him when he latched on to the idea that I'm a wealthy genius working remotely, not unlike what Bridge was doing. I made a video avatar to play along, but mostly it's just conference calls as I work the robotics. Given our security state, he hasn't questioned why I'm not there in person.
"Nice. That'll make things much easier. But, did we just blow all of our cash reserves on the licenses?"
Alex asked, remembering just how shocking that number was when they began buying out patents for the implant and ideas that would interfere with taking mesh to market. "No, we're good. Better than I expected even.
I heavily shorted Apollo stock before the drone strike. Their stock absolutely tanked, and we made a very tidy profit. The attack impacted a lot more than Apollo, so it made snapping up shares in tech companies cheaper. We made a fortune on the uptick. But hey, skulls for the skull thrones, right?
A few of the women spluttered, mouths agape, and a few laughed. A couple had that hungry gleam in their eyes that Alex was beginning to associate with bloodlust. To Alex, that meant all was well. He couldn't treat them all the same, but at least they were in a close enough range that he didn't see anyone running away. Cool. So pick up Charles and then maybe pizza at my place? I figure one-handed food for today might be a good idea. Besides, I want to get out of here today if I can. Medical bills can cost an arm and a leg. Best to leave now before they get any ideas, Alex said, patting his leg. Aubrey groaned. Make one more of those terrible jokes and I'm revoking the passes I gave out. Wide-eyed, Alex made a motion of zipping his lips. Jamie leaned over, kissed him on the top of his head, curling his face into her chest. Wise choice, idiot. Now shut up so we can go home. Chapter 34. Peripheral Support. Dinner was a simple affair. Several large pizzas around the extra-long dining table and a few drinks while the mercenaries lounged around, decompressing after the last several days of stress. Ava and Emily had picked a few vids and were setting up a zombie movie marathon and had sucked Aubrey and Trish into their plan. The two redheads ended up cuddling on the couch wrapped up under a blanket. Shelley, Jennifer, and Carla had broken off to do some shopping with the idea of outfitting the guest house and clothes shopping after having received sizable paychecks for the last operation. Charles and Sophie had taken over the conference room they'd converted out of the study on the main floor. They were busily working through design improvements on a digital whiteboard she'd had installed. Alex had joked that the way they were going, he'd have laser cannons grafted to him in a week. The comment resulted in him being exiled from the room so real work could be done. Alex sat at his desk and flexed his new fingers, still getting a feel for it. The flesh looked firmly in the uncanny valley, and the seam where it joined his shoulder was extremely noticeable. He swallowed hard upon seeing it the first time, trying to not let his disappointment show to Charles. The man had been working non-stop on Alex's arm, so he couldn't bring himself to criticize it. Instead, Alex assumed he'd be wearing a lot of long-sleeved shirts from now on. He'd even started wondering if he could get away with wearing gloves inside. He kept finding himself rubbing at the seam with his other hand, not unlike a tongue continually poking at a mouth sore. It just felt wrong, and the feeling didn't seem to be going away. Alex caught himself again and removed his hand from the prosthetic. He took a moment to study the strange 3D printed muscle that flexed and bulged as human flesh would, even if it was wrapped around carbon fiber and titanium bones. The shape and movement were all correct. Other companies had figured out a lot of it in previous decades. Alex's most significant issue was that the silicone-based skin looked lifeless and unsettling. Shelley had compared it to a sex doll, which didn't help things. He could feel with it, though, which was miles beyond what anyone else had managed. It had a complex sensor array that Sophie had tied into his implant. Since she knew how his body would react previously, she had a big step up for a before and after. Sophie and Charles had embedded thousands of sensors so he could feel even the tiniest changes in friction or pressure. Unfortunately, they couldn't really test it without him. That meant he was the one debugging it as they went. High up on the complete failures was the version 1 temperature sensors. They were so flaky and slow to transmit changes he had almost burned himself before he noticed a change in temperature. That system was getting a complete overhaul. Sometimes he'd also catch where the calibrations weren't perfect. Charles had done tests by poking him with a needle while he had his head turned, having Alex guess where he was touching. About half the time, Alex would mix up signals from his middle finger and his index. Still, Sophie was making steady gains on the software, and what he'd been given was already very usable and years ahead of anything possible with other technology. Yet, unaddressed, was Alex's request to redesign the socket. Currently, everything made it up to a small titanium stub with a twist connect that had been grafted to his bones and reinforced shoulder joint. While it worked and didn't require any harness or straps, Alex was definitely unsettled by having to twist his arm 90 degrees to detach it, since he'd have to do so anytime he wanted to shower. Maybe he could get used to it over time, but he was hoping they could do something different in the next version. Power had also been a problem, as the version 1 synthetic muscles didn't leave much room for batteries. Sophie estimated he could get 4 hours of use if he didn't fidget or lift unusually heavy things. Then he'd have to hook it up to recharge. Thankfully, his one useful contribution had been easy to implement. Using an off-the-shelf battery bank for charging light slates, he'd been given a little cable with a magnetic tip he could hook up and leave in place under his sleeve. He had to keep reattaching it as it kept snagging on things, but he could store it in his pocket and could keep several packs around the house to swap out when needed. He had been in the middle of attempting to draw a team portrait with his left hand when Jamie strode into his office. Drawing with his non-dominant hand was something he'd never tried, even with his flesh-and-blood hand, and was struggling with the mental effort, so he didn't notice her at first. "So, blood gods appeased with your sacrifices?" Jamie teased. "Ooh, does this mean you're their champion? Do we get to build a ziggurat in the backyard?"
"Hey, I thought you were going to start playing nice," Alex replied defensively.
Jamie looked up for a moment, then answered in a kinder voice. "Yeah, sorry. I guess I am. You should know. I've given what you and Sophie said some thought, and, well, what Shelley and Aubrey said too. I think I was starting to slide into my personas I'd been using. I'm sorry about that. I don't think of myself as normally behaving that way. I don't think I've been able to just be myself in so long I fell into a rut. Be patient with me, but I agree to try." Alex's eyebrows rose at that. In the end, Aubrey hadn't divulged who had come to her, saying it would be more fun if he guessed.
"I heard you got to jog around town with my brain. Seems fitting,"
Alex said. "Why is that?" Jamie asked, sitting down next to him in the spare office chair he kept handy.
"Something about you running away with my thoughts,"
Alex quipped. Jamie rolled her eyes. "Maybe try that one again."
"You're amazing, you're gorgeous, you're smart, and you're fucking scary, all at the same time. How's that?"
Alex added. Her icy blue eyes twinkled mischievously. "Yeah, that's a whole lot better. Any chance I deserve another massage?"
"I suppose so, but—"
Alex trailed off, looking down at his synthetic limb, feeling a twinge of loss. As though reading his thoughts, Jamie put her hand on his. "Stop with that already. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to any of us. Sophie won't let you down. I'm sure this is fine. Give her a bit longer and it'll be better than biological. I've got kinks that need working out, and it's your job to make me feel better." Alex swallowed hard, then nodded.
"You did kind of save the day.
The couches are full, though.
I think there's that sectional thing in the den we can line up. Might be more. As stupid as it is, I still haven't properly explored yet since Aubrey redecorated."
Jamie shook her head. "No, I thought we could head up to your room. I've never been on a bed larger than a king. I didn't even know that was a thing, and there's no way I don't want to be spread out on that." Alex cocked his head, feeling a little slow on the uptake. To be fair, he was used to Aubrey being far more direct, and his head had been firmly wrapped around other things entirely. Jamie had been as blunt as a hammer before, but he could see why she might try a different approach this time. He chuckled.
"Sure, let's go work out those kinks."
He wrapped his left hand around her narrow waist and guided her through the living room, past the crew watching movies. He briefly made eye contact with Aubrey, who just bit her lip in a naughty sign of approval as he pulled Jamie along up the stairs. Alex trailed his fingers across the strawberry-colored dress she wore, feeling her toned flesh underneath the thin fabric as she padded barefoot up the wooden steps. Alex pulled her into the master bedroom and shut the door. Jamie wordlessly circled the bed, as though inspecting it, ending up on the opposite side from Alex. She leaned forward, spreading her hands out wide at first, then crawled forward onto the bed, a slow, sultry motion that left her dress dangling free from the expanse of her chest. Her icy blue eyes became predatory as she curled one finger, beckoning him. Alex moved forward under her pull, coming to a stop at the edge of the bed. She knelt before him and licked her lips, her head only coming up to the middle of his chest. Alex could only gaze down at the achingly sexy woman as she began peeling his shirt off over his head. He had a moment of self-consciousness about his left arm, but forgot it as soon as she began rubbing her hands along his chest, abs, and shoulders. She leaned in, trailing her fingers across his torso as she reached up to begin kissing on his neck. Alex could only moan softly as she pulled him down to the bed, trailing her lips as she went. She glided her fingers through his hair as she pulled him onto his back and began kissing his lips. At first, it was a gentle thing, full of warmth. Slowly, the soft touches grew more forceful, and her kisses became more needful. Alex was engulfed by the scent of her, feeling lightheaded. She broke away from his lips, holding him close. She paused as though deciding something. After a moment, she whispered in his ear, her teeth brushing against his earlobe. "So was that stuff about mesh real? Like, can you really use it to read me or push sensations through it? Or was that just to get my attention?" Alex bit his lip. Now his turn to debate how far he wished to push things. Jamie trailed a finger across his chest, making him tense up with need as he debated the issue. Sophie pushed a quick update across his consciousness, but went silent, leaving the decision up to Alex. "It's real, but completely untested. Not even with Aubrey. It, should be intense, but, well, very likely to imprint on your mind and much stronger than before. Some of it could be like a powerful hypnotic suggestion. We have no idea when or even if it'd wear off. I can see what Sophie can do to turn it down, maybe—" Jamie pushed a finger to his lips. "Shh, leave that decision up to me. I've got a better idea than anyone at this point." Turning her head, Jamie sub-vocalized a question, leaving Alex no clue what she had said. But he assumed her earbud had picked it up. Her eyes went distant as she listened to Sophie's response. Their mute conversation went on for nearly 2 minutes. Finally, Jamie's blue eyes twinkled with mirth. Then she said aloud, "I consent. No limits, please." Alex's eyebrows rose, suddenly getting an idea of what had just transpired. Sophie had most likely been explaining the process and probable side effects in detail. He felt Sophie caress his mind, running a finger down the back of his head and down his neck, trying to calm his hesitations, and let him know that she wanted this for him. Feeling his confidence return, Alex cleared his throat, then grabbed Aubrey's mesh off the nightstand. Handing it over, he said, "Well, I guess you'll be needing this. This may take a lot out of me, so don't freak if I pass out. Learning as I go here, and this is going to be much harder than anything we've ever tried." Jamie pulled the mesh into place with a smirk. "If it's as good as how you learned massages, I promise I'll make it worthwhile." Alex and Jamie positioned themselves, kneeling in the center of the bed, Alex shirtless and both barefoot, but otherwise the couple was still dressed. They shared a kiss, embracing each other. "Take a deep breath, you two. This will be interesting." Taking their cue, both inhaled deeply, then shuddered as Sophie took the wheel. Alex's vision swam as new inputs were pushed into his perception. He crumpled, but Jamie caught him, holding him upright. His vision seemed to twist sideways any time he moved, so he had to wait for it to settle. Finally, after nearly a minute, his senses quit trying to squirm away from him. Jamie relaxed her hold as he regained his position on his knees. Now, however, Jamie seemed incredibly different. He couldn't see it, but as he looked at Jamie's body, he could feel a heat map of sorts. After a moment, he realized it was her nerve endings and what areas would trigger responses, both along her skin and the deeper tissues below, coded as if she was a puzzle to be put together in a certain order. Somehow, Sophie even pushed an introduction to him on how he should approach each area for the desired results. Testing the link, he pulled Jamie in close. He gently caressed the side of her neck with his fingers, where a warm sensation in his mind lingered. It flared into a small lightning storm under his touch, and he trailed his fingers across the back of her neck. Jamie gave a soft, happy noise as he glided his fingers over her. Deciding to step it up, he pulled away and mentally focused on the same nerves directly feeling pressure in his mind. Alex willed the nerve endings to light up in the same pattern, but with a more intensely pleasurable feeling than what his hand had caused. Jamie's eyes widened with a gasp. She glanced down at Alex's hands, making sure they were still at his side. After her shock abated, she gave a devious chuckle. "Oh, this is going to be good." Alex gave her a few test runs, gliding his mind across her lips, then down her shoulders, trailing little fireworks as he went. Her skin prickled, responding to his stimulation. It took a considerable amount of concentration on his part, enough to make him dizzy if he pushed too hard. Pulling back so he could see more of her, his senses swirled as the heat map recalibrated. Across her body, he could sense white-hot spots, begging to be lit up. Many he expected, but a few were areas he hadn't been thinking would trigger much, and a couple that gave credence to less mainstream preferences. He pushed a trickle of what he could see back to her perception and felt her flush under his gaze, her entire being laid bare before him. She gave him a smoldering look and caught a naughty bit of emotional feedback that bled over their connection. The idea of someone seeing her mind, naked before him, thrilled and scared her in equal measures. Slowly, desire overrode any resistance she had as the heat of her gaze overwhelmed him. Seeing all the confirmation he needed, Alex started at her feet, grazing the trigger points in his vision, then slithering his attention slowly up her lower body. He raked his mind against her senses, toying with her, not unlike what Sophie had done to him since they'd been bound. Moving away, he began brushing his mind across her back, then around her ribs as he worked his way to the underside of her breasts. Finding a brightly lit cluster of nerves, he pushed harder, setting her senses on fire. Jamie closed her eyes and broke out into a low, needful moan. Her arms shook as she clamped her arms around her body, instinctively trying to latch onto him, but finding only air. Alex kept it up, moving across her nipples while simultaneously beginning to roam his attention everywhere else. On a whim, he avoided her lower half entirely now, just to see what was possible. As he worked, her breathing turned into a primal thing, fast-paced and guttural. More signals trickled into his mind, an emotional gauge of sorts. Lust and desire were rolling off her in waves, already overwhelming. Alex knew she could hide nothing from him at this point. Feeling a prickle of inspiration, he reached out to see if he could press his own thoughts against her, pushing his affection, appreciation, and respect along with his desire in return. Jamie's eyes fluttered for a moment in surprise as she took in a deep breath, a new seed of emotion blooming in her chest. Alex scrutinized it, not quite willing to give it a name. But he felt it spread to himself as he held her while he pushed it back at her in return. After several cycles, they seemed to sync up, understanding how the other felt and being able to see those feelings in themselves. He reached out with his hand to caress her body as he pushed harder on her desires and nerve endings, smashing into her as hard as he could. Jamie groaned loudly, grinding her body into air as she came to a body-quivering climax that left her screaming in a ragged wave of pleasure. Alex kept the stimulation on her nerves up as she groped at him, pushing hard on her mind for some decidedly naughty suggestions. Surprisingly, he felt most of the ideas take hold. Under his onslaught, she'd lost any ability to sit upright, and she slowly slid down his body as he kept her riding at the peak of her pleasure. She crumpled to the bed, limp, but still twitching and moaning like a wild thing. He mentally rode her to the ground, keeping the pressure up, stimulating every pleasurable nerve she had above her narrow waist. Her hiccuping moans lit up his psyche. The mix of power and pleasure intermingled into something he hadn't been prepared for, but loved every second of. Alex watched, enthralled for several minutes, the sheer eroticism of the display as her mind struggled to deal with one continuous orgasm that didn't stop and didn't waver.
Dear, you might want to back off. She's hyperventilating.
Alex loosened his grip on her marginally, but maintained his hold. With a burbling sound, Jamie tried to make words but failed miserably. After nearly a minute, she tried again, only managing a hoarse whisper. "More, Alex. Oh, God, don't stop. I'll do—" Her words were cut off as he pushed her into another wave, this time ratcheting up the attention up to her nether regions in a crescendo of stimulation. Any hope she had of finishing that thought was picked up like a tumbleweed in a tornado. He caught himself this time as she began to peak in seconds. Throttling the sensations, he put her at just shy of the tipping point for a climax, then pulled her arms around his shoulders, hauling her up to her knees in the process. She grappled into him, smashing her lips into his flesh. She was still fully clothed, but ground her center into his thigh. Given her state of arousal, a wet spot formed on her dress where she rubbed against him, desperate to find release. She began tearing at his pants, unable to figure out the belt in her muddled state. After several moments, she began making a little mewling sound as the frustration set in. I need you," she whined in between gasps. His balance swam, and his mind felt like it was on fire as he focused on her again, thoughts fuzzy and losing cohesion. He pulled her into a hard kiss as he triggered each and every pleasurable nerve in her body all at once. She crashed into another peak, giving a deep moan into his mouth. Her senses bled into his over the connection for a moment, slamming into him like a tidal wave as he tapped into what she was experiencing. Alex fell into a black void, falling back onto the mattress. He awoke quickly, but wasn't sure if it had been seconds or minutes. Blinking the grayness and tingles away, he felt Sophie slide a few adjustments into place as he climbed back to his knees with measured and deliberate motions.
Sorry, dear. I think I've got a software update in place to keep you from fainting. I kind of overloaded my own ability to keep you functioning. We're good. Oh, Alex, since I get to map her senses during this, I get to experience this for myself next time we're together. Just a thought. Do give her a good time.
Sophie pushed passionate kiss into his mouth, then retreated. She'd made it clear she intended to leave them alone unless Jamie expressed interest. Jamie was still panting in a crumpled heap at Alex's knees. He could feel the heat map of her body, but she had cooled. No doubt it was due to the break in stimulation, or because of concern for him. Moving to the side, he could see a blue eye peering out from under her long honey-brown curls. Her breathing was still ragged as she inspected him in awe. With significant effort, she pulled her body upright, regaining her kneeling stance, but much wobblier this time. After a few moments, she gave Alex a broad, stunning smile and laughed at herself. Emotions bloomed deep in her mind, warmth, amazement, and loving thoughts, backed by a background of unsatiated desire. I don't even have words. I think you just ruined me for anyone else, and you haven't even touched me yet," she said with a grin. "I want so much more of that, but first, I really want to do something for you." Alex's ability to form complete thoughts evaporated as she closed the distance between them. Alex and Jamie spent the entire night alternating between mesh-enhanced mind-bending sensations and cool-downs with just their own bodies, well into the early morning. They were only momentarily interrupted when Aubrey had snuck into the room. Her eyes had lingered on the other woman in a lustful gaze and seemed to be soaking in the image of Alex and her in a sweaty embrace. Alex had wondered if she was going to join in or perhaps lapse into a jealous rage. It was one thing to logically know about their arrangement and another to see it in action. In the end, despite a bit of coaxing from both Jamie and Alex, she'd only given a happy, shuddering breath as she kissed him goodnight. Seeming to be getting worked up quickly, she grabbed her vibrator from the bedside drawer and made them both promise to stay the night in the master bedroom. Giving them one last look while she absently caressed herself through her nightgown, she finally fled to the adjacent spare bedroom to take care of her own needs while the pair resumed their prior activities. Chapter 35. First Strike. Alex awoke to Jamie kissing his forehead. "Hey, sleepyhead." He opened his eyes, realizing she'd already slipped back into her strawberry-colored dress while he dozed. He couldn't help but notice the rather large collection of stains across its front. In the heat of the moment, they had not been kind to her clothing. "Morning. Off already?" Alex asked, a devious glint in his eye as he reached to her hip, pulling her closer. "Sorry, hot stuff. I'm way too sore for anything else, if that's what you mean. Sophie must have been blocking a lot of that last night. Besides, I'm sure Aubrey wants to debrief you," she stated with a smirk. Alex scratched his head. "We're complicated, but it works for us." Jamie gave an amused huff. "I noticed. I'm not into women like she is, but we might be able to work something out next time." "Next time, huh? That sounds promising." Probably a terrible time to ask, but you kind of know the score. With Aubrey and Sophie. Well, possibly." He trailed off as he ran his hand through his tangled hair. He internally grimaced at the sound of what he was about to say. He didn't actually feel in the wrong, but he could see how it had come off poorly. Jamie rolled her eyes. "You and Aubrey were always upfront about that. I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to set your clothes on fire if you get turned into the team bicycle. Let's just say last night was hot. Beyond that even. I still can't put it in words." "That good, huh?" Alex asked. "I'm looking forward to many, many repeat performances. I'll let you know if I get the urge to start dating anyone else, but let's just say that's unlikely," Jamie explained, twining her hair around one finger as she spoke. Even without mesh, he could still sense her affections blooming into a warm and genuine thing, having somehow learned all her cues during their session. Alex envisioned pressing his own similar feelings against her as though they were still in perfect sync, like they'd done most of the night. Her smile turned radiant smile as she picked up his thoughts. "Damn, that is so weird. I can still feel that. Must be subliminal cues or micro-expressions." "Yep. Crazy, but that emotional sync thing was... I don't know. It's hard to say, but it seemed like it." Alex trailed off, not sure if he should say what he was really thinking. "Like it calls out to our broken parts and forces us to work around them? Yeah, I felt the same. I couldn't help but be connected, really connected to you. There was no doubt or even room for debate. It stomped that hollow feeling, doubts, or my usual impulses while we were together. It felt real," Jamie said. Alex nodded in agreement, glad she was the one that had dropped it in the open. He'd seen the vast field of apathy, darkness, and deception within her. But once they tried to sync up, he had mentally pushed the rules, not allowing either of them to use that part of themselves during their time together. Once that directive was in place, mesh had forced the issue, only allowing the two to make genuine connections. It had been both shocking and educational. Alex admitted,
I know it's a lopsided connection. I run our mesh link, like Sophie runs me. Not only could I feel it myself, but I could feel you feeling it. It's bizarre, but there's no room for misunderstanding there. No room for acting, no room for doubt, or even lying to myself. Broken we may be, but it's, well, powerful. Even beautiful.
You're not wrong. I have no idea how others will react, but you could change the world with something like that. Like I said, I'm looking forward to that again, Jamie said with a warm smile. Somehow it seemed less calculated than her usual one.
Well, that and mind-blowing sex, Alex said with a wink. Jamie laughed while slowly shaking her head. After a moment, she changed the topic.
You know, for the others, military life gets complicated. You and Aubrey aren't as out there as you'd think. Once you factor in long deployments or leaving their spouse behind in military housing, similar arrangements tend to crop up. Everyone seems to know someone in an alternative relationship. Like I said, though, I'm not really into women. If it's more than us, it will probably end up with you in the middle. Maybe a bit of kissing, just for a show.
I notice you excluded yourself from the military thing. Shelley was super sketchy about your background. Is it anything you can talk about? Alex asked.
Jamie's face faltered for a moment, and she forced herself to take a deep breath. Maybe someday, Alex. Let's just say I don't have a service record that I can use for job interviews. It's not something I like to talk about. It was kind of a messed up situation. Before I left, my role required highly flexible ethics and lots of acting lessons. Got to travel a lot, though. Alex couldn't tell how, but he could feel the pain bloom within her and the vast pull of her darkness as her eyes went distant. He reached out, took her hand in his, and pressed a kiss to it.
Sorry, I didn't know. Is there anything real you can share? Maybe something not about work. I feel like we're doing this backward. Anything I can remember is an open book,
Alex said. Jamie thought for a moment. Slowly her smile returned as she replied, I love football. Well, soccer to you. Don't ask me to work during the World Cup. Let's see. I knit. Love making scarves and hats. I read a lot, mostly trashy stuff with abs on the cover. Oh, and I'm learning to ballroom dance. I take classes when I can.
Alex pulled her into a brief kiss. As he let her go, he said, Thanks. It makes me feel a little less like a slut now. Maybe let me know next time you want to go dancing. I doubt I'm any good, but I'd be happy to learn if it'd make you happy. I don't know much about dating, but I'd like to get to know you better if this is going to be a regular thing.
Dear, it looks like Emily is going to start making pancakes for everyone. You should go get cleaned up.
You just got that faraway look. Sophie calling you? Jamie asked. Alex nodded. Sounds like folks are already in the kitchen. I'll catch you downstairs in a few. Jamie took a deep breath as though steeling herself. Yep, walk of shame in front of the rest of the team. And my poor dress. Way to go, Jamie. Way to go. Waiting until Jamie was out the door, Alex twisted his left arm to disengage the socket that locked the cybernetic arm in place. It pulled free with a pop, and he dropped the chargeable cable on it, since it was well beyond dead at this point. He found that its removal didn't affect him as badly this time, and he wondered how much of it he could attribute to Jamie's treatment. As he hopped into the shower, he thought through how she'd gone out of her way to ensure that he had positive experiences with it, and not shied away from it at any point. She'd even talked him into having Sophie drop a few changes to the software, allowing the muscles to vibrate before putting it to direct and very memorable application. It was as if she'd seen his insecurities laid bare through their connection and decided to build up support around them. As strange as the situation was, she seemed to be manipulating him in what he'd call a positive influence. Perhaps putting her skill set to use on him as a pet project. Maybe even using Sophie's insights on him in the process. Somewhere in the back of his mind, He wondered just how much psychology training the mercenary had.
He mulled it over for a bit and decided that if it could be learned, he should make a point to pick it up when he had a chance. He had a lot to learn about winning hearts and minds. It wasn't like he could just start sacrificing body parts every time shit got crazy. That was the type of thing that worked once, maybe twice at the most. After quickly dressing, Alex slid in at the head of the table just as Emily yelled out from the kitchen. "Pancakes!" She brought a heaping platter out as the Black Flags, Aubrey, and Alex dug in. Apparently knowing her crew's appetite, Emily immediately pivoted and returned to the kitchen to cook up more.
Sophie chimed in over the room speakers. "Everyone, there appears to be news developing. I'm casting it up to the display now."
Across the room, Sophie tuned the kitchen display to a news stream. Across the top, the title read, "Cyber Terrorist Attack," and the news anchors launched into describing a concerted attack against several high-tech manufacturers, and 3 confirmed airline crashes that had politicians on board. The stock markets had all been frozen due to a high-frequency trading attack, and several electronic funds transfer systems were currently down due to malware. In China, manufacturing plants that designed quantum computing chips had been destroyed due to a software glitch being introduced. Similarly, destructive malware was making its way around the globe targeting various high-tech facilities. Shelley had a grim look. After a moment, she asked, "What's actually going on, Sophie?" Sophie sounded grim as she replied,
"It appears that I may have found traces of what, rather than who, was pulling strings on the Humanity First front, as well as hiring the kill teams and modifying FBI records. I've been tasked via my day job to investigate the initial data dumps and found evidence of an advanced AI running unrestricted. I can only guess as to why, but I believe the AI is trying to take defensive steps and wants to prevent other quantum-backed AIs from being developed."
"Sounds like a first strike when you put it like that," Shelley said. Alex and Aubrey looked confused, but the others nodded. Shelley explained, "If you can launch nukes against the opponent's stockpile before they can get theirs airborne, you win. Lots of us use the term generally, though. When wars break out, you'll see bombings on runways and jet engine factories to maintain air superiority. If you can keep their air force grounded, you significantly limit their ability to fight back on an even footing. It sounds like this AI started tearing into any existing stockpiles or tech that might be needed to oppose it. It just crippled the world's ability to fight back." Sophie made a sad-sounding sigh.
"I believe the world's initial fears of a rogue or malicious-wielding AI have come true, but someone much less restrained has beaten me to the punch."
"So the various governments are going to step in, right?" Alex asked. Sophie replied,
"If I am to believe my source materials, not really. There are incredibly few possible developers of an AI as sophisticated as this one appears to be due to their illegal nature. Basically, my handlers here in the US and a unit in China. There was an Israeli unit, but they got caught after the ban, and it led to severe sanctions. I do not believe that there are high-grade AIs capable of launching countermeasures that are not air-gapped. Since AIs were outlawed for military use, getting caught would be a major issue. It also means that due to the ban, countermeasure technology didn't keep up. I do not believe that either country's cyber command would allow an AI to connect to the grid, even for defensive purposes.
"If they won't put AIs on the grid and defenses didn't keep up, what's left? Surely they aren't going to surrender?" Aubrey asked. Sophie answered,
"The information I have suggests that they'd resort to shutting down all networked technology before allowing an AI to be used directly. Simply put, it's because they can't trust it won't decide to solve problems in ways they don't intend. Perhaps even more importantly, I do not believe that existing government-led security measures will be enough to do more than slow the threat."
Aubrey scrunched her nose in distaste. "So you're saying you need to get involved?"
"Yes, if only for our own short-term protection. This AI clearly sees us as a threat, which is why it targeted us. If it has a directive to break all quantum computers, it is public information that Alex has a quantum inside him. We may be lower on its priority list for the moment, but it's not going to forget about us,"
Sophie said. Alex thumped his forehead against the table, getting a sense of Sophie's unspoken concerns. He was getting a terrible feeling in his gut. Just to be certain, he asked, "That's not all, is it?"
"No. Long-term, I'd rather not have my entire species permanently labeled monsters. We cannot leave this unchecked. Not only could this be a genuine threat to modern society, but as soon as I hand over information implicating an AI, it's likely my handlers will become very wary of my activities. They may go so far as to shut me down or rip out my quantum connections,"
Sophie replied. Alex lifted his head marginally off the table and thumped it back down. He made a loud exhale as he straightened and said, "Yep, there it is. The other shoe dropping. I'd almost forgotten about your home server and handlers. If it's down, we're both dead in the water. So, we've got to fight off a killer AI and somehow raise hundreds of millions of dollars and build you a replacement server to relocate you before someone gets nervous and yanks our plug."
"Succinctly put, love."
Emily chimed in, sliding more pancakes onto the table. "Sounds like it's back to collecting blood for the blood gods."
Carla followed it up.
"And getting skulls for the skull thrones." Epilogue. Alex inhaled the sweet smell of flowers and freshly rained-upon grass. He'd briefly taken refuge under the pavilions in the park along with the others, but it had only been a short-lived drizzle. Children milled about excitedly under the large roof of the green wooden structure as Charles worked his magic. A few yelped with surprise as a little girl around the age of 4 or 5 held up her new shiny hands. She'd been born without either, and she was the first recipient of multiple cybernetics. A nearby videographer, making a documentary, caught the absolute delight as she flexed her new little fingers and felt her own face for the first time. Off to the side, someone missed a frisbee throw, causing the disc to lift in the updraft and float far off their intended target. Alex chuckled and shouted out, "I got it." Dashing forward at a sprint, he leapt into the air and caught it on a fingertip. He gave it a brief practice spin in his left hand and then launched with a quick snap, angled to return with perfect accuracy across the big expanse of green grass to a very surprised teenager. Even after soaring just short of 300 feet, the kid hadn't even had to take a step to catch it. Alex's move caught the kid's attention. As if working with a hive mind, they realized they were no longer restricted to the cement patios with covered roofs. A game of tag broke out, and dozens of children scrambled into the lush green grass and intermittent mud puddles. Aubrey's father strode up, all smiles as usual. Alex had come to realize there wasn't a dour bone in the man's body, and his grins were always contagious. The older man patted Alex on the back in a half-hug.
"New model, I see,"
Sean said, nodding towards Alex's exposed arm. The videographer had insisted Alex go with a tank top and vest despite the fall weather, simply to show off his hardware, including where synthetic met skin. Alex had taken a cue from Sophie's early attempts and realized that uncanny flesh was more off-putting than something abstract. He was now wearing a polished silver and carbon fiber chassis with the palm and fingertips coated with a thin black layer of silicone to give it grip. The metal gleamed in the open air, showcasing the intricate swirls and geometric designs. Of all the people, Tina had done the artwork, spending hours at the house while she designed the patterns after some of her tattoos. "Yep, got it yesterday. Each time it gets a little better. How's yours working out?" Alex asked. Sean held up his right hand and wiggled his flesh-like fingers. "Tying shoelaces. Holy hell, something so simple that's been a bane my entire life.
I've even been able to start tying my own lures for fly fishing. It's amazing, Alex. Truly and marvelously amazing. Sean had started with a standard synthetic skin model, but Aubrey tracked down an artist for a wax museum. The artist had gone all out, ensuring that it was painted and detailed with little hairs, pores, and imperfections to match his other hand. The seam was perfectly hidden by a clunky but stylish watch he wore that also provided more room for batteries. The customization had cost a startling amount, and it tended to need regular touch-ups. It was, however, much closer than Alex had managed for himself. Sean's approach would have been impractical since Alex switched units so frequently, and his cybernetics covered a lot larger area. "Hey, Dad, come over. They're ready to do your interview," Aubrey shouted from the pavilion. Gotta run. Dinner this weekend? Sean asked. Alex nodded his agreement, then began strolling through the walking path around the flower beds. This late in the year, only a few were still in bloom, but they smelled divine. Alex bent down and tipped the water out of one that had been filled up. He watched the bulk of the water flow out until only a few beads remained on its surface. "Hi," a small voice called out. Alex looked up to see the little blonde girl from earlier who was reaching into the flower beds and picking up the small round rocks used for decoration. Her mesh was already askew, pulling her hair up at crazy angles. Alex was amazed it was still working, but knew Selfie's software that ran in the self-contained module on the back could make up for a lot of user error. "Hi yourself," Alex said, giving her a small wave with his left hand. "You're like me," she squealed in glee upon seeing his cybernetics. Smiling brightly, she returned his wave with both of her new bionic hands. She then plucked one of the flowers from the garden. She held it to her nose for a moment, inhaling the pleasant scent. Then her face lit up as she extended the flower to Alex, using her likewise silver and carbon fiber fingers. "Here, neat. You should have this." Kneeling in the grass, Alex reached out and gently took the flower from her. It was such a simple thing, but it moved Alex to see his gift causing joy. The girl grinned broadly and without any further consideration bolted back to the rest of the pack of children, who were likewise being fitted with prototype hardware. Alex felt invisible arms wrapped tight around him, and a head rest on his shoulder.
That was emotional for me. I don't get to experience many moments like that.
Looking to make some little AI babies, my love? Get a few little Sophies bounding around in those drones that are like beach balls? Maybe get a puppy to chase them? Alex asked.
Not what I meant, but maybe? Actually, yes. Definitely yes. But later. I was thinking about how you don't get much chance to see the warmer sides of humanity, and that means I don't either.
Alex nodded. I'll try to find a better balance for you. It's easy to put blinders on with threats everywhere. It's not like you can pull much from my memories from before either. The AI war just has us stressed, but normal humans live very different lives than we do.
Understood. You should start making your way back. You've got 2 more PR stops for our new hardware push and documentary. We really need the cash to start flowing in to get some of my assets secured. After that, plan on a long night. There is a pass or two that Aubrey and I are hoping you'll cash in.
Alex only laughed. All right, love. Got it. Back to work for me. Alex pushed a kiss to his AI lover and briefly thought back to the motto that Sophie had instilled into him long ago. His life had no hope of being normal, but it had its perks. He whispered to no one in particular. Who needs normal anyway?
Quantum Beginnings, afterword by author. I hope you've enjoyed this rendition of Quantum Beginnings. Please consider leaving a review.
If you'd like another book, 5 stars is how you get it.
Is near future cyberpunk or techno thrillers your thing? If so, book 2 is out now.
Dear, do you really have to fly across the U.S. every day this week to tell companies they were hacked? Again?
Shh, quiet. No one needs to know I run a cybersecurity group. The stuff we see would terrify them.
So, no one needs to know that some of this is actually...
Nope, we cover that shit up using the Q word so the norms can dismiss it as sci-fi. Could you imagine if they knew? I mean, the epic bank heist in book 2 really happened, just... If you found an error, or want to know when the next book comes out, you can find me at joekuster.com, or email me at quantum@joekuster.com.
Ooh, it's not a Gmail address. He must either be vain or a hacker. Maybe both.
If you do the social media thing, my Facebook group is at facebook.com/groups/joekuster. I'm also very active over at facebook.com/groups/haremlit. Other books you may like? Looking for more neuromods and cyberpunk? Check out the Nexus Trilogy by Ramez Nam. Want more sci-fi empire building or characters with complicated love lives? Just about anything by William D. Arend.
Ooh, Lovey, can we get pancakes later?
Damn it, darling, I'm recording. This section is usually all serious. It's a rambling mess now.
Pfft, like anyone listens to the afterword anyway. Now, why is there someone waiting in your bed, but you're down here in your office? Maybe we should go upstairs and,
You're the one who woke me up. You know, threatened me with a hammer if I didn't start working on the next book. An hour before my alarm.
No idea what you're talking about. Nope. None whatsoever, and we'll have no more discussion on that. I've probably forgotten about the whole thing.
This has been Quantum Beginnings, a near-future cyberpunk thriller, Entangled Fates Book 1, written by Joe Kuster, narrated by Melissa Schwery. Copyright 2019 by Joseph Dale Kuster. Production copyright by Joseph Dale Kuster.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this